This audiobook is based on Leo Tolstoy's collection, 23 Stories, translated by Lewis and Aylmer Maude, and published in 1907. The collection consists of 23 short stories each. The Maudes were renowned translators of Tolstoy's works and had a personal relationship with the author, making their translations particularly noteworthy. Their work helped introduce Tolstoy's short stories to English-speaking readers. So why not start with the first story? Part 1, Tales for Children. First story, God sees the truth but waits. In the town of Vladimir lived a young merchant named Ivan Dmitrich Aksionov. He had 2 shops and a house of his own. Aksionov was a handsome, fair-haired, curly-headed fellow full of fun and very fond of singing. When quite a young man, he had been given to drink and was riotous when he had had too much, but after he married he gave up drinking, except now and then. One summer, Aksionov was going to the Nizhny Fair, and as he bade goodbye to his family, his wife said to him, "Ivan Dmitrich, do not start today. I've had a bad dream about you." Aksionov laughed and said, "You are afraid that when I get to the fair I shall go on the spree." His wife replied, "I do not know what I'm afraid of. All I know is that I had a bad dream. I dreamt you returned from the town, and when you took off your cap I saw that your hair was quite grey." Aksionov laughed. "That's a lucky sign," said he. "See if I don't sell out all my goods and bring you some presents from the fair." So he said goodbye to his family and drove away. When he had travelled halfway, he met a merchant whom he knew, and they put up at the same inn for the night. They had some tea together, and then went to bed in adjoining rooms. It was not Aksionov's habit to sleep late, and wishing to travel while it was still cool, he aroused his driver before dawn and told him to put in the horses. Then he made his way across to the landlord of the inn, who lived in a cottage at the back, paid his bill, and continued his journey. When he had gone about 25 miles, he stopped for the horses to be fed. Aksionov rested a while in the passage of the inn. Then he stepped out into the porch and, ordering a samovar to be heated, got out his guitar and began to play. Suddenly a troika drove up with tinkling bells, and an official alighted, followed by 2 soldiers. He came to Aksionov and began to question him, asking him who he was and whence he came. Aksionov answered him fully and said, "Won't you have some tea with me?" But the official went on cross-questioning him and asking him, "Where did you spend last night? Were you alone or with a fellow merchant? Did you see the other merchant this morning? Why did you leave the inn before dawn?" Aksionov wondered why he was asked all these questions, but he described all that had happened and then added, "Why do you cross-question me as if I were a thief or a robber? I am travelling on business of my own, and there is no need to question me." Then the official, calling the soldiers, said, "I am the police officer of this district, and I question you because the merchant with whom you spent last night has been found with his throat cut. We must search your things." They entered the house. The soldiers and the police officer unstrapped Aksionov's luggage and searched it. Suddenly, the officer drew a knife out of a bag, crying, "Whose knife is this?" Aksionov looked, and seeing a blood-stained knife taken from his bag, he was frightened. "How is it there is blood on this knife?" Aksionov tried to answer, but could hardly utter a word, and only stammered, I don't know, not mine." Then the police officer said, "This morning the merchant was found in bed with his throat cut. You are the only person who could have done it. The house was locked from inside, and no one else was there. Here is this blood-stained knife in your bag, and your face and manner betray you. Tell me how you killed him and how much money you stole." Aksionov swore he had not done it, that he had not seen the merchant after they had had tea together, that he had no money except 8,000 rubles of his own, and that the knife was not his. But his voice was broken, his face pale, and he trembled with fear as though he were guilty. The police officer ordered the soldiers to bind Aksionov and to put him in the cart. As they tied his feet together and flung him into the cart, Aksionov crossed himself and wept. His money and goods were taken from him, and he was sent to the nearest town and imprisoned there. Inquiries as to his character were made in Vladimir. The merchants and other inhabitants of that town said that in former days he used to drink and waste his time, but that he was a good man. Then the trial came on. He was charged with murdering a merchant from Ryazan and robbing him of 20,000 rubles. His wife was in despair and did not know what to believe. Her children were all quite small. One was a baby at her breast. Taking them all with her, she went to the town where her husband was in jail. At first, she was not allowed to see him, but after much begging, she obtained permission from the officials and was taken to him. When she saw her husband in prison dress and in chains, shut up with thieves and criminals, she fell down and did not come to her senses for a long time. Then she drew her children to her and sat down near him. She told him of things at home and asked about what had happened to him. He told her all, and she asked, "What can we do now?" "We must petition the Tsar not to let an innocent man perish." His wife told him that she had sent a petition to the Tsar, but that it had not been accepted. Aksionov did not reply, but only looked downcast. Then his wife said, "It was not for nothing. I dreamt your hair had turned grey. You remember? You should not have started that day." And passing her fingers through his hair, she said, "Vanya, dearest, tell your wife the truth. Was it not you who did it?" "So you too suspect me," said Aksionov, and hiding his face in his hands, he began to weep. Then a soldier came to say that the wife and children must go away, and Aksionov said goodbye to his family for the last time. When they were gone, Aksionov recalled what had been said, and when he remembered that his wife also had suspected him, he said to himself, "It seems that only God can know the truth. It is to him alone we must appeal, and from him alone expect mercy." And Aksionov wrote no more petitions, gave up all hope, and only prayed to God. Aksionov was condemned to be flogged and sent to the mines. So he was flogged with a knout, and when the wounds made by the knout were healed, he was driven to Siberia with other convicts. For 26 years, Aksionov lived as a convict in Siberia. His hair turned white as snow, and his beard grew long, thin, and grey. All his mirth went. He stooped. He walked slowly, spoke little, and never laughed, but he often prayed. In prison, Aksionov learnt to make boots and earned a little money with which he bought the lives of the saints. He read this book when there was light enough in the prison. And on Sundays in the prison church he read the lessons and sang in the choir, for his voice was still good. The prison authorities liked Aksionov for his meekness, and his fellow prisoners respected him. They called him Grandfather and the Saint. When they wanted to petition the prison authorities about anything, they always made Aksionov their spokesman, and when there were quarrels among the prisoners, they came to him to put things right and to judge the matter. No news reached Aksionov from his home, and he did not even know if his wife and children were still alive. One day, a fresh gang of convicts came to the prison. In the evening, the old prisoners collected round the new ones and asked them what towns or villages they came from, and what they were sentenced for. Among the rest, Aksionov sat down near the newcomers and listened with downcast air to what was said. One of the new convicts, a tall, strong man of 60, with a closely cropped grey beard, was telling the others what he had been arrested for. "Well, friends," he said, "I only took a horse that was tied to a sledge, and I was arrested and accused of stealing. I said I had only taken it to get home quicker, and had then let it go. Besides, the driver was a personal friend of mine, so I said, 'It's all right.' 'No,' said they, 'you stole it.' But how or where I stole it they could not say. I once really did something wrong and ought by rights to have come here long ago, but that time I was not found out. Now I have been sent here for nothing at all. But it's lies I'm telling you. I've been to Siberia before, but I did not stay long." "Where are you from?" asked someone. "From Vladimir. My family are of that town. My name is Makar, and they also call me Semyonich." Aksionov raised his head and said, "Tell me, Semyonich, do you know anything of the merchants Aksionov of Vladimir? Are they still alive?" "Know them? Of course I do. The Aksionovs are rich, though their father is in Siberia, a sinner like ourselves, it seems. As for you, Grandad, how did you come here?" Aksionov did not like to speak of his misfortune. He only sighed and said, "For my sins I have been in prison these 26 years. "What sins?" asked Makar Semyonich. But Aksionov only said, Well, I must have deserved it." He would have said no more, but his companions told the newcomer how Aksionov came to be in Siberia, how someone had killed a merchant and had put a knife among Aksionov's things, and Aksionov had been unjustly condemned. When Makar Semyonich heard this, he looked at Aksionov, slapped his own knee and exclaimed, "Well, this is wonderful, really wonderful. But how old you've grown, Grandad." The others asked him why he was so surprised and where he had seen Aksionov before, but Makar Semyonich did not reply. He only said, "It's wonderful that we should meet here, lads." These words made Aksionov wonder whether this man knew who had killed the merchant. So he said, "Perhaps, Semyonich, you have heard of that affair, or maybe you've seen me before?" "How could I help hearing? The world's full of rumors, but it's long ago and I've forgotten what I heard." "Perhaps you heard who killed the merchant?" asked Aksionov. Makar Semyonich laughed and replied, "It must have been him in whose bag the knife was found. If someone else hid the knife there, he's not a thief till he's caught, as the saying is. How could anyone put a knife into your bag while it was under your head? It would surely have woke you up." When Aksionov heard these words, he felt sure this was the man who had killed the merchant. He rose and went away. All that night, Aksionov lay awake. He felt terribly unhappy, and all sorts of images rose in his mind. There was the image of his wife as she was when he parted from her to go to the fair. He saw her as if she were present. Her face and her eyes rose before him. He heard her speak and laugh. Then he saw his children, quite little as they were at that time, one with a little cloak on, another at his mother's breast. And then he remembered himself as he used to be, young and merry. He remembered how he sat playing the guitar in the porch of the inn where he was arrested, and how free from care he had been. He saw in his mind the place where he was flogged, the executioner and the people standing around, the chains, the convicts, all the 26 years of his prison life, and his premature old age. The thought of it all made him so wretched that he was ready to kill himself. "And it's all that villain's doing," thought Aksionov. And his anger was so great against Makar Semyonich that he longed for vengeance, even if he himself should perish for it. He kept repeating prayers all night, but could get no peace. During the day he did not go near Makar Semyonich, nor even look at him. A fortnight passed in this way. Aksionov could not sleep at nights, and was so miserable that he did not know what to do. One night, as he was walking about the prison, he noticed some earth that came rolling out from under one of the shelves on which the prisoners slept. He stopped to see what it was. Suddenly, Makar Semyonich crept out from under the shelf and looked up at Aksionov with frightened face. Aksionov tried to pass without looking at him, but Makar seized his hand and told him that he had dug a hole under the wall, getting rid of the earth, by putting it into his high boots and emptying it out every day on the road when the prisoners were driven to their work. "Just you keep quiet, old man, and you shall get out too. If you blab, they'll flog the life out of me, but I will kill you first." Aksionov trembled with anger as he looked at his enemy. He drew his hand away, saying, "I have no wish to escape, and you have no need to kill me. You killed me long ago. As to telling of you, I may do so or not, as God shall direct." Next day, when the convicts were led out to work, the convoy soldiers noticed that one or other of the prisoners emptied some earth out of his boots. The prison was searched and the tunnel found. The governor came and questioned all the prisoners to find out who had dug the hole. They all denied any knowledge of it. Those who knew would not betray Makar Semyonich, knowing he would be flogged almost to death. At last, The governor turned to Aksionov, whom he knew to be a just man, and said, "You are a truthful old man. Tell me before God who dug the hole." Makar Semyonich stood as if he were quite unconcerned, looking at the governor and not so much as glancing at Aksionov. Aksionov's lips and hands trembled, and for a long time he could not utter a word. He thought, "Why should I screen him who ruined my life? Let him pay for what I have suffered. But if I tell, they will probably flog the life out of him, and maybe I suspect him wrongly. And after all, what good would it be to me?" "Well, old man," repeated the governor, "tell us the truth. Who has been digging under the wall?" Aksionov glanced at Makar Semyonich and said, "I cannot say, Your Honor. It is not God's will that I should tell. Do what you like with me. I am in your hands." However much the governor tried, Aksionov would say no more, and so the matter had to be left. That night, when Aksionov was lying on his bed and just beginning to doze, someone came quietly and sat down on his bed. He peered through the darkness and recognized Makar. "What more do you want of me?" asked Aksionov. "Why have you come here?" Makar Semyonich was silent, so Aksionov sat up and said, "What do you want? Go away, or I will call the guard." Makar Semyonich bent close over Aksionov and whispered, "Ivan Dmitrich, forgive me." "What for?" asked Aksionov. "It was I who killed the merchant and hid the knife among your things. I meant to kill you too, but I heard a noise outside, so I hid the knife in your bag and escaped out of the window." Aksionov was silent and did not know what to say. Makar Semyonich slid off the bed-shelf and knelt upon the ground. "Ivan Dmitrich," said he, "forgive me. For the love of God, forgive me. I will confess that it was I who killed the merchant, and you will be released and can go to your home." "It is easy for you to talk," said Aksionov, "but I have suffered for you these 26 years. Where could I go to now? My wife is dead, and my children have forgotten me. I have nowhere to go." Makar Semyonich did not rise, but beat his head on the floor. "Ivan Dmitrich, forgive me," he cried. "When they flogged me with the knout, it was not so hard to bear as it is to see you now. Yet you had pity on me and did not tell. For Christ's sake, forgive me, wretch that I am." And he began to sob. When Aksionov heard him sobbing, he too began to weep. "God will forgive you," said he. "Maybe I am 100 times worse than you." And at these words, his heart grew light, and the longing for home left him. He no longer had any desire to leave the prison, but only hoped for his last hour to come. In spite of what Aksionov had said, Makar Semyonich confessed his guilt. But when the order for his release came, Aksionov was already dead.
Second story, a prisoner in the Caucasus. An officer named Zhilin was serving in the army in the Caucasus. One day he received a letter from home. It was from his mother, who wrote, "I am getting old, and should like to see my dear son once more before I die. Come and say goodbye to me and bury me, and then, if God pleases, return to service again with my blessing. But I have found a girl for you, who is sensible and good and has some property. If you can love her, you might marry her and remain at home." Zhilin thought it over. It was quite true. The old lady was failing fast, and he might not have another chance to see her alive. He had better go, and if the girl was nice, why not marry her? So he went to his colonel, obtained leave of absence, said goodbye to his comrades, stood the soldiers 4 pailfuls of vodka as a farewell treat, and got ready to go. It was a time of war in the Caucasus. The roads were not safe by night or day. If ever a Russian ventured to ride or walk any distance away from his fort, the Tartars killed him or carried him off to the hills. So it had been arranged that twice every week, a body of soldiers should march from one fortress to the next to convoy travelers from point to point. It was summer. At daybreak, the baggage train got ready under shelter of the fortress. The soldiers marched out, and all started along the road. Jilin was on horseback, and a cart with his things went with the baggage train. They had 16 miles to go. The baggage train moved slowly. Sometimes the soldiers stopped, or perhaps a wheel would come off one of the carts, or a horse refused to go on, and then everybody had to wait. When by the sun it was already past noon, they had not gone half the way. It was dusty and hot. The sun was scorching, and there was no shelter anywhere. A bare plain all round, not a tree, not a bush, by the road. Jilin rode on in front and stopped, waiting for the baggage to overtake him. Then he heard the signal horn sounded behind him. The company had again stopped. So he began to think, hadn't I better ride on by myself? My horse is a good one. If the Tartars do attack me, I can gallop away. Perhaps, however, it would be wiser to wait. As he sat considering, Kostilin, an officer carrying a gun, rode up to him and said, "Come along, Jilin. Let's go on by ourselves. It's dreadful. I am famished, and the heat is terrible. My shirt is wringing wet." Kostilin was a stout, heavy man, and the perspiration was running down his red face. Jilin thought a while, and then asked, "Is your gun loaded?" "Yes, it is." "Well then, let's go, but on condition that we keep together." So they rode forward along the road across the plain, talking but keeping a lookout on both sides. They could see afar all round. But after crossing the plain, the road ran through a valley between two hills, and Jilin said, "We had better climb that hill and have a look round, or the Tartars may be on us before we know it." But Kostilin answered, "What's the use? Let us go on." Jilin, however, would not agree. "No," he said, "you can wait here if you like, but I'll go and look round." And he turned his horse to the left, up the hill. Jilin's horse was a hunter, and carried him up the hillside as if it had wings. He had bought it for 100 rubles as a colt out of a herd, and had broken it in himself. Hardly had he reached the top of the hill, when he saw some 30 Tartars not much more than 100 yards ahead of him. As soon as he caught sight of them, he turned round, but the Tartars had also seen him, and rushed after him at full gallop, getting their guns out as they went. Down galloped Jilin as fast as the horse's legs could go, shouting to Kostilin, "Get your gun ready!" And in thought he said to his horse, "Get me well out of this, my pet. Don't stumble, for if you do, it's all up. Once I reach the gun, they shan't take me prisoner." But instead of waiting, Kostilin, as soon as he caught sight of the Tartars, turned back towards the fortress at full speed, whipping his horse now on one side, now on the other, and its switching tail was all that could be seen of him in the dust. Jilin saw it was a bad lookout. The gun was gone, and what could he do with nothing but his sword? He turned his horse towards the escort, thinking to escape, but there were 6 Tartars rushing to cut him off. His horse was a good one, but theirs were still better, and besides, they were across his path. He tried to rein in his horse and to turn another way, but it was going so fast it could not stop, and dashed on straight towards the Tartars. He saw a red-bearded Tartar on a grey horse with his gun raised, come at him, yelling and showing his teeth. "Ah," thought Jilin, "I know you devils that you are. If you take me alive, you'll put me in a pit and flog me. I will not be taken alive." Jilin, though not a big fellow, was brave. He drew his sword and dashed at the red-bearded Tartar, thinking, "Either I'll ride him down or disable him with my sword." He was still a horse's length away from him when he was fired at from behind, and his horse was hit. It fell to the ground with all its weight, pinning Jilin to the earth. He tried to rise, but 2 ill-savored Tartars were already sitting on him and binding his hands behind his back. He made an effort and flung them off, but 3 others jumped from their horses and began beating his head with the butts of their guns. His eyes grew dim, and he fell back. The Tartars seized him, and taking spare girths from their saddles, twisted his hands behind him and tied them with a Tartar knot. They knocked his cap off, pulled off his boots, searched him all over, tore his clothes, and took his money and his watch. Jilin looked round at his horse. There it lay on its side, poor thing, just as it had fallen, struggling, its legs in the air, unable to touch the ground. There was a hole in its head, and black blood was pouring out, turning the dust to mud for a couple of feet around. One of the Tartars went up to the horse and began taking the saddle off. It still kicked, so he drew a dagger and cut its windpipe. A whistling sound came from its throat. The horse gave one plunge, and all was over. The Tartars took the saddle and trappings. The red-bearded Tartar mounted his horse, and the others lifted Jilin into the saddle behind him. To prevent his falling off, they strapped him to the Tartar's girdle, and then they all rode away to the hills. So there sat Jilin, swaying from side to side, his head striking against the Tartar's stinking back. He could see nothing but that muscular back and sinewy neck, with its closely shaven bluish nape. Jilin's head was wounded. The blood had dried over his eyes, and he could neither shift his position on the saddle nor wipe the blood off. His arms were bound so tightly that his collarbones ached. They rode up and down hills for a long way. Then they reached a river which they forded, and came to a hard road leading across a valley. Jilin tried to see where they were going, but his eyelids were stuck together with blood, and he could not turn. Twilight began to fall. They crossed another river and rode up a stony hillside. There was a smell of smoke here, and dogs were barking. They had reached an aoul, a Tartar village. The Tartars got off their horses. Tartar children came and stood round Jilin, shrieking with pleasure and throwing stones at him. The Tartar drove the children away, took Jilin off the horse, and called his man, a Nogai with high cheekbones, and nothing on but a shirt, and that so torn that his breast was all bare, answered the call. The Tartar gave him an order. He went and fetched shackles, 2 blocks of oak with iron rings attached, and a clasp and lock fixed to one of the rings. They untied Jilin's arms, fastened the shackles on his leg, and dragged him to a barn, where they pushed him in and locked the door. Jilin fell on a heap of manure. He lay still a while, then groped about to find a soft place, and settled down. That night Jilin hardly slept at all. It was the time of year when the nights are short, and daylight soon showed itself through a chink in the wall. He rose, scratched to make the chink bigger, and peeped out. Through the hole he saw a road leading downhill. To the right was a Tartar hut with 2 trees near it. A black dog lay on the threshold, and a goat and kids were moving about wagging their tails. Then he saw a young Tartar woman in a long, loose, bright-colored gown with trousers and high boots showing from under it. She had a coat thrown over her head, on which she carried a large metal jug filled with water. She was leading by the hand a small, closely shaven Tartar boy, who wore nothing but a shirt, and as she went along balancing herself, the muscles of her back quivered. This woman carried the water into the hut, and soon after, the red-bearded Tartar of yesterday came out dressed in a silk tunic, with a silver-hilted dagger hanging by his side, shoes on his bare feet, and a tall black sheepskin cap set far back on his head. He came out, stretched himself, and stroked his red beard. He stood a while, gave an order to his servant, and went away. Then 2 lads rode past from watering their horses. The horses' noses were wet. Some other closely shaven boys ran out, without any trousers and wearing nothing but their shirts. They crowded together, came to the barn, picked up a twig, and began pushing it in at the chink. Jilin gave a shout, and the boys shrieked and scampered off, their little bare knees gleaming as they ran. Jilin was very thirsty. His throat was parched, and he thought, if only they would come and so much as look at me. Then he heard someone unlocking the barn. The red-bearded Tartar entered, and with him was another, a smaller man, dark with bright black eyes, red cheeks, and a short beard. He had a merry face and was always laughing. This man was even more richly dressed than the other. He wore a blue silk tunic trimmed with gold, a large silver dagger in his belt, red Morocco slippers worked with silver, and over these a pair of thick shoes, and he had a white sheepskin cap on his head. The red-bearded Tartar entered, muttered something as if he were annoyed, and stood leaning against the doorpost, playing with his dagger, and glaring askance at Jilin, like a wolf, the dark one, quick and lively, and moving as if on springs, came straight up to Jilin, squatted down in front of him, slapped him on the shoulder, and began to talk very fast in his own language. His teeth showed, and he kept winking, clicking his tongue, and repeating, "Good Ross, good Ross." Jilin could not understand a word, but said, "Drink, give me water to drink." The dark man only laughed. "Good Ross," he said, and went on talking in his own tongue. Jilin made signs with lips and hands that he wanted something to drink. The dark man understood, and laughed. Then he looked out of the door and called to someone. "Dina!" A little girl came running in. She was about 13, slight, thin, and like the dark Tartar in face. Evidently she was his daughter. She too had clear black eyes, and her face was good-looking. She had on a long blue gown, with wide sleeves and no girdle. The hem of her gown, the front, and the sleeves were trimmed with red. She wore trousers and slippers, and over the slippers stouter shoes with high heels. Round her neck she had a necklace made of Russian silver coins. She was bareheaded, and her black hair was plaited with a ribbon and ornamented with gilt braid and silver coins. Her father gave an order, and she ran away and returned with a metal jug. She handed the water to Jilin and sat down, crouching so that her knees were as high as her head, and there she sat with wide-open eyes, watching Jilin drink, as though he were a wild animal. When Jilin handed the empty jug back to her, she gave such a sudden jump back, like a wild goat, that it made her father laugh. He sent her away for something else. She took the jug, ran out, and brought back some unleavened bread on a round board, and once more sat down, crouching and looking on with staring eaves. Then the Tartars went away, and again locked the door. After a while the Nogai came and said, "Ada, the master, Ada." He too knew no Russian. All Jilin could make out was that he was told to go somewhere. Jilin followed the Nogai, but limped, for the shackles dragged his feet so that he could hardly step at all. On getting out of the barn, he saw a Tartar village of about 10 houses, and a Tartar church with a small tower. 3 horses stood saddled before one of the houses. Little boys were holding them by the reins. The dark Tartar came out of this house, beckoning with his hand for Jilin to follow him. Then he laughed, said something in his own language, and returned into the house. Jilin entered. The room was a good one, the walls smoothly plastered with clay. Near the front wall lay a pile of bright-colored feather beds. The side walls were covered with rich carpets used as hangings, and on these were fastened guns, pistols, and swords, all inlaid with silver. Close to one of the walls was a small stove on a level with the earthen floor. The floor itself was as clean as a thrashing ground. A large space in one corner was spread over with felt, on which were rugs, and on these rugs were cushions stuffed with down. And on these cushions sat 5 Tartars, the dark one, the red-haired one, and 3 guests. They were wearing their indoor slippers, and each had a cushion behind his back. Before them were standing millet cakes on a round board, melted butter in a bowl, and a jug of boozer, or tartar beer. They ate both cakes and butter with their hands. The dark man jumped up and ordered Jillin to be placed on one side, not on the carpet but on the bare ground. Then he sat down on the carpet again and offered millet cakes and boozer to his guests. The servant made Jillin sit down, after which he took off his own overshoes, put them by the door where the other shoes were standing, and sat down nearer to his masters on the felt, watching them as they ate and licking his lips. The Tartars ate as much as they wanted, and a woman dressed in the same way as the girl, in a long gown and trousers, with a kerchief on her head, came and took away what was left, and brought a handsome basin and an ewer with a narrow spout. The Tartars washed their hands, folded them, went down on their knees, blew to the 4 quarters, and said their prayers. After they had talked for a while, one of the guests turned to Jillin and began to speak in Russian. "You were captured by Qazi Mohammed," he said, and pointed at the red-bearded Tartar. "And Qazi Mohammed has given you to Abdul Murat," pointing at the dark one. "Abdul Murat is now your master." Jillin was silent. Then Abdul Murat began to talk, laughing, pointing to Jillin, and repeating, "Soldier Russ, good Russ." The interpreter said, "He orders you to write home and tell them to send a ransom, and as soon as the money comes, he will set you free." Jillin thought for a moment and said, "How much ransom does he want?" The Tartars talked a while, and then the interpreter said, 3,000 rubles. "No," said Jillin. "I can't pay so much." Abdul jumped up and, waving his arms, talked to Jillin, thinking, as before, that he would understand. The interpreter translated, "How much will you give?" Jillin considered and said, 500 rubles. At this, the Tartars began speaking very quickly, all together. Abdul began to shout at the red-bearded one, and jabbered so fast that the spittle spurted out of his mouth. The red-bearded one only screwed up his eyes and clicked his tongue. They quietened down after a while, and the interpreter said, 500 rubles is not enough for the master. He paid 200 for you himself. Qazi Mohammed was in debt to him, and he took you in payment, 3,000 rubles. Less than that won't do. If you refuse to write, you will be put into a pit and flogged with a whip. Thought Jillin. The more one fears them, the worse it will be. So he sprang to his feet and said, "You tell that dog that if he tries to frighten me, I will not write at all, and he will get nothing. I never was afraid of you dogs, and never will be." The interpreter translated, and again they all began to talk at once. They jabbered for a long time, and then the dark man jumped up, came to Jillin and said, "Jigit Russ! Jigit Russ!" Tajigit in their language means brave. And he laughed and said something to the interpreter, who translated, 1,000 rubles will satisfy him. Jillin stuck to it. "I will not give more than 500, and if you kill me, you'll get nothing at all." The Tartars talked a while, then sent the servant out to fetch something, and kept looking, now at Jillin, now at the door. The servant returned, followed by a stout, barefooted, tattered man, who also had his leg shackled. Jillin gasped with surprise. It was Kostilin. He too had been taken. They were put side by side and began to tell each other what had occurred. While they talked, the Tartars looked on in silence. Jillin related what had happened to him, and Kostilin told how his horse had stopped, his gun missed fire, and this same Abdul had overtaken and captured him. Abdul jumped up, pointed to Kostilin, and said something. The interpreter translated that they both now belonged to one master, and the one who first paid the ransom would be set free first. "There now," he said to Jillin. "You get angry, But your comrade here is gentle. He has written home, and they will send 5,000 rubles. So he will be well fed and well treated." Jilin replied, "My comrade can do as he likes. Maybe he is rich. I am not. It must be as I said. Kill me, if you like. You will gain nothing by it, but I will not write for more than 500 rubles." They were silent. Suddenly up sprang Abdul, brought a little box, took out a pen, ink, and a bit of paper, gave them to Jilin, slapped him on the shoulder, and made a sign that he should write. He had agreed to take 500 rubles. "Wait a bit," said Jilin to the interpreter. "Tell him that he must feed us properly, give us proper clothes and boots, and let us be together. It will be more cheerful for us, and he must have these shackles taken off our feet." And Jilin looked at his master and laughed. The master also laughed, heard the interpreter, and said, "I will give them the best of clothes, a cloak and boots fit to be married in. I will feed them like princes, and if they like they can live together in the barn. But I can't take off the shackles, or they will run away. They shall be taken off, however, at night." And he jumped up and slapped Jilin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You good, I good." Jilin wrote the letter, but addressed it wrongly, so that it should not reach its destination, thinking to himself, "I'll run away." Jilin and Kostilin were taken back to the barn and given some maize straw, a jug of water, some bread, 2 old cloaks, and some worn-out military boots, evidently taken from the corpses of Russian soldiers. At night their shackles were taken off their feet, and they were locked up in the barn. Jilin and his friend lived in this way for a whole month. The master always laughed and said, "You, Ivan, good. I, Abdul, good." But he fed them badly, giving them nothing but unleavened bread of millet flour, baked into flat cakes, or sometimes only unbaked dough. Kostilin wrote home a second time, and did nothing but mope and wait for the money to arrive. He would sit for days together in the barn sleeping, or counting the days till a letter could come. Jilin knew his letter would reach no one, and he did not write another. He thought, "Where could my mother get enough money to ransom me? As it is, she lived chiefly on what I sent her. If she had to raise 500 rubles, she would be quite ruined. With God's help, I'll manage to escape." So he kept on the lookout, planning how to run away. He would walk about the aul whistling, or would sit working, modeling dolls of clay, or weaving baskets out of twigs. For Jilin was clever with his hands. Once he modeled a doll with a nose and hands and feet, and with a Tartar gown on, and put it up on the roof. When the Tartar women came out to fetch water, the master's daughter, Dina, saw the doll and called the women, who put down their jugs and stood looking and laughing. Jilin took down the doll and held it out to them. They laughed, but dared not take it. He put down the doll and went into the barn, waiting to see what would happen. Dina ran up to the doll, looked round, seized it, and ran away. In the morning at daybreak, he looked out. Dina came out of the house and sat down on the threshold with the doll, which she had dressed up in bits of red stuff, and she rocked it like a baby, singing a Tartar lullaby. An old woman came out and scolded her, and snatching the doll away, she broke it to bits and sent Dina about her business. But Jilin made another doll, better than the first, and gave it to Dina. Once Dina brought a little jug, put it on the ground, sat down gazing at him and laughed, pointing to the jug. What pleases her so? Wondered Jilin. He took the jug thinking it was water, but it turned out to be milk. He drank the milk and said, "That's good." How pleased Dina was. "Good, Ivan, good," said she, and she jumped up and clapped her hands. Then seizing the jug, she ran away. After that, she stealthily brought him some milk every day. The Tartars make a kind of cheese out of goat's milk, which they dry on the roofs of their houses, and sometimes, on the sly, she brought him some of this cheese. And once, when Abdul had killed a sheep, she brought Jilin a bit of mutton in her sleeve. She would just throw the things down and run away. One day there was a heavy storm, and the rain fell in torrents for a whole hour. All the streams became turbid. At the ford, the water rose till it was 7 feet high, and the current was so strong that it rolled the stones about. Rivulets flowed everywhere, and the rumbling in the hills never ceased. When the storm was over, the water ran in streams down the village street. Jilin got his master to lend him a knife, and with it he shaped a small cylinder, and cutting some little boards. He made a wheel to which he fixed 2 dolls, one on each side. The little girls brought him some bits of stuff, and he dressed the dolls, one as a peasant, the other as a peasant woman. Then he fastened them in their places and set the wheel so that the stream should work it. The wheel began to turn, and the dolls danced. The whole village collected round. Little boys and girls, Tartar men and women, all came and clicked their tongues. Ah, Russ! Ah, Ivan! Abdul had a Russian clock, which was broken. He called Jilin and showed it to him, clicking his tongue. "Give it me, I'll mend it for you," said Jilin. He took it to pieces with the knife, sorted the pieces, and put them together again, so that the clock went all right. The master was delighted and made him a present of one of his old tunics, which was all in holes. Jilin had to accept it. He could at any rate use it as a coverlet at night. After that, Jilin's fame spread, and Tartars came from distant villages, bringing him now the lock of a gun or of a pistol, now a watch, to mend. His master gave him some tools, pincers, gimlets, and a file. One day a Tartar fell ill, and they came to Jilin saying, "Come and heal him." Jilin knew nothing about doctoring, but he went to look and thought to himself, "Perhaps he will get well anyway." He returned to the barn, mixed some water with sand, and then, in the presence of the Tartars, whispered some words over it and gave it to the sick man to drink. Luckily for him, the Tartar recovered. Jilin began to pick up their language a little, and some of the Tartars grew familiar with him. When they wanted him, they would call, "Ivan, Ivan." Others, however, still looked at him askance, as at a wild beast. The red-bearded Tartar disliked Jilin. Whenever he saw him, he frowned and turned away, or swore at him. There was also an old man there who did not live in the aoul, but used to come up from the foot of the hill. Jilin only saw him when he passed on his way to the mosque. He was short and had a white cloth wound round his hat. His beard and moustaches were clipped and white as snow, and his face was wrinkled and brick red. His nose was hooked like a hawk's. His grey eyes looked cruel, and he had no teeth except 2 tusks. He would pass, with his turban on his head, leaning on his staff, and glaring round him like a wolf. If he saw Jilin, he would snort with anger and turn away. Once Jilin descended the hill to see where the old man lived. He went down along the pathway and came to a little garden, surrounded by a stone wall. And behind the wall, he saw cherry and apricot trees, and a hut with a flat roof. He came closer, and saw hives made of plaited straw, and bees flying about and humming. The old man was kneeling, busy doing something with a hive. Jilin stretched to look, and his shackles rattled. The old man turned round and, giving a yell, snatched a pistol from his belt and shot at Jilin, who just managed to shelter himself behind the stone wall. The old man went to Jilin's master to complain. The master called Jilin and said with a laugh, "Why did you go to the old man's house?" "I did him no harm," replied Jilin. "I only wanted to see how he lived." The master repeated what Jilin said, but the old man was in a rage. He hissed and jabbered, showing his tusks and shaking his fists at Jilin. Jilin could not understand all, but he gathered that the old man was telling Abdul he ought not to keep Russians in the aoul, but ought to kill them. At last the old man went away. Jilin asked the master who the old man was. "He is a great man," said the master. "He was the bravest of our fellows. He killed many Russians and was at one time very rich. He had 3 wives and 8 sons, and they all lived in one village. Then the Russians came and destroyed the village and killed 7 of his sons. Only 1 son was left, and he gave himself up to the Russians. The old man also went and gave himself up, and lived among the Russians for 3 months. At the end of that time he found his son, killed him with his own hands, and then escaped. After that he left off fighting, and went to Mecca to pray to God. That is why he wears a turban. One who has been to Mecca is called Haji, and wears a turban. He does not like you, fellows. He tells me to kill you. But I can't kill you. I have paid money for you, and besides, I have grown fond of you. Ivan, far from killing you, I would not even let you go if I had not promised." And he laughed, saying in Russian, "You, Ivan, good. I, Abdul, good." Jilin lived in this way for a month. During the day he sauntered about the aoul or busied himself with some handicraft. But at night, when all was silent in the aoul, he dug at the floor of the barn. It was no easy task digging because of the stones, but he worked away at them with his file, and at last had made a hole under the wall large enough to get through. "If only I could get to know the lay of the land," thought he, "and which way to go, but none of the Tartars will tell me." So he chose a day when the master was away from home, and set off after dinner to climb the hill beyond the village and to look around. But before leaving home, the master always gave orders to his son to watch Jilin, and not to lose sight of him. So the lad ran after Jilin, shouting, "Don't go! Father does not allow it. I'll call the neighbors if you won't come back." Jilin tried to persuade him and said, "I'm not going far. I only want to climb that hill. I want to find a herb to cure sick people with. You come with me if you like. How can I run away with these shackles on? Tomorrow I'll make a bow and arrows for you." So he persuaded the lad, and they went. To look at the hill, it did not seem far to the top, but it was hard walking with shackles on his leg. Jilin went on and on, but it was all he could do to reach the top. There he sat down and noted how the land lay. To the south, beyond the barn, was a valley in which a herd of horses was pasturing, and at the bottom of the valley one could see another aoul. Beyond that was a still steeper hill, and another hill beyond that. Between the hills, in the blue distance, were forests, and still further off were mountains, rising higher and higher. The highest of them were covered with snow, white as sugar, and one snowy peak towered above all the rest. To the east and to the west were other such hills, and here and there smoke rose from aouls in the ravines. "Ah," thought he, "all that is Tartar country." And he turned towards the Russian side. At his feet he saw a river, and the aoul he lived in, surrounded by little gardens. He could see women, like tiny dolls, sitting by the river rinsing clothes. Beyond the aoul was a hill, lower than the one to the south, and beyond it 2 other hills well wooded, and between these a smooth bluish plain, and far, far across the plain something that looked like a cloud of smoke. Jilin tried to remember where the sun used to rise and set when he was living in the fort, and he saw that there was no mistake. The Russian fort must be in that plain. Between those 2 hills he would have to make his way when he escaped. The sun was beginning to set. The white snowy mountains turned red, and the dark hills turned darker. Mists rose from the ravine, and the valley, where he supposed the Russian fort to be, seemed on fire with the sunset glow. Jilin looked carefully. Something seemed to be quivering in the valley like smoke from a chimney, and he felt sure the Russian fortress was there. It had grown late. The mullah's cry was heard. The herds were being driven home, the cows were lowing, and the lad kept saying, "Come home!" But Jilin did not feel inclined to go away. At last, however, they went back. "Well," thought Jilin, "now that I know the way, it is time to escape." He thought of running away that night. The nights were dark. The moon had waned. But as ill luck would have it, the Tartars returned home that evening. They generally came back driving cattle before them, and in good spirits. But this time, they had no cattle. All they brought home was the dead body of a Tartar, the Red One's brother, who had been killed. They came back looking sullen, and they all gathered together for the burial. Jilin also came out to see it. They wrapped the body in a piece of linen without any coffin, and carried it out of the village and laid it on the grass under some plane trees. The mullah and the old men came. They wound clothes round their caps, took off their shoes, and squatted on their heels, side by side, near the corpse. The mullah was in front. Behind him in a row were 3 old men in turbans, and behind them again the other Tartars. All cast down their eyes and sat in silence. This continued a long time, until the mullah raised his head and said, "Allah," which means God. He said that one word, and they all cast down their eyes again, and were again silent for a long time. They sat quite still, not moving or making any sound. Again the mullah lifted his head and said, "Allah," and they all repeated, "Allah, Allah," and were again silent. The dead body lay immovable on the grass, and they sat as still as if they too were dead. Not one of them moved. There was no sound but that of the leaves of the plane trees stirring in the breeze. Then the mullah repeated a prayer, and they all rose. They lifted the body and carried it in their arms to a hole in the ground. It was not an ordinary hole, but was hollowed out under the ground like a vault. They took the body under the arms and by the legs, bent it, and let it gently down, pushing it under the earth in a sitting posture with the hands folded in front. The Nogai brought some green rushes, which they stuffed into the hole, and quickly covering it with earth, they smoothed the ground and set an upright stone at the head of the grave. Then they trod the earth down and again sat in a row before the grave, keeping silence for a long time. At last they rose, said, "Allah, Allah, Allah," and sighed. The red-bearded Tartar gave money to the old men. Then he too rose, took a whip, struck himself with it 3 times on the forehead, and went home. The next morning Jilin saw the red Tartar, followed by 3 others, leading a mare out of the village. When they were beyond the village, the red-bearded Tartar took off his tunic and turned up his sleeves, showing his stout arms. Then he drew a dagger and sharpened it on a whetstone. The other Tartars raised the mare's head, and he cut her throat, threw her down, and began skinning her, loosening the hide with his big hands. Women and girls came and began to wash the entrails and the inwards. The mare was cut up, the pieces taken into the hut, and the whole village collected at the Red Tartar's hut for a funeral feast. For 3 days they went on eating the flesh of the mare, drinking booza, and praying for the dead man. All the Tartars were at home. On the 4th day at dinner time, Jilin saw them preparing to go away. Horses were brought out, they got ready, and some 10 of them, the Red One among them, rode away. But Abdul stayed at home. It was new moon, and the nights were still dark. "Ah," thought Jilin, "tonight is the time to escape." And he told Kostilin, but Kostilin's heart failed him. How can we escape? He said. We don't even know the way. I know the way, said Jilin. Even if you do, said Kostilin, we can't reach the fort in one night. If we can't, said Jilin, we'll sleep in the forest. See here, I have saved some cheeses. What's the good of sitting and moping here? If they send your ransom, well and good. But suppose they don't manage to collect it. The Tatars are angry now, because the Russians have killed one of their men. They are talking of killing us. Kostilin thought it over. Well, let's go, said he. Jilin crept into the hole, widened it so that Kostilin might also get through, and then they both sat waiting till all should be quiet in the aul. As soon as all was quiet, Jilin crept under the wall, got out, and whispered to Kostilin, Come. Kostilin crept out, but in so doing he caught a stone with his foot and made a noise. The master had a very vicious watchdog, a spotted one called Ulyashin. Jilin had been careful to feed him for some time before. Ulyashin heard the noise and began to bark and jump, and the other dogs did the same. Jilin gave a slight whistle and threw him a bit of cheese. Ulyashin knew Jilin, wagged his tail, and stopped barking. But the master had heard the dog and shouted to him from his hut. Hide, Ulyashin. Jilin, however, scratched Ulyashin behind the ears, and the dog was quiet and rubbed against his legs, wagging his tail. They sat hidden behind a corner for a while. All became silent again. Only a sheep coughed inside a shed, and the water rippled over the stones in the hollow. It was dark. The stars were high overhead, and the new moon showed red as it set, horns upward, behind the hill. In the valleys the fog was white as milk. Jilin rose and said to his companion, Well, friend, come along. They started, but they had only gone a few steps when they heard the mullah crying from the roof. Allah Beshmillah, Il-Rahman. That meant that the people would be going to the mosque, so they sat down again, hiding behind a wall, and waited a long time till the people had passed. At last all was quiet again. Now then, may God be with us. They crossed themselves and started once more. They passed through a yard and went down the hillside to the river, crossed the river and went along the valley. The mist was thick, but only near the ground. Overhead the stars shone quite brightly. Jilin directed their course by the stars. It was cool in the mist and easy walking, only their boots were uncomfortable, being worn out and trodden down. Jilin took his off, threw them away, and went barefoot, jumping from stone to stone and guiding his course by the stars. Kostilin began to lag behind. Walk slower, he said. These confounded boots have quite blistered my feet. Take them off, said Jilin. It will be easier walking without them. Kostilin went barefoot, but got on still worse. The stones cut his feet, and he kept lagging behind. Jilin said, If your feet get cut, they'll heal again. But if the Tatars catch us and kill us, it will be worse. Kostilin did not reply, but went on, groaning all the time. Their way lay through the valley for a long time. Then to the right, they heard dogs barking. Jilin stopped, looked about, and began climbing the hill, feeling with his hands. Ah, said he, we have gone wrong, and have come too far to the right. Here is another aul, one I saw from the hill. We must turn back and go up that hill to the left. There must be a wood there. But Kostilin said, Wait a minute, let me get breath. My feet are all cut and bleeding. Never mind, friend. They'll heal again. You should spring more lightly. Like this. And Jilin ran back and turned to the left up the hill towards the wood. Kostilin still lagged behind and groaned. Jilin only said, Hush, and went on and on. They went up the hill and found a wood, as Jilin had said. They entered the wood and forced their way through the brambles, which tore their clothes. At last they came to a path and followed it. Stop! They heard the tramp of hoofs on the path and waited, listening. It sounded like the tramping of a horse's feet, but then ceased. They moved on, and again they heard the tramping. When they paused, it also stopped. Jilin crept nearer to it and saw something standing on the path where it was not quite so dark. It looked like a horse and yet not quite like one, and on it was something queer, not like a man. He heard it snorting. What can it be? Jilin gave a low whistle, and off it dashed from the path into the thicket, and the woods were filled with the noise of crackling, as if a hurricane were sweeping through, breaking the branches. Kostilin was so frightened that he sank to the ground, but Jilin laughed and said, "It's a stag. Don't you hear him breaking the branches with his antlers? We were afraid of him, and he is afraid of us." They went on. The great bear was already setting. It was near morning, and they did not know whether they were going the right way or not. Jilin thought it was the way he had been brought by the Tartars, and that they were still some 7 miles from the Russian fort. But he had nothing certain to go by, and at night one easily mistakes the way. After a time they came to a clearing. Kostilin sat down and said, "Do as you like, I can go no farther. My feet won't carry me." Jilin tried to persuade him. "No, I shall never get there. I can't." Jilin grew angry and spoke roughly to him. "Well then, I shall go on alone. Goodbye." Kostilin jumped up and followed. They went another 3 miles. The mist in the wood had settled down still more densely. They could not see a yard before them, and the stars had grown dim. Suddenly they heard the sound of a horse's hooves in front of them. They heard its shoes strike the stones. Jilin lay down flat and listened with his ear to the ground. "Yes, so it is. A horseman is coming towards us." They ran off the path, crouched among the bushes and waited. Jilin crept to the road, looked, and saw a Tartar on horseback, driving a cow and humming to himself. The Tartar rode past. Jilin returned to Kostilin. "God has led him past us. Get up and let's go on." Kostilin tried to rise but fell back again. "I can't. On my word, I can't. I have no strength left." He was heavy and stout, and had been perspiring freely. Chilled by the mist, and with his feet all bleeding, he had grown quite limp. Jilin tried to lift him, when suddenly Kostilin screamed out, "Oh, how it hurts!" Jilin's heart sank. "What are you shouting for? The Tartar is still near. He'll have heard you." And he thought to himself, "He is really quite done up. What am I to do with him? It won't do to desert a comrade." "Well then, get up and climb up on my back. I'll carry you if you really can't walk." He helped Kostilin up and put his arms under his thighs. Then he went out onto the path, carrying him. "Only for the love of heaven," said Jilin, "don't throttle me with your hands. Hold on to my shoulders." Jilin found his load heavy. His feet too were bleeding, and he was tired out. Now and then he stooped to balance Kostilin better, jerking him up so that he should sit higher, and then went on again. The Tartar must, however, really have heard Kostilin scream. Jilin suddenly heard someone galloping behind and shouting in the Tartar tongue. He darted in among the bushes. The Tartar seized his gun and fired, but did not hit them, shouted in his own language, and galloped off along the road. "Well, now we are lost, friend," said Jilin. "That dog will gather the Tartars together to hunt us down. Unless we can get a couple of miles away from here, we are lost." And he thought to himself, "Why the devil did I saddle myself with this block? I should have got away long ago had I been alone." Go on alone. said Kostilin. "Why should you perish because of me?" "No, I won't go. It won't do to desert a comrade." Again he took Kostilin on his shoulders and staggered on. They went on in that way for another half-mile or more. They were still in the forest and could not see the end of it, but the mist was already dispersing and clouds seemed to be gathering. The stars were no longer to be seen. Jilin was quite done up. They came to a spring walled in with stones by the side of the path. Jilin stopped and set Kostilin down. "Let me have a rest and a drink," said he, "and let us eat some of the cheese. It can't be much farther now." But hardly had he lain down to get a drink when he heard the sound of horses' feet behind him. Again they darted to the right among the bushes and lay down under a steep slope. They heard Tartar voices. The Tartars stopped at the very spot where they had turned off the path. The Tartars talked a bit, and then seemed to be setting a dog on the scent. There was a sound of crackling twigs, and a strange dog appeared from behind the bushes. It stopped and began to bark. Then the Tartars, also strangers, came climbing down, seized Jilin and Kostilin, bound them, put them on horses, and rode away with them. When they had ridden about the 2 miles, they met Abdul, their owner, with 2 other Tartars following him. After talking with the strangers, he put Jilin and Kostilin on 2 of his own horses and took them back to the aoul. Abdul did not laugh now and did not say a word to them. They were back at the aoul by daybreak and were set down in the street. The children came crowding round, throwing stones, shrieking, and beating them with whips. The Tartars gathered together in a circle, and the old man from the foot of the hill was also there. They began discussing, and Jilin heard them considering what should be done with him and Kostilin. Some said they ought to be sent farther into the mountains, but the old man said, "They must be killed." Abdul disputed with him, saying, "I gave money for them, and I must get ransom for them." But the old man said, "They will pay you nothing, but will only bring misfortune. It is a sin to feed Russians. Kill them, and have done with it." They dispersed. When they had gone, the master came up to Jilin and said, "If the money for your ransom is not sent within a fortnight, I will flog you, and if you try to run away again, I'll kill you like a dog. Write a letter, and write properly." Paper was brought to them, and they wrote the letters. Shackles were put on their feet, and they were taken behind the mosque to a deep pit about 12 feet square, into which they were let down. Life was now very hard for them. Their shackles were never taken off, and they were not let out into the fresh air. Unbaked dough was thrown to them as if they were dogs, and water was let down in a can. It was wet and close in the pit, and there was a horrible stench. Kostilin grew quite ill. His body became swollen, and he ached all over, and moaned or slept all the time. Jilin too grew downcast. He saw it was a bad lookout and could think of no way of escape. He tried to make a tunnel, but there was nowhere to put the earth. His master noticed it and threatened to kill him. He was sitting on the floor of the pit one day, thinking of freedom and feeling very downhearted, when suddenly a cake fell into his lap, then another, and then a shower of cherries. He looked up, and there was Dina. She looked at him, laughed, and ran away, and Jilin thought, "Might not Dina help me?" He cleared out a little place in the pit, scraped up some clay, and began modeling toys. He made men, horses, and dogs, thinking, "When Dina comes, I'll throw them up to her." But Dina did not come next day. Jilin heard the tramp of horses. Some men rode past, and the Tartars gathered in council near the mosque. They shouted and argued. The word Russians was repeated several times. He could hear the voice of the old man. Though he could not distinguish what was said, he guessed that Russian troops were somewhere near, and that the Tartars, afraid they might come into the aoul, did not know what to do with their prisoners. After talking a while, they went away. Suddenly, he heard a rustling overhead and saw Dina crouching at the edge of the pit, her knees higher than her head, and bending over so that the coins of her plait dangled above the pit. Her eyes gleamed like stars. She drew 2 cheeses out of her sleeve and threw them to him. Jilin took them and said, "Why did you not come before? I have made some toys for you. Here, catch." And he began throwing the toys up one by one, but she shook her head and would not look at them. "I don't want any," she said. She sat silent for a while and then went on. "Ivan, they want to kill you." And she pointed to her own throat. "Who wants to kill me?" "Father, the old men say he must, but I am sorry for you." Jilin answered, "Well, if you are sorry for me, bring me a long pole." She shook her head as much as to say, "I can't." He clasped his hands and prayed her, "Dina, please do. Dear Dina, I beg of you." "I can't," she said. "They would see me bringing it. They're all at home." And she went away. So when evening came, Jilin still sat looking up now and then, and wondering what would happen. The stars were there, but the moon had not yet risen. The mullah's voice was heard. Then all was silent. Jilin was beginning to doze, thinking, "The girl will be afraid to do it." Suddenly he felt clay falling on his head. He looked up and saw a long pole poking into the opposite wall of the pit. It kept poking about for a time, and then it came down, sliding into the pit. Jilin was glad indeed. He took hold of it and lowered it. It was a strong pole, one that he had seen before on the roof of his master's hut. He looked up. The stars were shining high in the sky, and just above the pit, Dina's eyes gleamed in the dark like a cat's. She stooped with her face close to the edge of the pit and whispered, "Ivan, Ivan," waving her hand in front of her face to show that he should speak low. "What?" said Jilin. "All but 2 have gone away." Then Jilin said, "Well, Kostilin, come. Let us have one last try. I'll help you up." But Kostilin would not hear of it. "No," said he. "It's clear I can't get away from here. How can I go when I have hardly strength to turn round?" "Well, goodbye then. Don't think ill of me." And they kissed each other. Jilin seized the pole, told Dina to hold on, and began to climb. He slipped once or twice. The shackles hindered him. Kostilin helped him, and he managed to get to the top. Dina, with her little hands, pulled with all her might at his shirt, laughing. Jilin drew out the pole and said, "Put it back in its place, Dina, or they'll notice, and you will be beaten." She dragged the pole away, and Jilin went down the hill. When he had gone down the steep incline, he took a sharp stone and tried to wrench the lock off the shackles. But it was a strong lock, and he could not manage to break it. And besides, it was difficult to get at. Then he heard someone running down the hill, springing lightly. He thought, "Surely that's Dina again." Dina came, took a stone, and said, "Let me try." She knelt down and tried to wrench the lock off, but her little hands were as slender as little twigs, and she had not the strength. She threw the stone away and began to cry. Then Jilin set to work again at the lock, and Dina squatted beside him with her hand on his shoulder. Jilin looked round and saw a red light to the left behind the hill. The moon was just rising. "Ah," he thought, "before the moon has risen I must have passed the valley and be in the forest." So he rose and threw away the stone. Shackles or no, he must go on. "Goodbye, Dina dear," he said. "I shall never forget you." Dina seized hold of him and felt about with her hands for a place to put some cheeses she had brought. He took them from her. "Thank you, my little one. Who will make dolls for you when I am gone?" And he stroked her head. Dina burst into tears, hiding her face in her hands. Then she ran up the hill like a young goat, the coins in her plait clinking against her back. Jilin crossed himself, took the lock of his shackles in his hand to prevent its clattering, and went along the road, dragging his shackled leg and looking towards the place where the moon was about to rise. He now knew the way. If he went straight, he would have to walk nearly 6 miles. If only he could reach the wood before the moon had quite risen. He crossed the river. The light behind the hill was growing whiter. Still looking at it, he went along the valley. The moon was not yet visible. The light became brighter, and one side of the valley was growing lighter and lighter, and shadows were drawing in towards the foot of the hill, creeping nearer and nearer to him. Jilin went on, keeping in the shade. He was hurrying, but the moon was moving still faster. The tops of the hills on the right were already lit up. As he got near the wood, the white moon appeared from behind the hills, and it became light as day. One could see all the leaves on the trees. It was light on the hill, but silent, as if nothing were alive. No sound could be heard, but the gurgling of the river below. Jilin reached the wood without meeting anyone, chose a dark spot, and sat down to rest. He rested and ate one of the cheeses. Then he found a stone and set to work again to knock off the shackles. He knocked his hands sore, but could not break the lock. He rose and went along the road. After walking the greater part of a mile, he was quite done up, and his feet were aching. He had to stop every 10 steps. "There's nothing else for it," thought he. "I must drag on as long as I have any strength left. If I sit down, I shan't be able to rise again. I can't reach the fortress, but when day breaks, I'll lie down in the forest, remain there all day, and go on again at night." He went on all night. 2 Tartars on horseback passed him, but he heard them a long way off and hid behind a tree. The moon began to grow paler, the dew to fall. It was getting near dawn, and Jilin had not reached the end of the forest. "Well," thought he, "I'll walk another 30 steps, and then turn in among the trees and sit down." He walked another 30 steps, and saw that he was at the end of the forest. He went to the edge. It was now quite light, and straight before him was the plain and the fortress. To the left, quite close at the foot of the slope, a fire was dying out, and the smoke from it spread round. There were men gathered about the fire. He looked intently and saw guns glistening. They were soldiers, Cossacks. Jilin was filled with joy. He collected his remaining strength and set off down the hill, saying to himself, "God forbid that any mounted Tartar should see me now, in the open field. Near as I am, I could not get there in time." Hardly had he said this when, a couple of 100 yards off, on a hillock to the left, he saw 3 Tartars. They saw him also, and made a rush. His heart sank. He waved his hands and shouted with all his might, "Brothers! Brothers! Help!" The Cossacks heard him, and a party of them on horseback darted to cut across the Tartars' path. The Cossacks were far, and the Tartars were near. But Jilin too made a last effort. Lifting the shackles with his hand, he ran towards the Cossacks, hardly knowing what he was doing, crossing himself and shouting, "Brothers! Brothers! Brothers!" There were some 15 Cossacks. The Tartars were frightened and stopped before reaching him. Jilin staggered up to the Cossacks. They surrounded him and began questioning him. "Who are you? What are you? Where from?" But Jilin was quite beside himself and could only weep and repeat, "Brothers! Brothers!" Then the soldiers came running up and crowded round Jilin, one giving him bread, another buckwheat, a third vodka, one wrapping a cloak round him, another breaking his shackles. The officers recognized him and rode with him to the fortress. The soldiers were glad to see him back, and his comrades, all gathered round him. Jilin told them all that had happened to him. "That's the way I went home and got married," said he. "No, it seems plain that fate was against it." So he went on serving in the Caucasus. A month passed before Kostilin was released, after paying 5,000 rubles ransom. He was almost dead when they brought him back.
Third story, The Bear Hunt. The adventure here narrated is one that happened to Tolstoy himself in 1858. More than 20 years later, he gave up hunting on humanitarian grounds. We were out on a bear hunting expedition. My comrade had shot at a bear, but only gave him a flesh wound. There were traces of blood on the snow, but the bear had got away. We all collected in a group in the forest to decide whether we ought to go after the bear at once, or wait 2 or 3 days till he should settle down again. We asked the peasant bear drivers whether it would be possible to get round the bear that day. "No, it's impossible," said an old bear driver. "You must let the bear quiet down. In 5 days' time, it will be possible to surround him. But if you followed him now, you would only frighten him away and he would not settle down." But a young bear driver began disputing with the old man, saying that it was quite possible to get round the bear now. "On such snow as this," said he won't go far, for he is a fat bear. He will settle down before evening. Or if not, I can overtake him on snowshoes." The comrade I was with was against following up the bear and advised waiting. But I said, "We need not argue. You do as you like, but I will follow up the track with Damien. If we get round the bear, all right. If not, we lose nothing. It is still early, and there is nothing else for us to do today." So it was arranged. The others went back to the sledges and returned to the village. Damien and I took some bread and remained behind in the forest. When they had all left us, Damien and I examined our guns, and after tucking the skirts of our warm coats into our belts, we started off, following the bear's tracks. The weather was fine, frosty and calm, but it was hard work snowshoeing. The snow was deep and soft. It had not caked together at all in the forest, and fresh snow had fallen the day before, so that our snowshoes sank 6 inches deep in the snow and sometimes more. The bear's tracks were visible from a distance, and we could see how he had been going, sometimes sinking in up to his belly and ploughing up the snow as he went. At first, while under large trees, we kept in sight of his track. But when it turned into a thicket of small firs, Damien stopped. "We must leave the trail now," said he. "He has probably settled somewhere here. You can see by the snow that he has been squatting down. Let us leave the track and go round, but we must go quietly. Don't shout or cough, or we shall frighten him away." Leaving the track, therefore, we turned off to the left. But when we had gone about 500 yards, there were the bear's traces again right before us. We followed them, and they brought us out onto the road. There we stopped, examining the road to see which way the bear had gone. Here and there in the snow were prints of the bear's paw, claws and all, and here and there the marks of a peasant's bark shoes. The bear had evidently gone towards the village. As we followed the road, Damien said, "It's no use watching the road now. We shall see where he has turned off, to right or left, by the marks in the soft snow at the side. He must have turned off somewhere, for he won't have gone on to the village." We went along the road for nearly a mile, and then saw, ahead of us, the bear's track turning off the road. We examined it. How strange! It was a bear's track right enough, only not going from the road into the forest, but from the forest on to the road. The toes were pointing towards the road. "This must be another bear," I said. Damien looked at it and considered a while. "No," said he, "it's the same one. He's been playing tricks and walked backwards when he left the road." We followed the track and found it really was so. The bear had gone some 10 steps backwards and then, behind a fir tree, had turned round and gone straight ahead. Damien stopped and said, "Now we are sure to get round him. There is a marsh ahead of us, and he must have settled down there. Let us go round it." We began to make our way round, through a fir thicket. I was tired out by this time, and it had become still more difficult to get along. Now I glided onto juniper bushes and caught my snowshoes in them. Now a tiny fir tree appeared between my feet, or, from want of practice, my snowshoes slipped off, and now I came upon a stump or a log hidden by the snow. I was getting very tired and was drenched with perspiration, and I took off my fur cloak. And there was Damien all the time, gliding along as if in a boat, his snowshoes moving as if of their own accord, never catching against anything, nor slipping off. He even took my fur and slung it over his shoulder, and still kept urging me on. We went on for 2 more miles, and came out on the other side of the marsh. I was lagging behind. My snowshoes kept slipping off, and my feet stumbled. Suddenly Damien, who was ahead of me, stopped and waved his arm. When I came up to him, he bent down, pointing with his hand, and whispered, "Do you see the magpie chattering above that undergrowth? It sensed the bear from afar. That is where he must be." We turned off and went on for more than another half-mile, and presently we came on to the old track again. We had therefore been right round the bear, who was now within the track we had left. We stopped, and I took off my cap and loosened all my clothes. I was as hot as in a steam bath, and as wet as a drowned rat. Damien, too, was flushed and wiped his face with his sleeve. "Well, sir," he said, "we have done our job, and now we must have a rest." The evening glow already showed red through the forest. We took off our snowshoes and sat down on them, and got some bread and salt out of our bags. First I ate some snow and then some bread, and the bread tasted so good that I thought I had never in my life had any like it before. We sat there resting until it began to grow dusk, and then I asked Damien if it was far to the village. "Yes," he said, "it must be about 8 miles. We will go on there tonight, but now we must rest. Put on your fur coat, sir, or you'll be catching cold." Damien flattened down the snow, and breaking off some fir branches made a bed of them. We lay down side by side, resting our heads on our arms. I do not remember how I fell asleep. 2 hours later I woke up hearing something crack. I had slept so soundly that I did not know where I was. I looked around me. How wonderful! I was in some sort of a hall, all glittering and white with gleaming pillars. And when I looked up I saw, through delicate white tracery, a vault, raven black and studded with coloured lights. After a good look, I remembered that we were in the forest, and that what I took for a hall and pillars were trees covered with snow and hoarfrost, and the coloured lights were stars twinkling between the branches. Hoarfrost had settled in the night. All the twigs were thick with it. Damien was covered with it. It was on my fur coat, and it dropped down from the trees. I woke Damien, and we put on our snowshoes and started. It was very quiet in the forest. No sound was heard but that of our snowshoes pushing through the soft snow, except when now and then a tree, cracked by the frost, made the forest resound. Only once we heard the sound of a living creature. Something rustled close to us, and then rushed away. I felt sure it was the bear, but when we went to the spot whence the sound had come, we found the footmarks of hares, and saw several young aspen trees with their bark gnawed. We had startled some hares while they were feeding. We came out on the road and followed it, dragging our snowshoes behind us. It was easy walking now. Our snowshoes clattered as they slid behind us from side to side of the hard-trodden road. The snow creaked under our boots, and the cold hoarfrost settled on our faces like down. Seen through the branches, the stars seemed to be running to meet us, now twinkling, now vanishing, as if the whole sky were on the move. I found my comrade sleeping, but woke him up, and related how we had got round the bear. After telling our peasant host to collect beeters for the morning, we had supper and lay down to sleep. I was so tired that I could have slept on till midday if my comrade had not roused me. I jumped up and saw that he was already dressed and busy doing something to his gun. "Where is Damien?" said I. "In the forest, long ago. He has already been over the tracks you made and been back here, and now he has gone to look after the beaters." I washed and dressed and loaded my guns, and then we got into a sledge and started. The sharp frost still continued. It was quiet, and the sun could not be seen. There was a thick mist above us, and hoar frost still covered everything. After driving about 2 miles along the road, as we came near the forest, we saw a cloud of smoke rising from a hollow, and presently reached a group of peasants, both men and women, armed with cudgels. We got out and went up to them. The men sat roasting potatoes and laughing and talking with the women. Damien was there too, and when we arrived, the people got up, and Damien led them away to place them in the circle we had made the day before. They went along in single file, men and women, 30 in all. The snow was so deep that we could only see them from their waists upwards. They turned into the forest, and my friend and I followed in their track. Though they had trodden a path, walking was difficult, but, on the other hand, it was impossible to fall. It was like walking between 2 walls of snow. We went on in this way for nearly half a mile, when all at once we saw Damien coming from another direction, running towards us on his snowshoes and beckoning us to join him. We went towards him, and he showed us where to stand. I took my place and looked round me. To my left were tall fir trees, between the trunks of which I could see a good way, and, like a black patch just visible behind the trees, I could see a beater. In front of me was a thicket of young firs, about as high as a man, their branches weighed down and stuck together with snow. Through this copse ran a path thickly covered with snow and leading straight up to where I stood. The thicket stretched away to the right of me and ended in a small glade, where I could see Damien placing my comrade. I examined both my guns and considered where I had better stand. 3 steps behind me was a tall fir. That's where I'll stand, thought I, and then I can lean my second gun against the tree. And I moved towards the tree, sinking up to my knees in the snow at each step. I trod the snow down and made a clearance about a yard square to stand on. One gun I kept in my hand, the other, ready cocked, I placed leaning up against the tree. Then I unsheathed and replaced my dagger to make sure that I could draw it easily in case of need. Just as I had finished these preparations, I heard Damien shouting in the forest, "He's up! He's up!" And as soon as Damien shouted, the peasants round the circle all replied in their different voices, "Up, up, up!" "Uguhu!" shouted the men. "Aye!" screamed the women in high-pitched tones. The bear was inside the circle, and as Damien drove him on, the people all round kept shouting. Only my friend and I stood silent and motionless, waiting for the bear to come towards us. As I stood gazing and listening, my heart beat violently. I trembled, holding my gun fast. Now, I thought, he will come suddenly. I shall aim, fire, and he will drop. Suddenly to my left, but at a distance, I heard something falling on the snow. I looked between the tall fir trees, and some 50 paces off behind the trunks saw something big and black. I took aim and waited, thinking, won't he come any nearer? As I waited, I saw him move his ears, turn and go back, and then I caught a glimpse of the whole of him in profile. He was an immense brute. In my excitement, I fired and heard my bullet go flop against a tree. Peering through the smoke, I saw my bear scampering back into the circle and disappearing among the trees. Well, thought I, my chance is lost. He won't come back to me. Either my comrade will shoot him, or he will escape through the line of beaters. In any case, he won't give me another chance. I reloaded my gun, however, and again stood listening. The peasants were shouting all round, but to the right, not far from where my comrade stood, I heard a woman screaming in a frenzied voice. "Here he is! Here he is! Come here! Come here! Oh! I!" Evidently she could see the bear. I had given up expecting him and was looking to the right at my comrade. All at once I saw Damien with a stick in his hand and without his snowshoes, running along a footpath towards my friend. He crouched down beside him, pointing his stick as if aiming at something, and then I saw my friend raise his gun and aim in the same direction. Crack! He fired. There, thought I, he has killed him. But I saw that my comrade did not run towards the bear. Evidently he had missed him, or the shot had not taken full effect. The bear will get away, I thought. He will go back, but he won't come a second time towards me. But what is that? Something was coming towards me like a whirlwind, snorting as it came, and I saw the snow flying up quite near me. I glanced straight before me, and there was the bear, rushing along the path through the thicket right at me, evidently beside himself with fear. He was hardly half a dozen paces off, and I could see the whole of him, his black chest and enormous head with a reddish patch. There he was, blundering straight at me and scattering the snow about as he came. I could see by his eyes that he did not see me, but mad with fear, was rushing blindly along, and his path led him straight at the tree under which I was standing. I raised my gun and fired. He was almost upon me now, and I saw that I had missed. My bullet had gone past him, and he did not even hear me fire, but still came headlong towards me. I lowered my gun and fired again, almost touching his head. Crack! I had hit but not killed him. He raised his head, and laying his ears back, came at me, showing his teeth. I snatched at my other gun, but almost before I had touched it, he had down at me and, knocking me over into the snow, had passed right over me. Thank goodness, he has left me, thought I. I tried to rise, but something pressed me down and prevented my getting up. The bear's rush had carried him past me, but he had turned back and had fallen on me with the whole weight of his body. I felt something heavy weighing me down and something warm above my face, and I realized that he was drawing my whole face into his mouth. My nose was already in it, and I felt the heat of it and smelt his blood. He was pressing my shoulders down with his paws so that I could not move. All I could do was to draw my head down towards my chest, away from his mouth, trying to free my nose and eyes while he tried to get his teeth into them. Then I felt that he had seized my forehead just under the hair with the teeth of his lower jaw, and the flesh below my eyes with his upper jaw, and was closing his teeth. It was as if my face were being cut with knives. I struggled to get away, while he made haste to close his jaws like a dog gnawing. I managed to twist my face away, but he began drawing it again into his mouth. Now, thought I, my end has come. Then I felt the weight lifted, and looking up, I saw that he was no longer there. He had jumped off me and run away. When my comrade and Damien had seen the bear knock me down and begin worrying me, they rushed to the rescue. My comrade, in his haste, blundered, and instead of following the trodden path, ran into the deep snow and fell down. While he was struggling out of the snow, the bear was gnawing at me. But Damien, just as he was, without a gun and with only a stick in his hand, rushed along the path shouting, "He's eating the master! He's eating the master!" And as he ran, he called to the bear, "Oh, you idiot! What are you doing? Leave off! Leave off!" The bear obeyed him, and leaving me ran away. When I rose, there was as much blood on the snow as if a sheep had been killed, and the flesh hung in rags above my eyes, though in my excitement I felt no pain. My comrade had come up by this time, and the other people collected round. They looked at my wound and put snow on it. But I, forgetting about my wounds, only asked, "Where's the bear? Which way has he gone?" Suddenly I heard, "Here he is! Here he is!" And we saw the bear again running at us. We seized our guns, but before anyone had time to fire, he had run past. He had grown ferocious and wanted to gnaw me again, but seeing so many people, he took fright. We saw by his track that his head was bleeding, and we wanted to follow him up. But as my wounds had become very painful, we went instead to the town to find a doctor. The doctor stitched up my wounds with silk, and they soon began to heal. A month later, we went to hunt that bear again, but I did not get a chance of finishing him. He would not come out of the circle, but went round and round, growling in a terrible voice. Damien killed him. The bear's lower jaw had been broken, and one of his teeth knocked out by my bullet. He was a huge creature and had splendid black fur. I had him stuffed, and he now lies in my room. The wounds on my forehead healed up so that the scars can scarcely be seen.
Part 2. Popular Stories. Fourth story. What Men Live By. We know that we have passed out of death into life because we love the brethren. He that loveth not abideth in death. First Epistle Saint John chapter 3. Verse 14, Whoso hath the world's goods, and beholdeth his brother in need, and shutteth up his compassion from him, how doth the love of God abide in him? My little children, let us not love in word, neither with the tongue, but in deed and truth. Chapter 3, verses 17 through 18. Love is of God, and every one that loveth is begotten of God, and knoweth God. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. Chapter 4, verses 7 through 8. No man hath beheld God at any time. If we love one another, God abideth in us. Chapter 4, 12. God is love, and he that abideth in love abideth in God, and God abideth in him. Chapter 16. If a man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he hath not seen? Chapter 20. A shoemaker named Simon, who had neither house nor land of his own, lived with his wife and children in a peasant's hut, and earned his living by his work. Work was cheap, but bread was dear, and what he earned he spent for food. The man and his wife had but one sheepskin coat between them for winter wear, and even that was worn to tatters, and this was the second year he had been wanting to buy sheepskins for a new coat. Before winter, Simon saved up a little money. A 3-ruble note lay hidden in his wife's box, and 5 rubles and 20 kopecks were owed him by customers in the village. So one morning he prepared to go to the village to buy the sheepskins. He put on over his shirt his wife's wadded nankeen jacket, and over that he put his own cloth coat. He took the 3-ruble note in his pocket, cut himself a stick to serve as a staff, and started off after breakfast. I'll collect the 5 rubles that are due to me, thought he. Add the 3 I have got, and that will be enough to buy sheepskins for the winter coat. He came to the village and called at a peasant's hut. But the man was not at home. The peasant's wife promised that the money should be paid next week, but she would not pay it herself. Then Simon called on another peasant, but this one swore he had no money, and would only pay 20 kopecks which he owed for a pair of boots Simon had mended. Simon then tried to buy the sheepskins on credit, but the debtor would not trust him. Bring your money, said he. Then you may have your pick of the skins. We know what debt collecting is like. So all the business the shoemaker did was to get the 20 kopecks for boots he had mended, and to take a pair of felt boots a peasant gave him to sole with leather. Simon felt downhearted. He spent the 20 kopecks on vodka, and started homewards without having bought any skins. In the morning he had felt the frost, but now, after drinking the vodka, he felt warm even without a sheepskin coat. He trudged along, striking his stick on the frozen earth with one hand, swinging the felt boots with the other, and talking to himself. I'm quite warm, said he, though I have no sheepskin coat. I've had a drop, and it runs through all my veins. I need no sheepskins. I go along and don't worry about anything. That's the sort of man I am. What do I care? I can live without sheepskins. I don't need them. My wife will fret, to be sure. And true enough, it's a shame. One works all day long and then does not get paid. Stop a bit. If you don't bring that money along, sure enough, I'll skin you, blessed if I don't. How's that? He pays 20 kopecks at a time. What can I do with 20 kopecks? Drink it. That's all one can do. Hard up. He says he is. So he may be. But what about me? You have house and cattle and everything. I've only what I stand up in. You have corn of your own growing. I have to buy every grain. Do what I will, I must spend 3 rubles every week for bread alone. I come home and find the bread all used up, and I have to fork out another 1.5 rubles. So just you pay up what you owe, and no nonsense about it. By this time he had nearly reached the shrine at the bend of the road. Looking up, he saw something whitish behind the shrine. The daylight was fading, and the shoemaker peered at the thing without being able to make out what it was. There was no white stone here before. Can it be an ox? It's not like an ox. It has a head like a man, but it's too white. And what could a man be doing there? He came closer, so that it was clearly visible. To his surprise, it really was a man, alive or dead, sitting naked, leaning motionless against the shrine. Terror seized the shoemaker, and he thought, "Someone has killed him, stripped him, and left him here. If I meddle, I shall surely get into trouble." So the shoemaker went on. He passed in front of the shrine so that he could not see the man. When he had gone some way, he looked back and saw that the man was no longer leaning against the shrine, but was moving as if looking towards him. The shoemaker felt more frightened than before, and thought, "Shall I go back to him, or shall I go on? If I go near him, something dreadful may happen. Who knows who the fellow is? He has not come here for any good. If I go near him, he may jump up and throttle me, and there will be no getting away. Or if not, he'd still be a burden on one's hands. What could I do with a naked man? I couldn't give him my last clothes. Heaven only help me to get away." So the shoemaker hurried on, leaving the shrine behind him, when suddenly his conscience smote him, and he stopped in the road. "What are you doing, Simon?" said he to himself. "The man may be dying of want, and you slip past afraid. Have you grown so rich as to be afraid of robbers? Ah, Simon, shame on you!" So he turned back and went up to the man. Simon approached the stranger, looked at him, and saw that he was a young man, fit, with no bruises on his body, only evidently freezing and frightened, and he sat there leaning back without looking up at Simon, as if too faint to lift his eyes. Simon went close to him, and then the man seemed to wake up. Turning his head, he opened his eyes and looked into Simon's face. That one look was enough to make Simon fond of the man. He threw the felt boots on the ground, undid his sash, laid it on the boots, and took off his cloth coat. "It's not a time for talking," said he. "Come, put this coat on at once." And Simon took the man by the elbows and helped him to rise. As he stood there, Simon saw that his body was clean and in good condition, his hands and feet shapely, and his face good and kind. He threw his coat over the man's shoulders, but the latter could not find the sleeves. Simon guided his arms into them, and drawing the coat well on, trapped it closely about him, tying the sash round the man's waist. Simon even took off his torn cap to put it on the man's head, but then his own head felt cold, and he thought, "I'm quite bald, while he has long curly hair." So he put his cap on his own head again. "It will be better to give him something for his feet," thought he, and he made the man sit down and helped him to put on the felt boots, saying, "There, friend, now move about and warm yourself. Other matters can be settled later on. Can you walk?" The man stood up and looked kindly at Simon, but could not say a word. "Why don't you speak?" said Simon. "It's too cold to stay here. We must be getting home. There now, take my stick, and if you're feeling weak, lean on that. Now step out." The man started walking and moved easily, not lagging behind. As they went along, Simon asked him, "And where do you belong to?" "I'm not from these parts. I thought as much. I know the folks hereabouts. But how did you come to be there by the shrine? I cannot tell. Has someone been ill-treating you?" "No one has ill-treated me. God has punished me. Of course God rules all. Still, you'll have to find food and shelter somewhere. Where do you want to go to?" "It is all the same to me." Simon was amazed. The man did not look like a rogue, and he spoke gently, but yet he gave no account of himself. Still, Simon thought, who knows what may have happened? And he said to the stranger, "Well then, come home with me, and at least warm yourself a while." So Simon walked towards his home, and the stranger kept up with him, walking at his side. The wind had risen, and Simon felt it cold under his shirt. He was getting over his tipsiness by now, and began to feel the frost. He went along, sniffling and wrapping his wife's coat round him, and he thought to himself, "There now, talk about sheepskins. I went out for sheepskins and come home without even a coat to my back, and what is more, I'm bringing a naked man along with me. Matryona won't be pleased." And when he thought of his wife, he felt sad. but when he looked at the stranger and remembered how he had looked up at him at the shrine, his heart was glad. Simon's wife had everything ready early that day. She had cut wood, brought water, fed the children, eaten her own meal, and now she sat thinking. She wondered when she ought to make bread, now or tomorrow. There was still a large piece left. If Simon has had some dinner in town, thought she, and does not eat much for supper, the bread will last out another day. She weighed the piece of bread in her hand again and again and thought, I won't make any more today. We have only enough flour left to bake one batch. We can manage to make this last out till Friday. So Matryona put away the bread and sat down at the table to patch her husband's shirt. While she worked, she thought how her husband was buying skins for a winter coat. If only the dealer does not cheat him. My good man is much too simple. He cheats nobody, but any child can take him in. 8 rubles is a lot of money. He should get a good coat at that price. Not tanned skins, but still a proper winter coat. How difficult it was last winter to get on without a warm coat. I could neither get down to the river, nor go out anywhere. When he went out, he put on all we had, and there was nothing left for me. He did not start very early today, but still it's time he was back. I only hope he has not gone on the spree. Hardly had Matryona thought this, when steps were heard on the threshold, and someone entered. Matryona stuck her needle into her work and went out into the passage. There she saw 2 men, Simon, and with him a man without a hat and wearing felt boots. Matryona noticed at once that her husband smelt of spirits. There now, he has been drinking, thought she. And when she saw that he was coatless, had only her jacket on, brought no parcel, stood there silent and seemed ashamed, her heart was ready to break with disappointment. He has drunk the money, thought she, and has been on the spree with some good-for-nothing fellow whom he has brought home with him. Matryona let them pass into the hut, followed them in, and saw that the stranger was a young, slight man, wearing her husband's coat. There was no shirt to be seen under it, and he had no hat. Having entered, he stood neither moving nor raising his eyes, and Matryona thought, he must be a bad man. He's afraid. Matryona frowned and stood beside the oven looking to see what they would do. Simon took off his cap and sat down on the bench as if things were all right. Come, Matryona, if supper is ready, let us have some. Matryona muttered something to herself and did not move, but stayed where she was, by the oven. She looked first at the one and then at the other of them, and only shook her head. Simon saw that his wife was annoyed, but tried to pass it off. Pretending not to notice anything, he took the stranger by the arm. "Sit down, friend," said he, "and let us have some supper." The stranger sat down on the bench. "Haven't you cooked anything for us?" said Simon. Matryona's anger boiled over. "I've cooked, but not for you. It seems to me you have drunk your wits away. You went to buy a sheepskin coat, but come home without so much as the coat you had on, and bring a naked vagabond home with you. I have no supper for drunkards like you. That's enough, Matryona. Don't wag your tongue without reason. You had better ask what sort of man. And you tell me what you've done with the money?" Simon found the pocket of the jacket, drew out the 3-ruble note, and unfolded it. "Here is the money. Trifonov did not pay, but promises to pay soon." Matryona got still more angry. He had bought no sheepskins, but had put his only coat on some naked fellow, and had even brought him to their house. She snatched up the note from the table, took it to put away in safety, and said, "I have no supper for you. We can't feed all the naked drunkards in the world." "There now, Matryona, hold your tongue a bit. First, hear what a man has to say. Much wisdom I shall hear from a drunken fool. I was right in not wanting to marry you, a drunkard. The linen my mother gave me you drank, and now you've been to buy a coat, and have drunk it too." Simon tried to explain to his wife that he had only spent 20 kopecks, tried to tell how he had found the man, but Matryona would not let him get a word in. She talked 19 to the dozen and dragged in things that had happened 10 years before. Matryona talked, and at last she flew at Simon and seized him by the sleeve. "Give me my jacket. It is the only one I have, and you must needs take it from me and wear it yourself. Give it here, you mangy dog, and may the devil take you." Simon began to pull off the jacket, and turned a sleeve of it inside out. Matryona seized the jacket, and it burst its seams. She snatched it up, threw it over her head, and went to the door. She meant to go out, but stopped undecided. She wanted to work off her anger, but she also wanted to learn what sort of a man the stranger was. Matryona stopped and said, "If he were a good man, he would not be naked. Why, he hasn't even a shirt on him. If he were all right, you would say where you came across the fellow." "That's just what I am trying to tell you," said Simon. "As I came to the shrine, I saw him sitting all naked and frozen. It isn't quite the weather to sit about naked. God sent me to him, or he would have perished. What was I to do? How do we know what may have happened to him? So I took him, clothed him, and brought him along. Don't be so angry, Matryona. It is a sin. Remember, we all must die one day." Angry words rose to Matryona's lips, but she looked at the stranger and was silent. He sat on the edge of the bench, motionless, his hands folded on his knees, his head drooping on his breast, his eyes closed, and his brows knit as if in pain. Matryona was silent, and Simon said, "Matryona, have you no love of God?" Matryona heard these words, and as she looked at the stranger, suddenly her heart softened towards him. She came back from the door, and going to the oven she got out the supper. Setting a cup on the table, she poured out some kvass. Then she brought out the last piece of bread, and set out a knife and spoons. "Eat if you want to," said she. Simon drew the stranger to the table. "Take your place, young man," said he. Simon cut the bread, crumbled it into the broth, and they began to eat. Matryona sat at the corner of the table, resting her head on her hand and looking at the stranger. And Matryona was touched with pity for the stranger, and began to feel fond of him. And at once the stranger's face lit up. His brows were no longer bent. He raised his eyes and smiled at Matryona. When they had finished supper, the woman cleared away the things and began questioning the stranger. "Where are you from?" said she. "I am not from these parts." "But how did you come to be on the road?" "I may not tell." "Did someone rob you? God punished me? And you were lying there naked?" "Yes, naked and freezing. Simon saw me and had pity on me. He took off his coat, put it on me, and brought me here. And you have fed me, given me drink, and shown pity on me. God will reward you." Matryona rose, took from the window Simon's old shirt she had been patching, and gave it to the stranger. She also brought out a pair of trousers for him. "There," said she, "I see you have no shirt. Put this on and lie down where you please, in the loft or on the oven." The stranger took off the coat, put on the shirt, and lay down in the loft. Matryona put out the candle, took the coat, and climbed to where her husband lay. Matryona drew the skirts of the coat over her and lay down, but could not sleep. She could not get the stranger out of her mind. When she remembered that he had eaten their last piece of bread and that there was none for tomorrow, and thought of the shirt and trousers she had given away, she felt grieved. But when she remembered how he had smiled, her heart was glad. Long did Matryona lie awake, and she noticed that Simon also was awake. He drew the coat towards him. "Simon! Well, you have had the last of the bread, and I have not put any to rise. I don't know what we shall do tomorrow. Perhaps I can borrow some of neighbor Martha. If we're alive, we shall find something to eat." The woman lay still a while, and then said, "He seems a good man, but why does he not tell us who he is? I suppose he has his reasons?" "Simon? Well, we give, but why does nobody give us anything?" Simon did not know what to say, so he only said, "Let us stop talking," and turned over and went to sleep. In the morning Simon awoke. The children were still asleep. His wife had gone to the neighbors to borrow some bread. The stranger alone was sitting on the bench, dressed in the old shirt and trousers, and looking upwards. His face was brighter than it had been the day before. Simon said to him, "Well, friend, the belly wants bread and the naked body clothes. One has to work for a living. What work do you know?" "I do not know any." This surprised Simon, But he said, "Men who want to learn can learn anything. Men work, and I will work also. What is your name?" "Michael." "Well, Michael, if you don't wish to talk about yourself, that is your own affair, but you'll have to earn a living for yourself. If you will work as I tell you, I will give you food and shelter. May God reward you. I will learn. Show me what to do." Simon took yarn, put it round his thumb, and began to twist it. "It is easy enough. See?" Michael watched him, put some yarn round his own thumb in the same way, caught the knack, and twisted the yarn also. Then Simon showed him how to wax the thread. This also Michael mastered. Next Simon showed him how to twist the bristle in, and how to sew, and this, too, Michael learned at once. Whatever Simon showed him, he understood at once, and after 3 days he worked as if he had sewn boots all his life. He worked without stopping, and ate little. When work was over, he sat silently, looking upwards. He hardly went into the street, spoke only when necessary, and neither joked nor laughed. They never saw him smile, except that first evening when Matryona gave them supper. Day by day and week by week the year went round. Michael lived and worked with Simon. His fame spread till people said that no one sewed boots so neatly and strongly as Simon's workman, Michael. And from all the district round people came to Simon for their boots, and he began to be well off. One winter day, as Simon and Michael sat working a carriage on sledge runners with 3 horses and with bells, drove up to the hut. They looked out of the window. The carriage stopped at their door. A fine servant jumped down from the box and opened the door. A gentleman in a fur coat got out and walked up to Simon's hut. Up jumped Matryona and opened the door wide. The gentleman stooped to enter the hut, and when he drew himself up again his head nearly reached the ceiling, and he seemed quite to fill his end of the room. Simon rose, bowed, and looked at the gentleman with astonishment. He had never seen anyone like him. Simon himself was lean, Michael was thin, and Matryona was dry as a bone, but this man was like someone from another world. Red-faced, burly, with a neck like a bull's, and looking altogether as if he were cast in iron. The gentleman puffed, threw off his fur coat, sat down on the bench, and said, "Which of you is the master bootmaker?" "I am, your Excellency," said Simon, coming forward. Then the gentleman shouted to his lad, "Hey, Fedka, bring the leather." The servant ran in bringing a parcel. The gentleman took the parcel and put it on the table. "Untie it," said he. The lad untied it. The gentleman pointed to the leather. "Look here, shoemaker," said he. "Do you see this leather?" "Yes, your honor." "But do you know what sort of leather it is?" Simon felt the leather and said, "It is good leather." "Good, indeed. Why, you fool, you never saw such leather before in your life. It's German and costs 20 rubles. Simon was frightened and said, "Where should I ever see leather like that?" "Just so. Now, can you make it into boots for me?" "Yes, your Excellency, I can." Then the gentleman shouted at him, "You can you? Well, remember whom you are to make them for, and what the leather is. You must make me boots that will wear for a year, neither losing shape nor coming unsewn. If you can do it, take the leather and cut it up, but if you can't, say so. I warn you now, if your boots come unsewn or lose shape within a year, I will have you put in prison. If they don't burst or lose shape for a year, I will pay you 10 rubles for your work." Simon was frightened, and did not know what to say. He glanced at Michael, and nudging him with his elbow, whispered, "Shall I take the work?" Michael nodded his head as if to say, "Yes, take it." Simon did as Michael advised, and undertook to make boots that would not lose shape or split for a whole year. Calling his servant, the gentleman told him to pull the boot off his left leg, which he stretched out. "Take my measure," said he. Simon stitched a paper measure 17 inches long, smoothed it out, knelt down, wiped his hands well on his apron so as not to soil the gentleman's sock, and began to measure. He measured the sole, and round the instep, and began to measure the calf of the leg, but the paper was too short. The calf of the leg was as thick as a beam. "Mind you don't make it too tight in the leg." Simon stitched on another strip of paper. The gentleman twitched his toes about in his sock, looking round at those in the hut, and as he did so he noticed Michael. "Whom have you there?" asked he. "That is my workman. He will sew the boots." "Mind," said the gentleman to Michael, "remember to make them so that they will last me a year." Simon also looked at Michael, and saw that Michael was not looking at the gentleman, but was gazing into the corner behind the gentleman as if he saw someone there. Michael looked, and suddenly he smiled, and his face became brighter. "What are you grinning at, you fool?" thundered the gentleman. "You had better look to it that the boots are ready in time." "They shall be ready in good time," said Michael. "Mind it is so," said the gentleman, and he put on his boots and his fur coat, wrapped the latter round him, and went to the door. But he forgot to stoop and struck his head against the lintel. He swore and rubbed his head. Then he took his seat in the carriage and drove away. When he had gone, Simon said, "There's a figure of a man for you. You could not kill him with a mallet. He almost knocked out the lintel, but little harm it did him." And Matryona said, "Living as he does, how should he not grow strong? Death itself can't touch such a rock as that." Then Simon said to Michael, "Well, we have taken the work, but we must see we don't get into trouble over it. The leather is dear, and the gentleman hot-tempered. We must make no mistakes. Come, your eye is truer, and your hands have become nimbler than mine, so you take this measure and cut out the boots. I will finish off the sewing of the vamps." Michael did as he was told. He took the leather, spread it out on the table, folded it in two, took a knife and began to cut out. Matryona came and watched him cutting, and was surprised to see how he was doing it. Matryona was accustomed to seeing boots made, and she looked and saw that Michael was not cutting the leather for boots, but was cutting it round. She wished to say something, but she thought to herself, "Perhaps I do not understand how gentlemen's boots should be made. I suppose Michael knows more about it, and I won't interfere." When Michael had cut up the leather, he took a thread and began to sew, not with two ends, as boots are sewn, but with a single end, as for soft slippers. Again Matryona wondered, but again she did not interfere. Michael sewed on steadily till noon. Then Simon rose for dinner, looked around, and saw that Michael had made slippers out of the gentleman's leather. "Ah," groaned Simon, and he thought, "How is it that Michael, who has been with me a whole year and never made a mistake before, should do such a dreadful thing?" The gentleman ordered high boots, welted with whole fronts, and Michael has made soft slippers with single soles, and has wasted the leather. What am I to say to the gentleman? I can never replace leather such as this. And he said to Michael, "What are you doing, friend? You have ruined me. You know the gentleman ordered high booth, but see what you have made." Hardly had he begun to rebuke Michael when, rat-tat, went the iron ring that hung at the door. Someone was knocking. They looked out of the window. A man had come on horseback and was fastening his horse. They opened the door, and the servant who had been with the gentleman came in. "Good day," said he. "Good day," replied Simon. "What can we do for you?" "My mistress has sent me about the boots." "What about the boots?" "Why, my master no longer needs them. He is dead." "Is it possible?" "He did not live to get home after leaving you, but died in the carriage. When we reached home and the servants came to help him alight, he rolled over like a sack. He was dead already, and so stiff that he could hardly be got out of the carriage. My mistress sent me here, saying, 'Tell the bootmaker that the gentleman who ordered boots of him and left the leather for them no longer needs the boots, but that he must quickly make soft slippers for the corpse. Wait till they are ready and bring them back with you. That is why I have come.'" Michael gathered up the remnants of the leather, rolled them up, took the soft slippers he had made, slapped them together, wiped them down with his apron, and handed them and the roll of leather to the servant, who took them and said, "Good-bye, masters, and good day to you." Another year passed, and another, and Michael was now living his 6th year with Simon. He lived as before. He went nowhere, only spoke when necessary, and had only smiled twice in all those years, once when Matryona gave him food, and a second time when the gentleman was in their hut. Simon was more than pleased with his workman. He never now asked him where he came from, and only feared lest Michael should go away. They were all at home one day. Matryona was putting iron pots in the oven. The children were running along the benches and looking out of the window. Simon was sewing at one window, and Michael was fastening on a heel at the other. One of the boys ran along the bench to Michael, leant on his shoulder, and looked out of the window. "Look, Uncle Michael, there is a lady with little girls. She seems to be coming here, and one of the girls is lame." When the boy said that, Michael dropped his work, turned to the window, and looked out into the street. Simon was surprised. Michael never used to look out into the street, but now he pressed against the window, staring at something. Simon also looked out and saw that a well-dressed woman was really coming to his hut, leading by the hand two little girls in fur coats and woolen shawls. The girls could hardly be told one from the other, except that one of them was crippled in her left leg and walked with a limp. The woman stepped into the porch and entered the passage. Feeling about for the entrance, she found the latch, which she lifted and opened the door. She let the two girls go in first and followed them into the hut. "Good day, good folk." "Pray come in," said Simon. "What can we do for you?" The woman sat down by the table. The two little girls pressed close to her knees, afraid of the people in the hut. "I want leather shoes made for these two little girls, for spring." "We can do that. We never have made such small shoes, but we can make them. Either welted or turnover shoes, linen lined. My man, Michael, is a master at the work." Simon glanced at Michael and saw that he had left his work and was sitting with his eyes fixed on the little girls. Simon was surprised. It was true the girls were pretty, with black eyes, plump and rosy-cheeked, and they wore nice kerchiefs and fur coats, but still Simon could not understand why Michael should look at them like that, just as if he had known them before. He was puzzled, but went on talking with the woman and arranging the price. Having fixed it, he prepared the measure. The woman lifted the lame girl onto her lap and said, "Take 2 measures from this little girl. Make 1 shoe for the lame foot and 3 for the sound one. They both have the same sized feet. They are twins." Simon took the measure and, speaking of the lame girl, said, "How did it happen to her? She is such a pretty girl. Was she born so?" "No, her mother crushed her leg." Then Matryona joined in. She wondered who this woman was and whose the children were. So she said, "Are not you their mother, then?" "No, my good woman. I am neither their mother, nor any relation to them. They were quite strangers to me, but I adopted them. They are not your children, and yet you are so fond of them. How can I help being fond of them? I fed them both at my own breasts. I had a child of my own, but God took him. I was not so fond of him as I now am of them. Then whose children are they?" The woman, having begun talking, told them the whole story. "It is about 6 years since their parents died, both in 1 week. Their father was buried on the Tuesday, and their mother died on the Friday. These orphans were born 3 days after their father's death, and their mother did not live another day. My husband and I were then living as peasants in the village. We were neighbors of theirs, our yard being next to theirs. Their father was a lonely man, a woodcutter in the forest. When felling trees one day, they let one fall on him. It fell across his body and crushed his bowels out. They hardly got him home before his soul went to God. And that same week his wife gave birth to twins, these little girls. She was poor and alone. She had no one, young or old, with her. Alone she gave them birth, and alone she met her death. The next morning I went to see her, but when I entered the hut she, poor thing, was already stark and cold. In dying she had rolled onto this child and crushed her leg. The village folk came to the hut, washed the body, laid her out, made a coffin, and buried her. They were good folk. The babies were left alone. What was to be done with them? I was the only woman there who had a baby at the time. I was nursing my firstborn, 8 weeks old, so I took them for a time. The peasants came together and thought what to do with them, and at last they said to me, "For the present, Mary, you had better keep the girls, and later on we will arrange what to do for them." So I nursed the sound one at my breast, but at first I did not feed this crippled one. I did not suppose she would live. But then I thought to myself, why should the poor innocent suffer? I pitied her and began to feed her. And so I fed my own boy, and these two, the 3 of them, at my own breast, I was young and strong and had good food, and God gave me so much milk that at times it even overflowed. I used sometimes to feed 2 at a time, while the third was waiting. When one had had enough, I nursed the third. And God so ordered it that these grew up, while my own was buried before he was 2 years old, and I had no more children, though we prospered. Now my husband is working for the corn merchant at the mill. The pay is good, and we are well off, but I have no children of my own, and how lonely I should be without these little girls. How can I help loving them? They are the joy of my life." She pressed the lame little girl to her with one hand, while with the other she wiped the tears from her cheeks. And Matryona sighed and said, "The proverb is true that says, 'One may live without father or mother, but one cannot live without God.'" So they talked together, when suddenly the whole hut was lighted up as though by summer lightning from the corner where Michael sat. They all looked towards him and saw him sitting, his hands folded on his knees, gazing upwards and smiling. The woman went away with the girls. Michael rose from the bench, put down his work, and took off his apron. Then, bowing low to Simon and his wife, he said, "Farewell, masters, God has forgiven me. I ask your forgiveness, too, for anything done amiss." And they saw that a light shone from Michael. And Simon rose, bowed down to Michael, and said, "I see, Michael, that you are no common man, and I can neither keep you nor question you. Only tell me this. How is it that when I found you and brought you home, you were gloomy, and when my wife gave you food, you smiled at her and became brighter? Then, when the gentleman came to order the boots, you smiled again and became brighter still? And now, when this woman brought the little girls, you smiled a third time, and have become as bright as day? Tell me, Michael, why does your face shine so, and why did you smile those 3 times? And Michael answered, "Light shines from me because I have been punished, but now God has pardoned me. And I smiled 3 times, because God sent me to learn 3 truths, and I have learnt them. One I learnt when your wife pitied me, and that is why I smiled the first time. The second I learnt when the rich man ordered the boots, and then I smiled again. And now, when I saw those little girls, I learnt the third and last truth, and I smiled the third time." And Simon said, "Tell me, Michael, what did God punish you for, and what were the 3 truths? That I too may know them." And Michael answered, "God punished me for disobeying him. I was an angel in heaven and disobeyed God. God sent me to fetch a woman's soul. I flew to earth and saw a sick woman lying alone who had just given birth to twin girls. They moved feebly at their mother's side, but she could not lift them to her breast. When she saw me, she understood that God had sent me for her soul, and she wept and said, 'Angel of God, my husband has just been buried, killed by a falling tree. I have neither sister, nor aunt, nor mother, no one to care for my orphans. Do not take my soul. Let me nurse my babes, feed them, and set them on their feet before I die. Children cannot live without father or mother.' And I hearkened to her. I placed one child at her breast and gave the other into her arms, and returned to the Lord in heaven. I flew to the Lord and said, 'I could not take the soul of the mother. Her husband was killed by a tree. The woman has twins, and prays that her soul may not be taken. She says, "Let me nurse and feed my children, and set them on their feet. Children cannot live without father or mother. I have not taken her soul." And God said, "Go, take the mother's soul, and learn 3 truths. Learn what dwells in man, what is not given to man, and what men live by. When thou hast learnt these things, thou shalt return to heaven." So I flew again to earth and took the mother's soul. The babes dropped from her breasts. Her body rolled over on the bed and crushed one babe, twisting its leg. I rose above the village, wishing to take her soul to God, but a wind seized me, and my wings drooped and dropped off. Her soul rose alone to God, while I fell to earth by the roadside. And Simon and Matryona understood who it was that had lived with them, and whom they had clothed and fed. And they wept with awe and with joy. And the angel said, "I was alone in the field, naked. I had never known human needs, cold and hunger till I became a man. I was famished, frozen, and did not know what to do. I saw near the field I was in a shrine built for God, and I went to it hoping to find shelter. But the shrine was locked, and I could not enter. So I sat down behind the shrine to shelter myself at least from the wind. Evening drew on. I was hungry, frozen, and in pain. Suddenly I heard a man coming along the road. He carried a pair of boots, and was talking to himself. For the first time since I became a man, I saw the mortal face of a man, and his face seemed terrible to me, and I turned from it. And I heard the man talking to himself of how to cover his body from the cold in winter, and how to feed wife and children. And I thought, I am perishing of cold and hunger, and here is a man thinking only of how to clothe himself and his wife, and how to get bread for themselves. He cannot help me. When the man saw me, he frowned and became still more terrible, and passed me by on the other side. I despaired, but suddenly I heard him coming back. I looked up, and did not recognize the same man. Before, I had seen death in his face, but now he was alive, and I recognized in him the presence of God. He came up to me, clothed me, took me with him, and brought me to his home. I entered the house. A woman came to meet us, and began to speak. The woman was still more terrible than the man had been. The spirit of death came from her mouth. I could not breathe for the stench of death that spread around her. She wished to drive me out into the cold, and I knew that if she did so, she would die. Suddenly her husband spoke to her of God, and the woman changed at once. And when she brought me food and looked at me, I glanced at her and saw that death no longer dwelt in her. She had become alive. And in her, too, I saw God. Then I remembered the first lesson God had set me. Learn what dwells in man. And I understood that in man dwells love. I was glad that God had already begun to show me what he had promised, and I smiled for the first time. But I had not yet learnt all. I did not yet know what is not given to man, and what men live by. I lived with you, and a year passed. A man came to order boots that should wear for a year without losing shape or cracking. I looked at him, and suddenly, behind his shoulder, I saw my comrade, the angel of death. None but me saw that angel, but I knew him, and knew that before the sun set he would take that rich man's soul. And I thought to myself, the man is making preparations for a year, and does not know that he will die before evening. And I remembered God's second saying, learn what is not given to man. What dwells in man I already knew. Now I learnt what is not given him. It is not given to man to know his own needs. And I smiled for the second time. I was glad to have seen my comrade angel. Glad also that God had revealed to me the second saying. But I still did not know all. I did not know what men live by. And I lived on, waiting till God should reveal to me the last lesson. In the 6th year came the girl twins with the woman, and I recognized the girls and heard how they had been kept alive. Having heard the story, I thought, their mother besought me for the children's sake, and I believed her when she said that children cannot live without father or mother, but a stranger has nursed them, and has brought them up. And when the woman showed her love for the children that were not her own, and wept over them, I saw in her the living God, and understood what men live by. And I knew that God had revealed to me the last lesson, and had forgiven my sin. And then I smiled for the 3rd time. And the angel's body was bared, and he was clothed in light, so that I could not look on him. And his voice grew louder, as though it came not from him but from heaven above. And the angel said, I have learnt that all men live not by care for themselves, but by love. It was not given to the mother to know what her children needed for their life, nor was it given to the rich man to know what he himself needed, nor is it given to any man to know whether, when evening comes, he will need boots for his body or slippers for his corpse. I remained alive when I was a man, not by care of myself, but because love was present in a passer-by, and because he and his wife pitied and loved me. The orphans remained alive, not because of their mother's care, but because there was love in the heart of a woman, a stranger to them, who pitied and loved them. And all men live not by the thought they spend on their own welfare, but because love exists in man. I knew before that God gave life to men and desires that they should live. Now I understood more than that. I understood that God does not wish men to live apart, and therefore He does not reveal to them what each one needs for himself, but He wishes them to live united, and therefore reveals to each of them what is necessary for all. I have now understood that though it seems to men that they live by care for themselves, in truth, it is love alone by which they live. He who has love is in God, and God is in him, for God is love. And the angels sang praise to God, so that the hut trembled at his voice. The roof opened, and a column of fire rose from earth to heaven. Simon and his wife and children fell to the ground. Wings appeared upon the angel's shoulders, and he rose into the heavens. And when Simon came to himself, the hut stood as before, and there was no one in it but his own family.
Fifth story, a spark neglected burns the house. Then came Peter, and said to him, Lord, how oft shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Until 7 times? Jesus saith unto him, I say not unto thee, until 7 times, but, until 70 times 7. Therefore is the kingdom of heaven likened unto a certain king, which would make a reckoning with his servants. And when he had begun to reckon, one was brought unto him, which owed him 10,000 talents. But forasmuch as he had not wherewith to pay, his lord commanded him to be sold, and his wife, and children, and all that he had, and payment to be made. The servant therefore fell down and worshipped him, saying, Lord, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. And the lord of that servant, being moved with compassion, released him, and forgave him the debt. But that servant went out, and found one of his fellow servants, which owed him 100 pence, and he laid hold on him, and took him by the throat, saying, Pay what thou owest. So his fellow servant fell down and besought him, saying, Have patience with me, and I will pay thee. And he would not, but went and cast him into prison, till he should pay that which was due. So when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were exceeding sorry, and came and told unto their lord all that was done. Then his lord called him unto him, and saith to him, Thou wicked servant, I forgave thee all that debt, because thou besoughtest me. Shouldest not thou also have had mercy on thy fellow servant, even as I had mercy on thee? And his lord was wroth, and delivered him to the tormentors, till he should pay all that was due. So shall also my heavenly Father do unto you, if ye forgive not every one his brother from your hearts. Matt 18:21-35. There once lived in a village a peasant named Ivan Shcherbakov. He was comfortably off, in the prime of life, the best worker in the village, and had 3 sons all able to work. The eldest was married, the second about to marry, and the third was a big lad who could mind the horses and was already beginning to plow. Ivan's wife was an able and thrifty woman, and they were fortunate in having a quiet, hard-working daughter-in-law. There was nothing to prevent Ivan and his family from living happily. They had only one idle mouth to feed, that was Ivan's old father, who suffered from asthma and had been lying ill on the top of the brick oven for 7 years. Ivan had all he needed, 3 horses and a colt, a cow with a calf, and 15 sheep. The women made all the clothing for the family, besides helping in the fields, and the men tilled the land. They always had grain enough of their own to last over beyond the next harvest and sold enough oats to pay the taxes and meet their other needs. So Ivan and his children might have lived quite comfortably had it not been for a feud between him and his next-door neighbor, Limping Gabriel, the son of Gordy Ivan of As long as old Gordy was alive and Ivan's father was still able to manage the household, the peasants lived as neighbors should. If the women of either house happened to want a sieve or a tub, or the men required a sack, or if a cartwheel got broken and could not be mended at once, they used to send to the other house, and helped each other in neighborly fashion. When a calf strayed into the neighbor's thrashing ground, they would just drive it out, and only say, Don't let it get in again. Our grain is lying there. And such things as locking up the barns and outhouses, hiding things from one another, or backbiting were never thought of in those days. That was in the father's time. When the sons came to be at the head of the families, everything changed. It all began about a trifle. Ivan's daughter-in-law had a hen that began laying rather early in the season, and she started collecting its eggs for Easter. Every day she went to the cart shed, and found an egg in the cart, but one day the hen, probably frightened by the children, flew across the fence into the neighbor's yard and laid its egg there. The woman heard the cackling, but said to herself, I have no time now, I must tidy up for Sunday. I'll fetch the egg later on. In the evening she went to the cart, but found no egg there. She went and asked her mother-in-law and brother-in-law whether they had taken the egg. No, they had not, but her youngest brother-in-law, Taras, said, your biddy laid its egg in the neighbor's yard. It was there she was cackling, and she flew back across the fence from there. The woman went and looked at the hen. There she was on the perch with the other birds, her eyes just closing ready to go to sleep. The woman wished she could have asked the hen and got an answer from her. Then she went to the neighbors, and Gabriel's mother came out to meet her. What do you want, young woman? Why, Granny, you see, my hen flew across this morning. Did she not lay an egg here? We never saw anything of it. The Lord be thanked, our own hens started laying long ago. We collect our own eggs and have no need of other people's. And we don't go looking for eggs in other people's yards, lass. The young woman was offended, and said more than she should have done. Her neighbor answered back with interest, and the women began abusing each other. Ivan's wife, who had been to fetch water, happening to pass just then, joined in too. Gabriel's wife rushed out, and began reproaching the young woman with things that had really happened and with other things that never had happened at all. Then a general uproar commenced, all shouting at once, trying to get out 2 words at a time, and not choice words either. You're this. And you're that. You're a thief, and you're a slut, and you're starving your old father-in-law to death, and you're a good-for-nothing, and so on, and you've made a hole in the sieve I lent you, you jade. And it's our yoke you're carrying your pails on, you just give back our yoke. Then they caught hold of the yoke, and spilt the water, snatched off one another's shawls, and began fighting. Gabriel, returning from the fields, stopped to take his wife's part. Out rushed Ivan and his son and joined in with the rest. Ivan was a strong fellow, he scattered the whole lot of them, and pulled a handful of hair out of Gabriel's beard. People came to see what was the matter, and the fighters were separated with difficulty. That was how it all began. Gabriel wrapped the hair torn from his beard in a paper, and went to the district court to have the law of Ivan. I didn't grow my beard, said he, for pockmarked Ivan to pull it out. And his wife went bragging to the neighbors, saying they'd have Ivan condemned and sent to Siberia. And so the feud grew. The old man, from where he lay on the top of the oven, tried from the very first to persuade them to make peace, but they would not listen. He told them, it's a stupid thing you are after, children, picking quarrels about such a paltry matter. Just think. The whole thing began about an egg. The children may have taken it, well, what matter? What's the value of one egg? God sends enough for all. And suppose your neighbor did say an unkind word, put it right, show her how to say a better one. If there has been a fight, well, such things will happen, we're all sinners, but make it up, and let there be an end of it. If you nurse your anger it will be worse for you yourselves. But the younger folk would not listen to the old man. They thought his words were mere senseless dotage. Ivan would not humble himself before his neighbor. I never pulled his beard, he said, he pulled the hair out himself. But his son has burst all the fastenings on my shirt, and torn it. Look at it. And Ivan also went to law. They were tried by the justice of the peace and by the district court. While all this was going on, the coupling pin of Gabriel's cart disappeared. Gabriel's womenfolk accused Ivan's son of having taken it. They said, we saw him in the night go past our window, towards the cart, and a neighbor says he saw him at the pub, offering the pin to the landlord, so they went to law about that. And at home not a day passed without a quarrel or even a fight. The children, too, abused one another, having learned to do so from their elders, and when the women happened to meet by the riverside, where they went to rinse the clothes, their arms did not do as much wringing as their tongues did nagging, and every word was a bad one. At first the peasants only slandered one another, but afterwards they began in real earnest to snatch anything that lay handy, and the children followed their example. Life became harder and harder for them. Ivan Shcherbakov and Limping Gabriel kept suing one another at the village assembly, and at the district court, and before the justice of the peace until all the judges were tired of them. Now Gabriel got Ivan fined or imprisoned, then Ivan did as much to Gabriel, and the more they spite each other the angrier they grew, like dogs that attack one another and get more and more furious the longer they fight. You strike one dog from behind, and it thinks it's the other dog biting him, and gets still fiercer. So these peasants, they went to law, and one or other of them was fined or locked up, but that only made them more and more angry with each other. Wait a bit, they said, and I'll make you pay for it. And so it went on for 6 years. Only the old man lying on the top of the oven kept telling them again and again, children, what are you doing? Stop all this paying back, keep to your work, and don't bear malice, it will be better for you. The more you bear malice, the worse it will be, but they would not listen to him. In the 7th year, at a wedding, Ivan's daughter-in-law held Gabriel up to shame, accusing him of having been caught horse-stealing. Gabriel was tipsy, and unable to contain his anger, gave the woman such a blow that she was laid up for a week. And she was pregnant at the time. Ivan was delighted. He went to the magistrate to lodge a complaint. Now I'll get rid of my neighbor. He won't escape imprisonment or exile to Siberia. But Ivan's wish was not fulfilled. The magistrate dismissed the case. The woman was examined, but she was up and about and showed no sign of any injury. Then Ivan went to the justice of the peace, but he referred the business to the district court. Ivan bestirred himself, treated the clerk and the elder of the district court to a gallon of liquor and got Gabriel condemned to be flogged. The sentence was read out to Gabriel by the clerk. The court decrees that the peasant Gabriel Gordiev shall receive 20 lashes with a birch rod at the district court. Ivan too heard the sentence read, and looked at Gabriel to see how he would take it. Gabriel grew as pale as a sheet, and turned round and went out into the passage. Ivan followed him, meaning to see to the horse, and he overheard Gabriel say, "Very well. He will have my back flogged, that will make it burn, but something of his may burn worse than that." Hearing these words, Ivan at once went back into the court, and said, "Upright judges. He threatens to set my house on fire. Listen, he said it in the presence of witnesses." Gabriel was recalled. "Is it true that you said this?" "I haven't said anything." "Flog me, since you have the power. It seems that I alone am to suffer, and all for being in the right, while he is allowed to do as he likes." Gabriel wished to say something more, but his lips and his cheeks quivered, and he turned towards the wall. Even the officials were frightened by his looks. He may do some mischief to himself or to his neighbor, thought they. Then the old judge said, "Look here, my men, you'd better be reasonable and make it up. Was it right of you, friend Gabriel, to strike a pregnant woman? It was lucky it passed off so well, but think what might have happened. Was it right? You had better confess and beg his pardon, and he will forgive you, and we will alter the sentence." The clerk heard these words, and remarked, "That's impossible under Statute 117. An agreement between the parties not having been arrived at, a decision of the court has been pronounced and must be executed." But the judge would not listen to the clerk. "Keep your tongue still, my friend," said he. "The first of all laws is to obey God, who loves peace." And the judge began again to persuade the peasants, but could not succeed. Gabriel would not listen to him. "I shall be 50 next year," said he, "and have a married son, and have never been flogged in my life, and now that pockmarked Ivan has had me condemned to be flogged, and am I to go and ask his forgiveness? No, I've borne enough. Ivan shall have cause to remember me." Again Gabriel's voice quivered, and he could say no more, but turned round and went out. It was 7 miles from the court to the village, and it was getting late when Ivan reached home. He unharnessed his horse, put it up for the night, and entered the cottage. No one was there. The women had already gone to drive the cattle in, and the young fellows were not yet back from the fields. Ivan went in, and sat down, thinking. He remembered how Gabriel had listened to the sentence, and how pale he had become, and how he had turned to the wall, and Ivan's heart grew heavy. He thought how he himself would feel if he were sentenced, and he pitied Gabriel. Then he heard his old father up on the oven cough, and saw him sit up, lower his legs, and scramble down. The old man dragged himself slowly to a seat, and sat down. He was quite tired out with the exertion, and coughed a long time till he had cleared his throat. Then, leaning against the table, he said, "Well, has he been condemned?" "Yes, to 20 strokes with the rods," answered Ivan. The old man shook his head. "A bad business," said he. "You are doing wrong, Ivan. Ah, it's very bad, not for him so much as for yourself." "Well, they'll flog him, but will that do you any good?" "He'll not do it again," said Ivan. "What is it he'll not do again? What has he done worse than you?" "Why, think of the harm he has done me," said Ivan. "He nearly killed my wife, and now he's threatening to burn us up. Am I to thank him for it?" The old man sighed, and said, "You go about the wide world, Ivan, while I am lying on the oven all these years, so you think you see everything, and that I see nothing. Ah, lad, it's you that don't see, malice blinds you. Other sins are before your eyes, but your own are behind your back. He's acted badly. What a thing to say. If he were the only one to act badly, how could strife exist? Is strife among men ever bred by one alone? Strife is always between two. His badness you see, but your own you don't. If he were bad, but you were good, there would be no strife. Who pulled the hair out of his beard? Who spoilt his haystack? Who dragged him to the law court? Yet you put it all on him. You live a bad life yourself, that's what is wrong. It's not the way I used to live, lad, and it's not the way I taught you. Is that the way his old father and I used to live? How did we live? Why, as neighbors should. If he happened to run out of flour, one of the women would come across, 'Uncle Troll, we want some flour. Go to the barn, dear,' I'd say, 'take what you need.' If he'd no one to take his horses to pasture, 'Go, Ivan,' I'd say, 'and look after his horses.' And if I was short of anything, I'd go to him. 'Uncle Gordie,' I'd say, 'I want so and so. Take it, Uncle Troll.' That's how it was between us, and we had an easy time of it. But now? That soldier the other day was telling us about the fight at Plevna. Why, there's war between you worse than at Plevna. Is that living? What a sin it is. You are a man and master of the house, it's you who will have to answer. What are you teaching the women and the children? To snarl and snap? Why, the other day your Taraska, that greenhorn, was swearing at neighbor Irina, calling her names. And his mother listened and laughed. Is that right? It is, you will have to answer. Think of your soul. Is this all as it should be? You throw a word at me, and I give you two in return, you give me a blow, and I give you two. No, lad. Christ, when he walked on earth, taught us fools something very different. If you get a hard word from anyone, keep silent, and his own conscience will accuse him. That is what our Lord taught. If you get a slap, turn the other cheek. Here, beat me, if that's what I deserve. And his own conscience will rebuke him. He will soften, and will listen to you. That's the way he taught us, not to be proud. Why don't you speak? Isn't it as I say? Ivan sat silent and listened. The old man coughed, and having with difficulty cleared his throat, began again. You think Christ taught us wrong? Why, it's all for our own good. Just think of your earthly life. Are you better off, or worse, since this plevna began among you? Just reckon up what you've spent on all this law business, what the driving backwards and forwards in your food on the way have cost you. What fine fellows your sons have grown. You might live and get on well, but now your means are lessening. And why? All because of this folly, because of your pride. You ought to be plowing with your lads, and do the sowing yourself, but the fiend carries you off to the judge, or to some pettifogger or other. The plowing is not done in time, nor the sowing, and Mother Earth can't bear properly. Why did the oats fail this year? When did you sow them? When you came back from town. And what did you gain? A burden for your own shoulders. Lad, think of your own business. Work with your boys in the field and at home, and if someone offends you, forgive him, as God wished you to. Then life will be easy, and your heart will always be light. Ivan remained silent. Ivan, my boy, hear your old father. Go and harness the roan, and go at once to the government office. Put an end to all this affair there, and in the morning go and make it up with Gabriel in God's name, and invite him to your house for tomorrow's holiday. It was the eve of the Virgin's nativity. Have tea ready, and get a bottle of vodka and put an end to this wicked business, so that there should not be any more of it in future, and tell the women and children to do the same. Ivan sighed, and thought, what he says is true, and his heart grew lighter. Only he did not know how, now, to begin to put matters right, but again the old man began, as if he had guessed what was in Ivan's mind. Go, Ivan, don't put it off. Put out the fire before it spreads, or it will be too late. The old man was going to say more, but before he could do so the women came in, chattering like magpies. The news that Gabriel was sentenced to be flogged, and of his threat to set fire to the house, had already reached them. They had heard all about it and added to it something of their own, and had again had a row, in the pasture, with the women of Gabriel's household. They began telling how Gabriel's daughter-in-law threatened a fresh action. Gabriel had got the right side of the examining magistrate, who would now turn the whole affair upside down. And the schoolmaster was writing out another petition, to the Tsar himself this time, about Ivan, and everything was in the petition, all about the coupling pin and the kitchen garden, so that half of Ivan's homestead would be there soon. Ivan heard what they were saying, and his heart grew cold again, and he gave up the thought of making peace with Gabriel. In a farmstead there is always plenty for the master to do. Ivan did not stop to talk to the women, but went out to the threshing floor and to the barn. By the time he had tidied up there, the sun had set and the young fellows had returned from the field. They had been plowing the field for the winter crops with 2 horses. Ivan met them, questioned them about their work, helped to put everything in its place, set a torn horse collar aside to be mended, and was going to put away some stakes under the barn, but it had grown quite dusk, so he decided to leave them where they were till next day. Then he gave the cattle their food, opened the gate, let out the horses. Taras was to take to pasture for the night, and again closed the gate and barred it. Now, thought he, I'll have my supper, and then to bed. He took the horse collar and entered the hut. By this time he had forgotten about Gabriel and about what his old father had been saying to him. But, just as he took hold of the door handle to enter the passage, he heard his neighbor on the other side of the fence cursing somebody in a hoarse voice. What the devil is he good for? Gabriel was saying. He's only fit to be killed. At these words all Ivan's former bitterness towards his neighbor reawoke. He stood listening while Gabriel scolded, and, when he stopped, Ivan went into the hut. There was a light inside. His daughter-in-law sat spinning, his wife was getting supper ready, his eldest son was making straps for Bark's shoes, his second sat near the table with a book, and Taras was getting ready to go out to pasture the horses for the night. Everything in the hut would have been pleasant and bright, but for that plague, a bad neighbor. Ivan entered, sullen and cross, threw the cat down from the bench, and scolded the women for putting the slop pail in the wrong place. He felt despondent, and sat down, frowning, to mend the horse collar. Gabriel's words kept ringing in his ears, his threat at the law court, and what he had just been shouting in a hoarse voice about someone who was only fit to be killed. His wife gave Taras his supper, and, having eaten it, Taras put on an old sheepskin and another coat, tied a sash round his waist, took some bread with him, and went out to the horses. His eldest brother was going to see him off, but Ivan himself rose instead, and went out into the porch. It had grown quite dark outside, clouds had gathered, and the wind had risen. Ivan went down the steps, helped his boy to mount, started the foal after him, and stood listening while Taras rode down the village and was there joined by other lads with their horses. Ivan waited until they were all out of hearing. As he stood there by the gate he could not get Gabriel's words out of his head. "Mind that something of yours does not burn worse." He is desperate, thought Ivan. Everything is dry, and it's windy weather besides. He'll come up at the back somewhere, set fire to something, and be off. He'll burn the place and escape scot-free, the villain. There now, if one could but catch him in the act, he'd not get off then. And the thought fixed itself so firmly in his mind that he did not go up the steps but went out into the street and round the corner. "I'll just walk round the buildings, who can tell what he's after?" And Ivan, stepping softly, passed out of the gate. As soon as he reached the corner, he looked round along the fence, and seemed to see something suddenly move at the opposite corner, as if someone had come out and disappeared again. Ivan stopped, and stood quietly, listening and looking. Everything was still, only the leaves of the willows fluttered in the wind, and the straws of the thatch rustled. At first it seemed pitch dark, but, when his eyes had grown used to the darkness, he could see the far corner, and a plough that lay there, and the eaves. He looked a while, but saw no one. "I suppose it was a mistake," thought Ivan, "but still I will go round," and Ivan went stealthily along by the shed. Ivan stepped so softly in his bark shoes that he did not hear his own footsteps. As he reached the far corner, something seemed to flare up for a moment near the plough and to vanish again. Ivan felt as if struck to the heart, and he stopped. Hardly had he stopped, when something flared up more brightly in the same place, and he clearly saw a man with a cap on his head, crouching down, with his back towards him, lighting a bunch of straw he held in his hand. Ivan's heart fluttered within him like a bird. Straining every nerve, he approached with great strides, hardly feeling his legs under him. "Ah," thought Ivan, "now he won't escape. I'll catch him in the act." Ivan was still some distance off, when suddenly he saw a bright light, but not in the same place as before, and not a small flame. The thatch had flared up at the eaves, the flames were reaching up to the roof, and, standing beneath it, Gabriel's whole figure was clearly visible, like a hawk swooping down on a lark. Ivan rushed at limping Gabriel. "Now I'll have him, he shan't escape me," thought Ivan. But Gabriel must have heard his steps, and, however he managed it, glancing round, he scuttled away past the barn like a hare. "You shan't escape," shouted Ivan, darting after him. Just as he was going to seize Gabriel, the latter dodged him, but Ivan managed to catch the skirt of Gabriel's coat. It tore right off, and Ivan fell down. He recovered his feet, and shouting, "Help! Seize him! Thieves! Murder!" ran on again. But meanwhile Gabriel had reached his own gate. There Ivan overtook him and was about to seize him, when something struck Ivan a stunning blow, as though a stone had hit his temple, quite deafening him. It was Gabriel who, seizing an oak wedge that lay near the gate, had struck out with all his might. Ivan was stunned, sparks flew before his eyes, then all grew dark and he staggered. When he came to his senses Gabriel was no longer there, it was as light as day, and from the side where his homestead was something roared and crackled like an engine at work. Ivan turned round and saw that his back shed was all ablaze, and the side shed had also caught fire, and flames and smoke and bits of burning straw mixed with the smoke were being driven towards his hut. "What is this, friends?" cried Ivan, lifting his arms and striking his thighs. "Why, all I had to do was just to snatch it out from under the eaves and trample on it. What is this, friends?" he kept repeating. He wished to shout, but his breath failed him, his voice was gone. He wanted to run, but his legs would not obey him, and got in each other's way. He moved slowly, but again staggered and again his breath failed. He stood still till he had regained breath, and then went on. Before he had got round the back shed to reach the fire, the side shed was also all ablaze, and the corner of the hut and the covered gateway had caught fire as well. The flames were leaping out of the hut, and it was impossible to get into the yard. A large crowd had collected, but nothing could be done. The neighbors were carrying their belongings out of their own houses, and driving the cattle out of their own sheds. After Ivan's house, Gabriel's also caught fire. Then, the wind rising, the flames spread to the other side of the street and half the village was burnt down. At Ivan's house they barely managed to save his old father. And the family escaped, and what they had on, everything else, except the horses that had been driven out to pasture for the night, was lost. All the cattle, the fowls on their perches, the carts, ploughs, and harrows, the women's trunks with their clothes, and the grain in the granaries, all were burnt up. At Gabriel's, the cattle were driven out, and a few things saved from his house. The fire lasted all night. Ivan stood in front of his homestead and kept repeating, "What is this? Friends? One need only have pulled it out and trampled on it." But when the roof fell in, Ivan rushed into the burning place, and seizing a charred beam, tried to drag it out. The women saw him, and called him back. But he pulled out the beam, and was going in again for another when he lost his footing and fell among the flames. Then his son made his way in after him and dragged him out. Ivan had singed his hair and beard and burnt his clothes and scorched his hands, but he felt nothing. His grief has stupefied him, said the people. The fire was burning itself out, but Ivan still stood repeating, "Friends. What is this? One need only have pulled it out." In the morning the village elder's son came to fetch Ivan. "Daddy Ivan, your father is dying. He has sent for you to say goodbye." Ivan had forgotten about his father, and did not understand what was being said to him. "What father?" he said. "Whom has he sent for?" "He sent for you, to say goodbye. He is dying in our cottage." "Come along, Daddy Ivan," said the elder's son, pulling him by the arm, and Ivan followed the lad. When he was being carried out of the hut, some burning straw had fallen onto the old man and burnt him, and he had been taken to the village elders in the farther part of the village, which the fire did not reach. When Ivan came to his father, there was only the elder's wife in the hut, besides some little children on the top of the oven. All the rest were still at the fire. The old man, who was lying on a bench holding a wax candle in his hand, kept turning his eyes towards the door. When his son entered, he moved a little. The old woman went up to him and told him that his son had come. He asked to have him brought nearer. Ivan came closer. "What did I tell you, Ivan?" began the old man. "Who has burnt down the village?" "It was he, father." Ivan answered. "I caught him in the act. I saw him shove the firebrand into the thatch. I might have pulled away the burning straw and stamped it out, and then nothing would have happened." "Ivan," said the old man, "I am dying, and you in your turn will have to face death. Whose is the sin?" Ivan gazed at his father in silence, unable to utter a word. "Now, before God, say whose is the sin? What did I tell you?" Only then Ivan came to his senses and understood it all. He sniffed and said, "Mine, father." And he fell on his knees before his father, saying, "Forgive me, father, I am guilty before you and before God." The old man moved his hands, changed the candle from his right hand to his left, and tried to lift his right hand to his forehead to cross himself, but could not do it, and stopped. "Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord," said he, and again he turned his eyes towards his son, Ivan. "I say, Ivan." "What, father? What must you do now?" Ivan was weeping. "I don't know how we are to live now, father," he said. The old man closed his eyes, moved his lips as if to gather strength, and opening his eyes again, said, "You'll manage. If you obey God's will, you'll manage." He paused, then smiled, and said, "Mind, Ivan. Don't tell who started the fire. Hide another man's sin, and God will forgive two of yours." And the old man took the candle in both hands and, folding them on his breast, sighed, stretched out, and died. Ivan did not say anything against Gabriel, and no one knew what had caused the fire, and Ivan's anger against Gabriel passed away, and Gabriel wondered that Ivan did not tell anybody. At first Gabriel felt afraid, but after a while he got used to it. The men left off quarreling, and then their families left off also. While rebuilding their huts, both families lived in one house, and when the village was rebuilt and they might have moved farther apart, Ivan and Gabriel built next to each other, and remained neighbors as before. They lived as good neighbors should. Ivan Shcherbakov remembered his old father's command to obey God's law, and quench a fire at the first spark, and if anyone does him an injury he now tries not to revenge himself, but rather to set matters right again, and if anyone gives him a bad word, instead of giving a worse in return, he tries to teach the other not to use evil words, and so he teaches his womenfolk and children. And Ivan Shcherbakov has got on his feet again, and now lives better even than he did before.
Sixth story. Two old men. The woman saith unto him, Sir, I perceive that thou art a prophet. Our fathers worshipped in this mountain. And ye say that in Jerusalem is the place where men ought to worship. Jesus saith unto her, Woman, believe me, the hour cometh, when neither in this mountain nor in Jerusalem shall ye worship the Father. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshippers shall worship the Father in spirit and truth, for such doth the Father seek to be his worshippers. John 4, 19, 21, and 23. There were once two old men who decided to go on a pilgrimage to worship God at Jerusalem. One of them was a well-to-do peasant named Efim Tarasich Shevelev. The other, Elisha Bodrov, was not so well off. Efim was a staid man, serious and firm. He neither drank nor smoked nor took snuff, and had never used bad language in his life. He had twice served as village elder, And when he left office, his accounts were in good order. He had a large family, 2 sons and a married grandson, all living with him. He was hale, long-bearded, and erect, and it was only when he was past 60 that a little gray began to show itself in his beard. Elisha was neither rich nor poor. He had formerly gone out carpentering, but now that he was growing old, he stayed at home and kept bees. One of his sons had gone away to find work. The other was living at home. Elisha was a kindly and cheerful old man. It is true he drank sometimes, and he took snuff, and was fond of singing, but he was a peaceable man, and lived on good terms with his family and with his neighbors. He was short and dark, with a curly beard, and like his patron Saint Elisha, he was quite bald-headed. The 2 old men had taken a vow long since, and had arranged to go on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem together. But Ephraim could never spare the time. He always had so much business on hand. As soon as one thing was finished, he started another. First, he had to arrange his grandson's marriage, then to wait for his youngest son's return from the army, and after that, he began building a new hut. One holiday, the 2 old men met outside the hut, and, sitting down on some timber, began to talk. "Well," asked Elisha, "when are we to fulfill our vow?" Ephraim made a wry face. "We must wait," he said. "This year has turned out a hard one for me. I started building this hut thinking it would cost me something over 100 rubles. But now, it's getting on for 300, and it's still not finished. We shall have to wait till the summer. In summer, God willing, we will go without fail. It seems to me we ought not to put it off, but should go at once," said Elisha. "Spring is the best time. The time's right enough. But what about my building? How can I leave that? As if you had no one to leave in charge. Your son can look after it." "But how? My eldest son is not trustworthy. He sometimes takes a glass too much." "Ah, neighbor, when we die they'll get on without us. Let your son begin now to get some experience." "That's true enough. But somehow when one begins a thing, one likes to see it done. Eh, friend? We can never get through all we have to do." The other day, the women folk at home were washing and house cleaning for Easter. Here something needed doing, there something else, and they could not get everything done. So, my eldest daughter-in-law, who's a sensible woman, says, "We may be thankful the holiday comes without waiting for us, or however hard we worked, we should never be ready for it." Ephraim became thoughtful. "I've spent a lot of money on this building," he said, "and one can't start on the journey with empty pockets. We shall want 100 rubles apiece, and it's no small sum." Elisha laughed. "Now come, come, old friend," he said. "You have 10 times as much as I, and yet you talk about money. Only say when we are to start, and though I have nothing now, I shall have enough by then." Ephraim also smiled. "Dear me, I did not know you were so rich," said he. "Why, where will you get it from?" "I can scrape some together at home, and if that's not enough, I'll sell half a score of hives to my neighbor. He's long been wanting to buy them. If they swarm well this year, you'll regret it." "Regret it? Not I, neighbor. I never regretted anything in my life, except my sins. There's nothing more precious than the soul." "That's so. Still, it's not right to neglect things at home. But what if our souls are neglected? That's worse. We took the vow, so let us go. Now, seriously, let us go." Elisha succeeded in persuading his comrade. In the morning, after thinking it well over, Ephraim came to Elisha. "You are right," said he. "Let us go. Life and death are in God's hands. We must go now, while we are still alive and have the strength." A week later, the old men were ready to start. Efim had money enough at hand. He took 100 rubles himself and left 200 with his wife. Elisha, too, got ready. He sold 10 hives to his neighbor, with any new swarms that might come from them before the summer. He took 70 rubles for the lot. The rest of the 100 rubles he scraped together from the other members of his household, fairly clearing them all out. His wife gave him all she had been saving up for her funeral, and his daughter-in-law also gave him what she had. Efim gave his eldest son definite orders about everything: when and how much grass to mow, where to cart the manure, and how to finish off and roof the cottage. He thought out everything and gave his orders accordingly. Elisha, on the other hand, only explained to his wife that she was to keep separate the swarms from the hives he had sold, and to be sure to let the neighbor have them all, without any tricks. As to household affairs, he did not even mention them. "You will see what to do and how to do it, as the needs arise," he said. "You are the masters, and will know how to do what's best for yourselves." So the old men got ready. Their people baked them cakes, and made bags for them, and cut them linen for leg bands. They put on new leather shoes, and took with them spare shoes of plaited bark. Their families went with them to the end of the village, and there took leave of them, and the old men started on their pilgrimage. Elisha left home in a cheerful mood, and as soon as he was out of the village, forgot all his home affairs. His only care was how to please his comrade, how to avoid saying a rude word to anyone, how to get to his destination and home again in peace and love. Walking along the road, Elisha would either whisper some prayer to himself or go over in his mind such of the lives of the saints as he was able to remember. When he came across anyone on the road or turned in anywhere for the night, he tried to behave as gently as possible and to say a godly word. So he journeyed on, rejoicing. One thing only he could not do: he could not give up taking snuff. Though he had left his snuff box behind, he hankered after it. Then a man he met on the road gave him some snuff, and every now and then he would lag behind, not to lead his comrade into temptation, and would take a pinch of snuff. Efim, too, walked well and firmly, doing no wrong and speaking no vain words, but his heart was not so light. Household cares weighed on his mind. He kept worrying about what was going on at home. Had he not forgotten to give his son this or that order? Would his son do things properly? If he happened to see potatoes being planted or manure carted as he went along, he wondered if his son was doing as he had been told. And he almost wanted to turn back and show him how to do things, or even do them himself. The old men had been walking for 5 weeks. They had worn out their homemade bark shoes and had to begin buying new ones when they reached Little Russia. From the time they left home, they had had to pay for their food and for their night's lodging. But when they reached Little Russia, the people vied with one another in asking them into their huts. They took them in and fed them, and would accept no payment. And more than that, they put bread or even cakes into their bags for them to eat on the road. The old men traveled some 500 miles in this manner, free of expense, but after they had crossed the next province, they came to a district where the harvest had failed. The peasants still gave them free lodging at night, but no longer fed them for nothing. Sometimes, even, they could get no bread. They offered to pay for it. but there was none to be had. The people said the harvest had completely failed the year before. Those who had been rich were ruined and had had to sell all they possessed. Those of moderate means were left destitute, and those of the poor, who had not left those parts, wandered about begging or starved at home in utter want. In the winter, they had had to eat husks and goosefoot. One night, the old men stopped in a small village. They bought 15 pounds of bread, slept there, and started before sunrise to get well on their way before the heat of the day. When they had gone some 8 miles, on coming to a stream, they sat down, and filling a bowl with water, they steeped some bread in it and ate it. Then they changed their leg bands and rested for a while. Elisha took out his snuff box. Ephraim shook his head at him. "How is it you don't give up that nasty habit?" said he. Elisha waved his hand. "The evil habit is stronger than I," he said. Presently, they got up and went on. After walking for nearly another 8 miles, they came to a large village and passed right through it. It had now grown hot. Elisha was tired out and wanted to rest and have a drink. But Ephraim did not stop. Ephraim was the better walker of the two, and Elisha found it hard to keep up with him. "If I could only have a drink," said he. "Well, have a drink," said Ephraim. "I don't want any." Elisha stopped. "You go on," he said, "but I'll just run into the little hut there. I will catch you up in a moment." "All right," said Ephraim, and he went on along the high road alone, while Elisha turned back to the hut. It was a small hut plastered with clay, the bottom a dark color, the top whitewashed. But the clay had crumbled away. Evidently, it was long since it had been replastered, and the thatch was off the roof on one side. The entrance to the hut was through the yard. Elisha entered the yard and saw, lying close to a bank of earth that ran round the hut, a gaunt, beardless man with his shirt tucked into his trousers, as is the custom in Little Russia. The man must have lain down in the shade, but the sun had come round and now shone full on him. Though not asleep, he still lay there. Elisha called to him and asked for a drink, but the man gave no answer. "He is either ill or unfriendly," thought Elisha. And going to the door, he heard a child crying in the hut. He took hold of the ring that served as a door handle and knocked with it. "Hey, masters," he called. No answer. He knocked again with his staff. "Hey, Christians." Nothing stirred. "Hey, servants of God." Still no reply. Elisha was about to turn away when he thought Ho heard a groan the other side of the door. "Dear me, some misfortune must have happened to the people. I had better have a look." And Elisha entered the hut. Elisha turned the ring. The door was not fastened. He opened it and went along up the narrow passage. The door into the dwelling room was open. To the left was a brick oven. In front, against the wall, was an icon stand and a table before it. By the table was a bench on which sat an old woman, bareheaded and wearing only a single garment. There she sat with her head resting on the table, and near her was a thin, wax-colored boy with a protruding stomach. He was asking for something, pulling at her sleeve, and crying bitterly. Elisha entered. The air in the hut was very foul. He looked round and saw a woman lying on the floor behind the oven. She lay flat on the ground, with her eyes closed and her throat rattling, now stretching out a leg, now dragging it in, tossing from side to side, and the foul smell came from her. Evidently, she could do nothing for herself, and no one had been attending to her needs. The old woman lifted her head and saw the stranger. "What do you want?" said she. "What do you want, man?" We have nothing. Elisha understood her, though she spoke in the little Russian dialect. I came in for a drink of water. Servant of God, he said. There's no one. No one. We have nothing to fetch it in. Go your way. Then Elisha asked, Is there no one among you then, well enough to attend to that woman? No, we have no one. My son is dying outside, and we are dying in here. The little boy had ceased crying when he saw the stranger, but when the old woman began to speak, he began again, and clutching hold of her sleeve, cried, Bread, Granny, bread. Elisha was about to question the old woman when the man staggered into the hut. He came along the passage, clinging to the wall, but as he was entering the dwelling room, he fell in the corner near the threshold, and without trying to get up again to reach the bench, he began to speak in broken words. He brought out a word at a time, stopping to draw breath and gasping. Illness has seized us, said he, and famine. He is dying of hunger. And he motioned towards the boy and began to sob. Elisha jerked up the sack behind his shoulder and, pulling the straps off his arms, put it on the floor. Then he lifted it onto the bench and untied the strings. Having opened the sack, he took out a loaf of bread and, cutting off a piece with his knife, handed it to the man. The man would not take it, but pointed to the little boy and to a little girl crouching behind the oven, as if to say, Give it to them. Elisha held it out to the boy. When the boy smelt bread, he stretched out his arms, and seizing the slice with both his little hands, bit into it so that his nose disappeared in the chunk. The little girl came out from behind the oven and fixed her eyes on the bread. Elisha gave her also a slice. Then he cut off another piece and gave it to the old woman, and she too began munching it. If only some water could be brought, she said. Their mouths are parched. I tried to fetch some water yesterday. Or was it today? I can't remember. But I fell down and could go no further. And the pail has remained there, unless someone has taken it. Elisha asked where the well was. The old woman told him. Elisha went out, found the pail, brought some water, and gave the people a drink. The children and the old woman ate some more bread with the water, but the man would not eat. I cannot eat, he said. All this time the younger woman did not show any consciousness, but continued to toss from side to side. Presently, Elisha went to the village shop and bought some millet, salt, flour, and oil. He found an axe, chopped some wood, and made a fire. The little girl came and helped him. Then he boiled some soup and gave the starving people a meal. The man ate a little. The old woman had some too, and the little girl and boy licked the bowl clean, and then curled up and fell fast asleep in one another's arms. The man and the old woman then began telling Elisha how they had sunk to their present state. We were poor enough before, said they, but when the crops failed, what we gathered hardly lasted us through the autumn. We had nothing left by the time winter came, and had to beg from the neighbors and from anyone we could. At first they gave. Then they began to refuse. Some would have been glad enough to help us, but had nothing to give, and we were ashamed of asking. We were in debt all round, and owed money and flour and bread. I went to look for work, the man said, but could find none. Everywhere people were offering to work merely for their own keep. One day you'd get a short job, and then you might spend 2 days looking for work. Then the old woman and the girl went begging, further away, but they got very little. Bread was so scarce. Still, we scraped food together somehow, and hoped to struggle through till next harvest. But towards spring, people ceased to give anything, and then this illness seized us. Things became worse and worse. One day we might have something to eat, and then nothing for 2 days. We began eating grass. Whether it was the grass or what made my wife ill, I don't know. She could not keep on her legs, and I had no strength left, and there was nothing to help us to recovery. I struggled on alone for a while, said the old woman, but at last I broke down too for want of food and grew quite weak. The girl also grew weak and timid. I told her to go to the neighbors. She would not leave the hut, but crept into a corner and sat there. The day before yesterday, a neighbor looked in, but seeing that we were ill and hungry, she turned away and left us. Her husband has had to go away, and she has nothing for her own little ones to eat. And so we lay, waiting for death. Having heard their story, Elisha gave up the thought of overtaking his comrade that day and remained with them all night. In the morning, he got up and began doing the housework, just as if it were his own home. He kneaded the bread with the old woman's help and lit the fire. Then he went with the little girl to the neighbors to get the most necessary things, for there was nothing in the hut. Everything had been sold for bread, cooking utensils, clothing, and all. So Elisha began replacing what was necessary, making some things himself and buying some. He remained there one day, then another, and then a third. The little boy picked up strength and, whenever Elisha sat down, crept along the bench and nestled up to him. The little girl brightened up and helped in all the work, running after Elisha and calling, "Daddy, Daddy." The old woman grew stronger and managed to go out to see a neighbor. The man, too, improved and was able to get about, holding on to the wall. Only the wife could not get up, but even she regained consciousness on the third day and asked for food. Well, thought Elisha, I never expected to waste so much time on the way. Now I must be getting on. The fourth day was the feast day after the summer fast, and Elisha thought, I will stay and break the fast with these people. I'll go and buy them something and keep the feast with them, and tomorrow evening I will start. So Elisha went into the village, bought milk, wheat flour, and dripping, and helped the old woman to boil and bake for the morrow. On the feast day, Elisha went to church and then broke the fast with his friends at the hut. That day, the wife got up and managed to move about a bit. The husband had shaved and put on a clean shirt, which the old woman had washed for him, and he went to beg for mercy of a rich peasant in the village, to whom his plowland and meadow were mortgaged. He went to beg the rich peasant to grant him the use of the meadow and field till after the harvest. But in the evening, he came back very sad and began to weep. The rich peasant had shown no mercy, but had said, Bring me the money. Elisha again grew thoughtful. How are they to live now? Thought he to himself. Other people will go haymaking, but there will be nothing for these to mow. Their grassland is mortgaged. The rye will ripen. Others will reap. And what a fine crop Mother Earth is giving this year. But they have nothing to look forward to. Their 3 acres are pledged to the rich peasant. When I am gone, they'll drift back into the state I found them in. Elisha was in 2 minds, but finally decided not to leave that evening, but to wait until the morrow. He went out into the yard to sleep. He said his prayers and lay down, but he could not sleep. On the one hand, he felt he ought to be going, for he had spent too much time and money as it was. On the other hand, he felt sorry for the people. There seems to be no end to it, he said. First, I only meant to bring them a little water and give them each a slice of bread, and just see where it has landed me. It's a case of redeeming the meadow and the cornfield, and when I have done that, I shall have to buy a cow for them and a horse for the man to cart his sheaves. A nice coil you've got yourself into, Brother Elisha. You've slipped your cables and lost your reckoning. Elisha got up, lifted his coat, which he had been using for a pillow, unfolded it, got out his snuff box, and took a pinch, thinking that it might perhaps clear his thoughts. But no, he thought and came to no conclusion. He ought to be going, and yet pity held him back. He did not know what to do. He refolded his coat and put it under his head again. He lay thus for a long time, till the cocks had already crowed once. Then he was quite drowsy, and suddenly it seemed as if someone had roused him. He saw that he was dressed for the journey, with the sack on his back and the staff in his hand, and the gate stood ajar so that he could just squeeze through. He was about to pass out when his sack caught against the fence on one side. He tried to free it, but then his leg band caught on the other side and came undone. He pulled at the sack and saw that it had not caught on the fence, but that the little girl was holding it and crying, "Bread, Daddy, bread." He looked at his foot, and there was the tiny boy holding him by the leg band, while the master of the hut and the old woman were looking at him through the window. Elisha awoke and said to himself in an audible voice, "Tomorrow I will redeem their cornfield, and will buy them a horse and flour to last till the harvest, and a cow for the little ones. Or else, while I go to seek the Lord beyond the sea, I may lose him in myself." Then Elisha fell asleep and slept till morning. He awoke early, and going to the rich peasant, redeemed both the cornfield and the meadowland. He bought a scythe, for that also had been sold, and brought it back with him. Then he sent the man to mow, and himself went into the village. He heard that there was a horse and cart for sale at the public house, and he struck a bargain with the owner and bought them. Then he bought a sack of flour, put it in the cart, and went to see about a cow. As he was going along, he overtook two women talking as they went. Though they spake the little Russian dialect, he understood what they were saying. At first, it seems, they did not know him. They thought he was just an ordinary man. He came in to ask for a drink of water, and then he remained. Just think of the things he has bought for them. Why, they say he bought a horse and cart for them at the publicans. Only this morning. There are not many such men in the world. It's worth while going to have a look at him. Elisha heard and understood that he was being praised, and he did not go to buy the cow, but returned to the inn, paid for the horse, harnessed it, drove up to the hut, and got out. The people in the hut were astonished when they saw the horse. They thought it might be for them, but dared not ask. The man came out to open the gate. "Where did you get a horse from, grandfather?" he asked. "Why, I bought it," said Elisha. "It was going cheap. Go and cut some grass and put it in the manger for it to eat during the night, and take in the sack." The man unharnessed the horse and carried the sack into the barn. Then he mowed some grass and put it in the manger. Everybody lay down to sleep. Elisha went outside and lay by the roadside. That evening, he took his bag out with him. When everyone was asleep, he got up, packed and fastened his bag, wrapped the linen bands round his legs, put on his shoes and coat, and set off to follow Ephim. When Elisha had walked rather more than 3 miles, it began to grow light. He sat down under a tree, opened his bag, counted his money, and found he had only 17 rubles and 20 kopecks left. Well, thought he, it is no use trying to cross the sea with this. If I beg my way, it may be worse than not going at all. Friend Ephim will get to Jerusalem without me, and will place a candle at the shrines in my name. As for me, I'm afraid I shall never fulfill my vow in this life. I must be thankful it was made to a merciful master and to one who pardons sinners. Elisha rose, jerked his bag well up on his shoulders, and turned back. Not wishing to be recognized by anyone, he made a circuit to avoid the village and walked briskly homeward. Coming from home, the way had seemed difficult to him, and he had found it hard to keep up with Ephim. But now, on his return journey, God helped him to get over the ground so that he hardly felt fatigue. Walking seemed like child's play. He went along swinging his staff and did his 40 to 50 miles a day. When Elisha reached home, the harvest was over. His family were delighted to see him again, and all wanted to know what had happened, why, and how he had been left behind, and why he had returned without reaching Jerusalem. But Elisha did not tell them. It was not God's will that I should get there, said he. I lost my money on the way and lagged behind my companion. Forgive me, for the Lord's sake. Elisha gave his old wife what money he had left. Then he questioned them about home affairs. Everything was going on well. All the work had been done, nothing neglected, and all were living in peace and concord. Ephim's family heard of his return the same day and came for news of their old man, and to them Elisha gave the same answers. Ephim is a fast walker. We parted 3 days before St. Peter's Day, and I meant to catch him up again, but all sorts of things happened. I lost my money and had no means to get any further, so I turned back. The folks were astonished that so sensible a man should have acted so foolishly, should have started and not got to his destination, and should have squandered all his money. They wondered at it for a while, and then forgot all about it, and Elisha forgot it too. He set to work again on his homestead. With his son's help, he cut wood for fuel for the winter. He and the women threshed the corn. Then he mended the thatch on the outhouses, put the bees under cover, and handed over to his neighbor the 10 hives he had sold him in spring and all the swarms that had come from them. His wife tried not to tell how many swarms there had been from these hives, but Elisha knew well enough from which there had been swarms and from which not. And instead of 10, he handed over 17 swarms to his neighbor. Having got everything ready for the winter, Elisha sent his son away to find work, while he himself took to plaiting shoes of bark and hollowing out logs for hives. All that day, while Elisha stopped behind in the hut with the sick people, Ephim waited for him. He only went on a little way before he sat down. He waited and waited, had a nap, woke up again, and again sat waiting. But his comrade did not come. He gazed till his eyes ached. The sun was already sinking behind a tree, and still no Elisha was to be seen. Perhaps he has passed me, thought Ephim, or perhaps someone gave him a lift, and he drove by while I slept, and did not see me. But how could he help seeing me? One can see so far here in the steppe. Shall I go back? Suppose he is on in front. We shall then miss each other completely, and it will be still worse. I had better go on, and we shall be sure to meet where we put up for the night." He came to a village and told the watchman if an old man of a certain description came along to bring him to the hut where Ephraim stopped. But Elisha did not turn up that night. Ephraim went on, asking all he met whether they had not seen a little, bald-headed, old man. No one had seen such a traveler. Ephraim wondered, but went on alone, saying, "We shall be sure to meet in Odessa, or on board the ship." And he did not trouble more about it. On the way, he came across a pilgrim wearing a priest's coat, with long hair and a skull cap such as priests wear. This pilgrim had been to Mount Athos and was now going to Jerusalem for the second time. They both stopped at the same place one night, and having met, they traveled on together. They got safely to Odessa, and there had to wait 3 days for a ship. Many pilgrims from many different parts were in the same case. Again Ephraim asked about Elisha, but no one had seen him. Ephraim got himself a foreign passport, which cost him 5 rubles. He paid 40 rubles for a return ticket to Jerusalem and bought a supply of bread and herrings for the voyage. The pilgrim began explaining to Ephraim how he might get onto the ship without paying his fare, but Ephraim would not listen. "No, I came prepared to pay, and I shall pay," said he. The ship was freighted, and the pilgrims went on board, Ephraim and his new comrade among them. The anchors were weighed, and the ship put out to sea. All day they sailed smoothly, but towards night a wind arose, rain came on, and the vessel tossed about and shipped water. The people were frightened. The women wailed and screamed, and some of the weaker men ran about the ship looking for shelter. Ephraim too was frightened, but he would not show it, and remained at the place on deck where he had settled down when first he came on board, beside some old men from Tamboff. There they sat silent, all night and all next day, holding on to their sacks. On the 3rd day, it grew calm, and on the 5th day, they anchored at Constantinople. Some of the pilgrims went on shore to visit the church of Saint Sophia, now held by the Turks. Ephraim remained on the ship and only bought some white bread. They lay there for 24 hours and then put to sea again. At Smyrna, they stopped again, and at Alexandria, but at last they arrived safely at Jaffa, where all the pilgrims had to disembark. From there, still, it was more than 40 miles by road to Jerusalem. When disembarking, the people were again much frightened. The ship was high, and the people were dropped into boats, which rocked so much that it was easy to miss them and fall into the water. A couple of men did get a wetting, but at last all were safely landed. They went on foot, and at noon on the 3rd day reached Jerusalem. They stopped outside the town, at the Russian Inn, where their passports were endorsed. Then, after dinner, Ephraim visited the holy places with his companion, the pilgrim. It was not the time when they could be admitted to the Holy Sepulchre, but they went to the Patriarchate. All the pilgrims assembled there. The women were separated from the men, who were all told to sit in a circle, barefoot. Then a monk came in with a towel to wash their feet. He washed, wiped, and then kissed their feet, and did this to everyone in the circle. Ephraim's feet were washed and kissed, with the rest. He stood through vespers and matins, prayed, placed candles at the shrines, handed in booklets inscribed with his parents' names, that they might be mentioned in the church prayers. Here at the Patriarchate, food and wine were given them. Next morning, they went to the cell of Mary of Egypt, where she had lived doing penance. Here, too, they placed candles and had prayers read. From there they went to Abraham's monastery and saw the place where Abraham intended to slay his son as an offering to God. Then they visited the spot where Christ appeared to Mary Magdalene and the church of James, the Lord's brother. The pilgrim showed Ephraim all these places and told him how much money to give at each place. At midday, they returned to the inn and had dinner. As they were preparing to lie down and rest, the pilgrim cried out and began to search his clothes, feeling them all over. "My purse has been stolen. There were 23 rubles in it," said he. "Two 10-ruble notes, and the rest in change." He sighed and lamented a great deal, but as there was no help for it, they lay down to sleep. As Ephraim lay there, he was assailed by temptation. "No one has stolen any money from this pilgrim," thought he. "I do not believe he had any. He gave none away anywhere, though he made me give, and even borrowed a ruble of me." This thought had no sooner crossed his mind than Ephraim rebuked himself, saying, "What right have I to judge a man? It is a sin. I will think no more about it." But as soon as his thoughts began to wander, they turned again to the pilgrim. How interested he seemed to be in money, and how unlikely it sounded when he declared that his purse had been stolen. "He never had any money," thought Ephraim. "It's all an invention." Towards evening they got up and went to midnight mass at the great church of the Resurrection, where the Lord's sepulchre is. The pilgrim kept close to Ephraim and went with him everywhere. They came to the church. A great many pilgrims were there, some Russians and some of other nationalities, Greeks, Armenians, Turks, and Syrians. Ephraim entered the holy gates with the crowd. A monk led them past the Turkish sentinels to the place where the Savior was taken down from the cross and anointed, and where candles were burning in 9 great candlesticks. The monk showed and explained everything. Ephraim offered a candle there. Then the monk led Ephraim to the right, up the steps to Golgotha, to the place where the cross had stood. Ephraim prayed there. Then they showed him the cleft where the ground had been rent asunder to its nethermost depths. Then the place where Christ's hands and feet were nailed to the cross. Then Adam's tomb, where the blood of Christ had dripped onto Adam's bones. Then they showed him the stone on which Christ sat when the crown of thorns was placed on his head. Then the post to which Christ was bound when he was scourged. Then Ephraim saw the stone with 2 holes for Christ's feet. They were going to show him something else, but there was a stir in the crowd, and the people all hurried to the church of the Lord's sepulchre itself. The Latin Mass had just finished there, and the Russian Mass was beginning, and Ephraim went with the crowd to the tomb cut in the rock. He tried to get rid of the pilgrim, against whom he was still sinning in his mind, but the pilgrim would not leave him, but went with him to the Mass at the Holy Sepulchre. They tried to get to the front, but were too late. There was such a crowd that it was impossible to move either backwards or forwards. Ephraim stood looking in front of him, praying, and every now and then feeling for his purse. He was in 2 minds. Sometimes he thought that the pilgrim was deceiving him, and then again he thought that if the pilgrim spoke the truth and his purse had really been stolen, the same thing might happen to himself. Ephraim stood there, gazing into the little chapel in which was the Holy Sepulchre itself, with 36 lamps burning above it. As he stood looking over the people's heads, he saw something that surprised him. Just beneath the lamps in which the sacred fire burns, and in front of everyone, Ephraim saw an old man in a gray coat, whose bald, shining head was just like Elisha Bodrov. It is like him, thought Ephim, but it cannot be Elisha. He could not have got ahead of me. The ship before ours started a week sooner. He could not have caught that, and he was not on ours, for I saw every pilgrim on board. Hardly had Ephim thought this when the little old man began to pray and bowed 3 times, once forwards to God, then once on each side to the brethren. And as he turned his head to the right, Ephim recognized him. It was Elisha Bodrov himself, with his dark, curly beard turning gray at the cheeks, with his brows, his eyes and nose, and his expression of face. Yes, it was he. Ephim was very pleased to have found his comrade again, and wondered how Elisha had got ahead of him. Well done, Elisha, thought he. See how he has pushed ahead. He must have come across someone who showed him the way. When we get out, I will find him, get rid of this fellow in the skull cap, and keep to Elisha. Perhaps he will show me how to get to the front also. Ephim kept looking out so as not to lose sight of Elisha. But when the mass was over, the crowd began to sway, pushing forward to kiss the tomb, and pushed Ephim aside. He was again seized with fear lest his purse should be stolen. Pressing it with his hand, he began elbowing through the crowd, anxious only to get out. When he reached the open, he went about for a long time searching for Elisha, both outside and in the church itself. In the cells of the church, he saw many people of all kinds, eating and drinking wine, and reading and sleeping there. But Elisha was nowhere to be seen. So Ephim returned to the inn without having found his comrade. That evening, the pilgrim in the skull cap did not turn up. He had gone off without repaying the ruble, and Ephim was left alone. The next day, Ephim went to the Holy Sepulchre again, with an old man from Tambov, whom he had met on the ship. He tried to get to the front, but was again pressed back. So he stood by a pillar and prayed. He looked before him, and there in the foremost place, under the lamps, close to the very sepulchre of the Lord, stood Elisha, with his arms spread out like a priest at the altar, and with his bald head all shining. Well now, thought Ephim, I won't lose him. He pushed forward to the front, but when he got there was no Elisha. He had evidently gone away. Again on the 3rd day, Ephim looked and saw at the sepulchre, in the holiest place, Elisha standing in the sight of all men, his arms outspread, and his eyes gazing upwards, as if he saw something above, and his bald head was all shining. Well, this time, thought Ephim, he shall not escape me. I will go and stand at the door, then we can't miss one another. Ephim went out and stood by the door till past noon. Everyone had passed out, but still Elisha did not appear. Ephim remained 6 weeks in Jerusalem and went everywhere, to Bethlehem and to Bethany and to the Jordan. He had a new shirt sealed at the Holy Sepulchre for his burial, and he took a bottle of water from the Jordan and some holy earth, and bought candles that had been lit at the sacred flame. In 8 places he inscribed names to be prayed for, and he spent all his money, except just enough to get home with. Then he started homeward. He walked to Jaffa, sailed thence to Odessa, and walked home from there on foot. Ephim traveled the same road he had come by, and as he drew nearer home, his former anxiety returned as to how affairs were getting on in his absence. Much water flows away in a year, the proverb says. It takes a lifetime to build up a homestead, but not long to ruin it, thought he, and he wondered how his son had managed without him, what sort of spring they were having, how the cattle had wintered, and whether the cottage was well finished. When Ephim came to the district where he had parted from Elisha the summer before, he could hardly believe that the people living there were the same. The year before they had been starving, but now they were living in comfort. The harvest had been good, and the people had recovered and had forgotten their former misery. One evening, Ephim reached the very place where Elisha had remained behind, and as he entered the village, a little girl in a white smock ran out of a hut. "Daddy, Daddy, come to our house." Ephim meant to pass on, but the little girl would not let him. She took hold of his coat, laughing, and pulled him towards the hut, where a woman with a small boy came out into the porch and beckoned to him. "Come in, grandfather," she said. "Have supper and spend the night with us." So Ephim went in. I may as well ask about Elisha, he thought. I fancy this is the very hut he went to for a drink of water. The woman helped him off with the bag he carried and gave him water to wash his face. Then she made him sit down to table and set milk, curd cakes, and porridge before him. Ephim thanked her and praised her for her kindness to a pilgrim. The woman shook her head. "We have good reason to welcome pilgrims," she said. "It was a pilgrim who showed us what life is. We were living forgetful of God, and God punished us almost to death. We reached such a pass last summer that we all lay ill and helpless with nothing to eat, and we should have died, but that God sent an old man to help us, just such a one as you. He came in one day to ask for a drink of water, saw the state we were in, took pity on us, and remained with us. He gave us food and drink and set us on our feet again, and he redeemed our land and bought a cart and horse and gave them to us." Here the old woman entering the hut interrupted the younger one and said, "We don't know whether it was a man or an angel from God. He loved us all, pitied us all, and went away without telling us his name, so that we don't even know whom to pray for. I can see it all before me now. There I lay waiting for death, when in comes a bald-headed old man. He was not anything much to look at, and he asked for a drink of water. I, sinner that I am, thought to myself, what does he come prowling about here for? And just think what he did. As soon as he saw us, he let down his bag on this very spot and untied it." Here the little girl joined in. "No, Granny," said she. "First he put it down here in the middle of the hut, and then he lifted it onto the bench, and they began discussing and recalling all he had said and done, where he sat and slept, and what he had said to each of them. At night, the peasant himself came home on his horse, and he too began to tell about Elisha and how he had lived with them. Had he not come, we should all have died in our sins. We were dying in despair, murmuring against God and man, but he set us on our feet again, and through him we learned to know God and to believe that there is good in man. May the Lord bless him. We used to live like animals. He made human beings of us. After giving Ephim food and drink, they showed him where he was to sleep, and lay down to sleep themselves. But though Ephim lay down, he could not sleep. He could not get Elisha out of his mind, but remembered how he had seen him 3 times at Jerusalem, standing in the foremost place. So, that is how he got ahead of me, thought Ephim. God may or may not have accepted my pilgrimage, but he has certainly accepted his. Next morning, Ephim bade farewell to the people, who put some patties in his sack before they went to their work, and he continued his journey. Ephim had been away just a year, and it was spring again when he reached home one evening. His son was not at home, but had gone to the public house, and when he came back, he had had a drop too much. Ephraim began questioning him. Everything showed that the young fellow had been unsteady during his father's absence. The money had all been wrongly spent, and the work had been neglected. The father began to upbraid the son, and the son answered rudely. "Why didn't you stay and look after it yourself?" he said. "You go off, taking the money with you, and now you demand it of me." The old man grew angry and struck his son. In the morning, Ephraim went to the village elder to complain of his son's conduct. As he was passing Elisha's house, his friend's wife greeted him from the porch. "How do you do, neighbor?" she said. "How do you do, dear friend? Did you get to Jerusalem safely?" Ephraim stopped. "Yes, thank God," he said. "I have been there. I lost sight of your old man, but I hear he got home safely." The old woman was fond of talking. "Yes, neighbor, he has come back," said she. "He's been back a long time. Soon after Assumption, I think it was, he returned, and we were glad the Lord had sent him back to us. We were dull without him. We can't expect much work from him anymore. His years for work are past. But still he is the head of the household, and it's more cheerful when he's at home. And how glad our lad was. He said, 'It's like being without sunlight when father's away.' It was dull without him, dear friend. We're fond of him and take good care of him. Is he at home now?" "He is, dear friend. He is with his bees. He is hiving the swarms. He says they are swarming well this year. The Lord has given such strength to the bees that my husband doesn't remember the like. The Lord is not rewarding us according to our sins. He says, 'Come in, dear neighbor. He will be so glad to see you again.'" Ephraim passed through the passage into the yard and to the apiary to see Elisha. There was Elisha in his gray coat, without any face net or gloves, standing under the birch trees. Looking upwards, his arms stretched out and his bald head shining, as Ephraim had seen him at the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. And above him, the sunlight shone through the birches as the flames of fire had done in the holy place, and the golden bees flew round his head like a halo and did not sting him. Ephraim stopped. The old woman called to her husband. "Here's your friend come," she cried. Elisha looked round with a pleased face and came towards Ephraim, gently picking bees out of his own beard. "Good day, neighbor. Good day, dear friend. Did you get there safely? My feet walked there, and I have brought you some water from the river Jordan. You must come to my house for it. But whether the Lord accepted my efforts, well, the Lord be thanked. May Christ bless you," said Elisha. Ephraim was silent for a while, and then added, "My feet have been there, but whether my soul or another's has been there more truly." "That's God's business, neighbor, God's business," interrupted Elisha. "On my return journey, I stopped at the hut where you remained behind." Elisha was alarmed and said hurriedly, "God's business, neighbor, God's business. Come into the cottage. I'll give you some of our honey." And Elisha changed the conversation and talked of home affairs. Ephraim sighed and did not speak to Elisha of the people in the hut, nor of how he had seen him in Jerusalem. But he now understood that the best way to keep one's vows to God and to do his will is for each man, while he lives, to show love and do good to others.
Seventh story, Where Love Is, God Is. In a certain town there lived a cobbler, Martin of Deite by name. He had a tiny room in a basement, the one window of which looked out onto the street. Through it one could only see the feet of those who passed by. But Martin recognized the people by their boots. He had lived long in the place and had many acquaintances. There was hardly a pair of boots in the neighborhood that had not been once or twice through his hands, so he often saw his own handiwork through the window. Some he had resoled, some patched, some stitched up, and to some he had even put fresh uppers. He had plenty to do, for he worked well, used good material, did not charge too much, and could be relied on. If he could do a job by the day required, he undertook it. If not, he told the truth and gave no false promises, so he was well known and never short of work. Martin had always been a good man, but in his old age he began to think more about his soul and to draw nearer to God. While he still worked for a master, before he set up on his own account, his wife had died, leaving him with a 3-year-old son. None of his elder children had lived. They had all died in infancy. At first, Martin thought of sending his little son to his sisters in the country, but then he felt sorry to part with the boy, thinking, "It would be hard for my little Capitan to have to grow up in a strange family. I will keep him with me." Martin left his master and went into lodgings with his little son. But he had no luck with his children. No sooner had the boy reached an age when he could help his father and be a support as well as a joy to him, than he fell ill, and after being laid up for a week with a burning fever, died. Martin buried his son and gave way to despair so great and overwhelming that he murmured against God. In his sorrow, he prayed again and again that he too might die, reproaching God for having taken the son he loved, his only son, while he, old as he was, remained alive. After that, Martin left off going to church. One day, an old man from Martin's native village who had been a pilgrim for the last 8 years called in on his way from Troitsa Monastery. Martin opened his heart to him and told him of his sorrow. "I no longer even wish to live, holy man," he said. "All I ask of God is that I soon may die. I am now quite without hope in the world." The old man replied, "You have no right to say such things, Martin. We cannot judge God's ways. Not our reasoning, but God's will decides. If God willed that your son should die and you should live, it must be best so. As to your despair, that comes because you wish to live for your own happiness." "What else should one live for?" asked Martin. "For God, Martin," said the old man. "He gives you life, and you must live for him. When you have learnt to live for him, you will grieve no more, and all will seem easy to you." Martin was silent a while and then asked, "But how is one to live for God?" The old man answered, "How one may live for God has been shown us by Christ. Can you read? Then buy the Gospels and read them. There you will see how God would have you live. You have it all there." These words sank deep into Martin's heart, and that same day he went and bought himself a testament in large print and began to read. At first he meant only to read on holidays, but having once begun, he found it made his heart so light that he read every day. Sometimes he was so absorbed in his reading that the oil in his lamp burnt out before he could tear himself away from the book. He continued to read every night, and the more he read, the more clearly he understood what God required of him and how he might live for God. And his heart grew lighter and lighter. Before, when he went to bed, he used to lie with a heavy heart, moaning as he thought of his little Capitan, but now he only repeated again and again, glory to thee, O Lord, thy will be done." From that time, Martin's whole life changed. Formerly, on holidays, he used to go and have tea at the public house and did not even refuse a glass or two of vodka. Sometimes, after having had a drop with a friend, he left the public house not drunk, but rather merry, and would say foolish things, shout at a man, or abuse him. Now, all that sort of thing passed away from him. His life became peaceful and joyful. He sat down to his work in the morning, and when he had finished his day's work, he took the lamp down from the wall, stood it on the table, fetched his book from the shelf, opened it, and sat down to read. The more he read, the better he understood, and the clearer and happier he felt in his mind. It happened once that Martin sat up late, absorbed in his book. He was reading Luke's Gospel, and in the 6th chapter he came upon the verses, "To him that smiteth thee on the one cheek offer also the other, and from him that taketh away thy cloak withhold not thy coat also. Give to every man that asketh thee. And of him that taketh away thy goods ask them not again. And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise." He also read the verses where our Lord says, "And why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? Whosoever cometh to me, and heareth my sayings, and doeth them, I will show you to whom he is like. He is like a man which built an house, and digged deep, and laid the foundation on a rock. And when the flood arose, the stream beat vehemently upon that house, and could not shake it, for it was founded upon a rock. But he that heareth and doeth not is like a man that without a foundation built an house upon the earth, against which the stream did beat vehemently, and immediately it fell, and the ruin of that house was great. When Martin read these words, his soul was glad within him. He took off his spectacles and laid them on the book, and leaning his elbows on the table, pondered over what he had read. He tried his own life by the standard of those words, asking himself, "Is my house built on the rock or on sand? If it stands on the rock, it is well. It seems easy enough while one sits here alone, and one thinks one has done all that God commands. But as soon as I cease to be on my guard, I sin again. Still I will persevere. It brings such joy. Help me, O Lord." He thought all this, and was about to go to bed, but was loth to leave his book. So he went on reading the 7th chapter, about the centurion, the widow's son, and the answer to John's disciples. And he came to the part where a rich Pharisee invited the Lord to his house. And he read how the woman who was a sinner anointed his feet and washed them with her tears, and how he justified her. Coming to the 44th verse, he read, "And turning to the woman, he said unto Simon, Seest thou this woman? I entered into thine house, thou gavest me no water for my feet, but she hath wetted my feet with her tears, and wiped them with her hair. Thou gavest me no kiss, but she, since the time I came in, hath not ceased to kiss my feet. My head with oil thou didst not anoint, but she hath anointed my feet with ointment." He read these verses and thought, "He gave no water for his feet, gave no kiss, his head with oil he did not anoint." And Martin took off his spectacles once more, laid them on his book, and pondered. He must have been like me, that Pharisee. He too thought only of himself, how to get a cup of tea, how to keep warm and comfortable. Never a thought of his guest. He took care of himself, but for his guest he cared nothing at all. Yet who was the guest? The Lord himself. If he came to me, should I behave like that? Then Martin laid his head upon both his arms, and before he was aware of it, he fell asleep. "Martin!" He suddenly heard a voice, as if someone had breathed the word above his ear. He started from his sleep. "Who's there?" he asked. He turned round and looked at the door. No one was there. He called again. Then he heard quite distinctly, "Martin, Martin, look out into the street tomorrow, for I shall come." Martin roused himself, rose from his chair and rubbed his eyes, but did not know whether he had heard these words in a dream or awake. He put out the lamp and lay down to sleep. Next morning he rose before daylight, and after saying his prayers he lit the fire and prepared his cabbage soup and buckwheat porridge. Then he lit the samovar, put on his apron, and sat down by the window to his work. As he sat working, Martin thought over what had happened the night before. At times it seemed to him like a dream, and at times he thought that he had really heard the voice. Such things have happened before now, thought he. So he sat by the window, looking out into the street more than he worked, and whenever anyone passed in unfamiliar boots he would stoop and look up, so as to see not the feet only but the face of the passer-by as well. A house porter passed in new felt boots, then a water carrier. Presently, an old soldier of Nicholas's reign came near the window, spade in hand. Martin knew him by his boots, which were shabby old felt ones, goloshed with leather. The old man was called Stepanite. A neighboring tradesman kept him in his house for charity, and his duty was to help the house porter. He began to clear away the snow before Martin's window. Martin glanced at him and then went on with his work. "I must be growing crazy with age," said Martin, laughing at his fancy. "Stepanich comes to clear away the snow, and I must needs imagine it's Christ coming to visit me, old dotard that I am." Yet after he had made a dozen stitches, he felt drawn to look out of the window again. He saw that Stepanich had leaned his spade against the wall and was either resting himself or trying to get warm. The man was old and broken down and had evidently not enough strength even to clear away the snow. What if I called him in and gave him some tea? Thought Martin. The samovar is just on the boil. He stuck his awl in its place and rose, and putting the samovar on the table, made tea. Then he tapped the window with his fingers. Stepanich turned and came to the window. Martin beckoned to him to come in and went himself to open the door. "Come in," he said, "and warm yourself a bit. I'm sure you must be cold." "May God bless you," Stepanich answered. "My bones do ache, to be sure." He came in, first shaking off the snow, and lest he should leave marks on the floor, he began wiping his feet. But as he did so, he tottered and nearly fell. "Don't trouble to wipe your feet," said Martin. "I'll wipe up the floor. It's all in the day's work. Come, friend, sit down and have some tea." Filling 2 tumblers, he passed one to his visitor, and pouring his own out into the saucer, began to blow on it. Stepanite emptied his glass and, turning it upside down, put the remains of his piece of sugar on the top. He began to express his thanks, but it was plain that he would be glad of some more. "Have another glass," said Martin, refilling the visitor's tumbler and his own. But while he drank his tea, Martin kept looking out into the street. "Are you expecting anyone?" asked the visitor. "Am I expecting anyone? Well, now I'm ashamed to tell you. It isn't that I really expect anyone. But I heard something last night which I can't get out of my mind. Whether it was a vision or only a fancy, I can't tell. You see, friend, last night I was reading the Gospel about Christ the Lord, how he suffered, and how he walked on earth. You have heard tell of it, I dare say." "I have heard tell of it," answered Stepanich, "but I'm an ignorant man and not able to read." "Well, you see, I was reading of how he walked on earth. I came to that part, you know, where he went to a Pharisee who did not receive him well. Well, friend, as I read about it, I thought now that man did not receive Christ the Lord with proper honor. Suppose such a thing could happen to such a man as myself, I thought, what would I not do to receive him? But that man gave him no reception at all. Well, friend, as I was thinking of this, I began to doze, and as I dozed, I heard someone call me by name. I got up and thought I heard someone whispering, 'Expect me. I will come tomorrow.' This happened twice over, and to tell you the truth, it sank so into my mind that, though I am ashamed of it myself, I keep on expecting him, the dear Lord." Stepanich shook his head in silence, finished his tumbler and laid it on its side, but Martin stood it up again and refilled it for him. "Here, drink another glass, bless you. And I was thinking too how he walked on earth and despised no one, but went mostly among common folk. He went with plain people, and chose his disciples from among the likes of us, from workmen like us, sinners that we are. 'He who raises himself,' he said, 'shall be humbled, and he who humbles himself shall be raised.' 'You call me Lord,' he said, 'and I will wash your feet. He who would be first,' he said, 'let him be the servant of all. Because,' he said, 'blessed are the poor, the humble, the meek, and the merciful.'" Stepanich forgot his tea. He was an old man easily moved to tears, and as he sat and listened, the tears ran down his cheeks. "Come, drink some more," said Martin. But Stepanich crossed himself, thanked him, moved away his tumbler, and rose. "Thank you, Martin Avdeich," he said. "You have given me food and comfort both for soul and body." "You're very welcome. Come again another time. I am glad to have a guest," said Martin. Stepanich went away, and Martin poured out the last of the tea and drank it up. Then he put away the tea things and sat down to his work, stitching the back seam of a boot. And as he stitched, he kept looking out of the window, waiting for Christ and thinking about him and his doings. And his head was full of Christ's sayings. 2 soldiers went by, one in government boots, the other in boots of his own, then the master of a neighboring house in shining galoshes, then a baker carrying a basket. All these passed on. Then a woman came up in worsted stockings and peasant-made shoes. She passed the window, but stopped by the wall. Martin glanced up at her through the window and saw that she was a stranger, poorly dressed and with a baby in her arms. She stopped by the wall with her back to the wind, trying to wrap the baby up, though she had hardly anything to wrap it in. The woman had only summer clothes on, and even they were shabby and worn. Through the window, Martin heard the baby crying, and the woman trying to soothe it, but unable to do so. Martin rose, and going out of the door and up the steps, he called to her. "My dear, I say, my dear." The woman heard and turned round. "Why do you stand out there with the baby in the cold? Come inside. You can wrap him up better in a warm place. Come this way." The woman was surprised to see an old man in an apron with spectacles on his nose, calling to her, but she followed him in. They went down the steps, entered the little room, and the old man led her to the bed. There, sit down, my dear, near the stove. Warm yourself, and feed the baby. Haven't any milk. I have eaten nothing myself since early morning, said the woman, but still she took the baby to her breast. Martin shook his head. He brought out a basin and some bread. Then he opened the oven door and poured some cabbage soup into the basin. He took out the porridge pot also, but the porridge was not yet ready, so he spread a cloth on the table and served only the soup and bread. Sit down and eat, my dear, and I'll mind the baby. Why, bless me, I've had children of my own. I know how to manage them. The woman crossed herself and sitting down at the table began to eat, while Martin put the baby on the bed and sat down by it. He chucked and chucked, but having no teeth, he could not do it well, and the baby continued to cry. Then Martin tried poking at him with his finger. He drove his finger straight at the baby's mouth and then quickly drew it back and did this again and again. He did not let the baby take his finger in its mouth because it was all black with cobbler's wax. But the baby first grew quiet watching the finger and then began to laugh. And Martin felt quite pleased. The woman sat eating and talking and told him who she was and where she had been. I'm a soldier's wife, said she. They sent my husband somewhere far away, 8 months ago, and I have heard nothing of him since. I had a place as cook till my baby was born, but then they would not keep me with a child. For 3 months now I have been struggling, unable to find a place, and I've had to sell all I had for food. I tried to go as a wet nurse, but no one would have me. They said I was too starved-looking and thin. Now I have just been to see a tradesman's wife. A woman from our village is in service with her, and she has promised to take me. I thought it was all settled at last, but she tells me not to come till next week. It is far to her place, and I am fagged out, and baby is quite starved, poor mite. Fortunately, our landlady has pity on us, and lets us lodge free, else I don't know what we should do. Martin sighed. Haven't you any warmer clothing? He asked. How could I get warm clothing? Said she. Why, I pawned my last shawl for 6 pence yesterday. Then the woman came and took the child, and Martin got up. He went and looked among some things that were hanging on the wall and brought back an old cloak. Here, he said, though it's a worn-out old thing, it will do to wrap him up in. The woman looked at the cloak, then at the old man, and taking it, burst into tears. Martin turned away and groping under the bed brought out a small trunk. He fumbled about in it, and again sat down opposite the woman. And the woman said, The Lord bless you, friend. Surely Christ must have sent me to your window, else the child would have frozen. It was mild when I started, but now see how cold it has turned. Surely it must have been Christ who made you look out of your window and take pity on me, poor wretch. Martin smiled and said, It is quite true. It was he made me do it. It was no mere chance made me look out. And he told the woman his dream, and how he had heard the Lord's voice promising to visit him that day. Who knows? All things are possible, said the woman, and she got up and threw the cloak over her shoulders, wrapping it round herself and round the baby. Then she bowed and thanked Martin once more. Take this for Christ's sake, said Martin, and gave her 6 pence to get her shawl out of pawn. The woman crossed herself, and Martin did the same, and then he saw her out. After the woman had gone, Martin ate some cabbage soup, cleared the things away, and sat down to work again. He sat and worked, but did not forget the window, and every time a shadow fell on it, he looked up at once to see who was passing. People he knew and strangers passed by, but no one remarkable. After a while, Martin saw an apple woman stop just in front of his window. She had a large basket, but there did not seem to be many apples left in it. She had evidently sold most of her stock. On her back, she had a sack full of chips, which she was taking home. No doubt she had gathered them at some place where building was going on. The sack evidently hurt her, and she wanted to shift it from one shoulder to the other, so she put it down on the footpath and, placing her basket on a post, began to shake down the chips in the sack. While she was doing this, a boy in a tattered cap ran up, snatched an apple out of the basket, and tried to slip away. But the old woman noticed it, and turning, caught the boy by his sleeve. He began to struggle, trying to free himself, but the old woman held on with both hands, knocked his cap off his head, and seized hold of his hair. The boy screamed, and the old woman scolded. Martin dropped his awl, not waiting to stick it in its place, and rushed out of the door. Stumbling up the steps and dropping his spectacles in his hurry, he ran out into the street. The old woman was pulling the boy's hair and scolding him and threatening to take him to the police. The lad was struggling and protesting, saying, "I did not take it. What are you beating me for? Let me go." Martin separated them. He took the boy by the hand and said, "Let him go, Granny. Forgive him for Christ's sake. I'll pay him out so that he won't forget it for a year. I'll take the rascal to the police." Martin began entreating the old woman. "Let him go, Granny. He won't do it again. Let him go for Christ's sake." The old woman let go, and the boy wished to run away, but Martin stopped him. "Ask the granny's forgiveness," said he, "and don't do it another time I saw you take the apple." The boy began to cry and to beg pardon. "That's right. And now here's an apple for you," and Martin took an apple from the basket and gave it to the boy, saying, "I will pay you, Granny." "You will spoil them that way, the young rascals," said the old woman. "He ought to be whipped so that he should remember it for a week." "Oh, Granny, Granny," said Martin, "that's our way. But it's not God's way. If he should be whipped for stealing an apple, what should be done to us for our sins?" The old woman was silent, and Martin told her the parable of the Lord who forgave his servant a large debt, and how the servant went out and seized his debtor by the throat. The old woman listened to it all, and the boy too stood by and listened. "God bids us forgive," said Martin, "or else we shall not be forgiven. Forgive everyone, and a thoughtless youngster most of all." The old woman wagged her head and sighed. "It's true enough," said she, "but they are getting terribly spoilt." "Then we old ones must show them better ways," Martin replied. "That's just what I say," said the old woman. "I have had 7 of them myself, and only 1 daughter is left." And the old woman began to tell how and where she was living with her daughter, and how many grandchildren she had. "There now," she said, "I have but little strength left, yet I work hard for the sake of my grandchildren. And nice children they are, too. No one comes out to meet me but the children. Little Annie now won't leave me for anyone. It's grandmother, dear grandmother, darling grandmother." And the old woman completely softened at the thought. Of course it was only his childishness. "God help him," said she, referring to the boy. As the old woman was about to hoist her sack on her back, the lad sprang forward to her, saying, "Let me carry it for you, Granny. I'm going that way." The old woman nodded her head and put the sack on the boy's back, and they went down the street together, the old woman quite forgetting to ask Martin to pay for the apple. Martin stood and watched them as they went along talking to each other. When they were out of sight, Martin went back to the house. Having found his spectacles unbroken on the steps, he picked up his awl and sat down again to work. He worked a little, but could soon not see to pass the bristle through the holes in the leather, and presently he noticed the lamplighter passing on his way to light the street lamps. "Seems it's time to light up," thought he. So he trimmed his lamp, hung it up, and sat down again to work. He finished off 1 boot and, turning it about, examined it. It was all right. Then he gathered his tools together, swept up the cuttings, put away the bristles and the thread and the awls, and taking down the lamp, placed it on the table. Then he took the Gospels from the shelf. He meant to open them at the place he had marked the day before with a bit of morocco, but the book opened at another place. As Martin opened it, his yesterday's dream came back to his mind, and no sooner had he thought of it than he seemed to hear footsteps, as though someone were moving behind him. Martin turned round, and it seemed to him as if people were standing in the dark corner, but he could not make out who they were. And a voice whispered in his ear, "Martin, Martin, don't you know me?" "Who is it?" muttered Martin. "It is I," said the voice. And out of the dark corner stepped Stepanich, who smiled, and vanishing like a cloud was seen no more. "It is I," said the voice again. And out of the darkness stepped the woman with the baby in her arms, and the woman smiled and the baby laughed, and they too vanished. "It is I," said the voice once more. And the old woman and the boy with the apple stepped out and both smiled, and then they too vanished, and Martin's soul grew glad. He crossed himself, put on his spectacles, and began reading the Gospel just where it had opened. And at the top of the page he read, "I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in." And at the bottom of the page he read, "Inasmuch as ye did it unto one of these my brethren, even these least, ye did it unto me." Matthew chapter 25. And Martin understood that his dream had come true, and that the Savior had really come to him that day, and he had welcomed him.
Part 3, a fairy tale, dieses. 8th story, the story of Ivan the Fool.
And of his 2 brothers, Simon the soldier and Taras the stout, and of his dumb sister Martha, and of the old devil and the 3 little imps. Once upon a time, in a certain province of a certain country, there lived a rich peasant who had 3 sons, Simon the soldier, Taras the stout, and Ivan the fool, besides an unmarried daughter, Martha, who was deaf and dumb. Simon the soldier went to the wars to serve the king. Taras the stout went to a merchant's in town to trade, and Ivan the fool stayed at home with the lass, to till the ground till his back bent. Simon the soldier obtained high rank and an estate, and married a nobleman's daughter. His pay was large, and his estate was large, but yet he could not make ends meet. What the husband earned his lady wife squandered, and they never had money enough. So Simon the soldier went to his estate to collect the income, but his steward said, "Where is any income to come from? We have neither cattle, nor tools, nor horse, nor plough, nor harrow. We must first get all these, and then the money will come." Then Simon the soldier went to his father and said, "You, father, are rich, but have given me nothing. Divide what you have and give me a 3rd part, that I may improve my estate." But the old man said, "You brought nothing into my house. Why should I give you a 3rd part? It would be unfair to Ivan and to the girl." But Simon answered, "He is a fool, and she is an old maid, and deaf and dumb besides. What's the good of property to them?" The old man said, "We will see what Ivan says about it." And Ivan said, "Let him take what he wants." So Simon the soldier took his share of his father's goods and removed them to his estate, and went off again to serve the king. Taras the stout also gathered much money and married into a merchant's family, but still he wanted more. So he also came to his father and said, "Give me my portion." But the old man did not wish to give Taras a share either, and said, "You brought nothing here. Ivan has earned all we have in the house, and why should we wrong him and the girl?" But Taras said, "What does he need? He is a fool. He cannot marry, no one would have him, and the dumb lass does not need anything either. Look here, Ivan," said he, "give me half the corn. I don't want the tools, and of the livestock I will take only the grey stallion, which is of no use to you for the plough." Ivan laughed and said, "Take what you want. I will work to earn some more." So they gave a share to Taras also, and he carted the corn away to town, and took the grey stallion, and Ivan was left with 1 old mare to lead his peasant life as before, and to support his father and mother. Now the old devil was vexed that the brothers had not quarrelled over the division, but had parted peacefully, and he summoned 3 imps. "Look here," said he, "there are 3 brothers, Simon the soldier, Taras the stout, and Ivan the fool. They should have quarrelled, but are living peaceably and meet on friendly terms. The fool Ivan has spoilt the whole business for me. Now you 3 go and tackle those 3 brothers, and worry them till they scratch each other's eyes out. Do you think you can do it?" "Yes, we'll do it," said they. "How will you set about it?" "Why," said they, "first we'll ruin them. And when they haven't a crust to eat, we'll tie them up together, and then they'll fight each other, sure enough." "That's capital. I see you understand your business. Go, and don't come back till you've set them by the ears, or I'll skin you alive." The imps went off into a swamp and began to consider how they should set to work. They disputed and disputed, each wanting the lightest job, but at last they decided to cast lots which of the brothers each imp should tackle. If one imp finished his task before the others, he was to come and help them. So the imps cast lots, and appointed a time to meet again in the swamp to learn who had succeeded and who needed help. The appointed time came round, and the imps met again in the swamp as agreed, and each began to tell how matters stood. The first, who had undertaken Simon the soldier, began, "My business is going on well. Tomorrow Simon will return to his father's house." His comrades asked, "How did you manage it?" "First," says he, "I made Simon so bold that he offered to conquer the whole world for his king. and the king made him his general and sent him to fight the king of India. They met for battle, but the night before I damped all the powder in Simon's camp and made more straw soldiers for the Indian king than you could count. And when Simon's soldiers saw the straw soldiers surrounding them, they grew frightened. Simon ordered them to fire, but their cannons and guns would not go off. Then Simon's soldiers were quite frightened and ran like sheep, and the Indian king slaughtered them. Simon was disgraced. He has been deprived of his estate, and tomorrow they intend to execute him. There is only one day's work left for me to do. I have just to let him out of prison that he may escape home. Tomorrow I shall be ready to help whichever of you needs me." Then the second imp, who had Taras in hand, began to tell how he had fared. "I don't want any help," said he. "My job is going all right. Taras can't hold out for more than a week. First I caused him to grow greedy and fat. His covetousness became so great that whatever he saw he wanted to buy. He has spent all his money in buying immense lots of goods and still continues to buy. Already he has begun to use borrowed money. His debts hang like a weight round his neck, and he is so involved that he can never get clear. In a week his bills come due, and before then I will spoil all his stock. He will be unable to pay and will have to go home to his father." Then they asked the third imp, Ivans, "And how are you getting on?" "Well," said he, "my affair goes badly. First I spat into his drink to make his stomach ache, and then I went into his field and hammered the ground hard as a stone that he shouldn't be able to till it. I thought he wouldn't plough it, but like the fool that he is, he came with his plough and began to make a furrow. He groaned with the pain in his stomach, but went on ploughing. I broke his plough for him, but he went home, got out another, and again started ploughing. I crept under the earth and caught hold of the ploughshares, but there was no holding them. He leant heavily upon the plough, and the ploughshare was sharp and cut my hands. He has all but finished ploughing the field, only one little strip is left. Come, brothers, and help me, for if we don't get the better of him, all our labour is lost. If the fool holds out and keeps on working the land, his brothers will never know want, for he will feed them both." Simon the soldier's imp promised to come next day to help, and so they parted. Ivan had ploughed up the whole fallow, all but one little strip. He came to finish it. Though his stomach ached, the ploughing must be done. He freed the harness ropes, turned the plough, and began to work. He drove one furrow, but coming back the plough began to drag as if it had caught in a root. It was the imp, who had twisted his legs round the ploughshare and was holding it back. "What a strange thing," thought Ivan. "There were no roots here at all, and yet here's a root." Ivan pushed his hand deep into the furrow, groped about, and feeling something soft, seized hold of it and pulled it out. It was black like a root, but it wriggled. "Why, it was a live imp! What a nasty thing!" said Ivan, and he lifted his hand to dash it against the plough, but the imp squealed out, "Don't hurt me, and I'll do anything you tell me to." "What can you do?" "Anything you tell me to." Ivan scratched his head. "My stomach aches," said he. "Can you cure that?" "Certainly I can." "Well then, do so." The imp went down into the furrow, searched about, scratched with his claws, and pulled out a bunch of 3 little roots, which he handed to Ivan. "Here," says he, "whoever swallows one of these will be cured of any illness." Ivan took the roots, separated them, and swallowed one. The pain in his stomach was cured at once. The imp again begged to be let off. "I will jump right into the earth and never come back," said he. "All right," said Ivan. "Begone, and God be with you." And as soon as Ivan mentioned God, the imp plunged into the earth like a stone thrown into the water. Only a hole was left. Ivan put the other 2 pieces of root into his cap and went on with his ploughing. He ploughed the strip to the end, turned his plough over, and went home. He unharnessed the horse, entered the hut, and there he saw his elder brother, Simon the soldier, and his wife sitting at supper. Simon's estate had been confiscated. He himself had barely managed to escape from prison, and he had come back to live in his father's house. Simon saw Ivan and said, "I have come to live with you. Feed me and my wife till I get another appointment." "All right," said Ivan, "you can stay with us." But when Ivan was about to sit down on the bench, the lady disliked the smell and said to her husband, "I cannot sup with a dirty peasant." So Simon the soldier said, "My lady says you don't smell nice. You'd better go and eat outside." "All right," said Ivan. "Anyway, I must spend the night outside, for I have to pasture the mare." So he took some bread and his coat and went with the mare into the fields. Having finished his work that night, Simon's imp came as agreed to find Ivan's imp and help him to subdue the fool. He came to the field and searched, but instead of his comrade, he found only a hole. "Clearly," thought he, "some evil has befallen my comrade. I must take his place. The field is ploughed up, so the fool must be tackled in the meadow." So the imp went to the meadows and flooded Ivan's hayfield with water, which left the grass all covered with mud. Ivan returned from the pasture at dawn, sharpened his scythe, and went to mow the hayfield. He began to mow, but had only swung the scythe once or twice, when the edge turned so that it would not cut at all, but needed resharpening. Ivan struggled on for a while, and then said, "It's no good. I must go home and bring a tool to straighten the scythe, and I'll get a chunk of bread at the same time. If I have to spend a week here, I won't leave till the mowing's done." The imp heard this and thought to himself, "This fool is a tough 'un. I can't get round him this way. I must try some other dodge." Ivan returned, sharpened his scythe, and began to mow. The imp crept into the grass and began to catch the scythe by the heel, sending the point into the earth. Ivan found the work very hard, but he mowed the whole meadow except one little bit which was in the swamp. The imp crept into the swamp, and thought he to himself, "Though I cut my paws, I will not let him mow." Ivan reached the swamp. The grass didn't seem thick, but yet it resisted the scythe. Ivan grew angry and began to swing the scythe with all his might. The imp had to give in. He could not keep up with the scythe, and seeing it was a bad business, he scrambled into a bush. Ivan swung the scythe, caught the bush, and cut off half the imp's tail. Then he finished mowing the grass, told his sister to rake it up, and went himself to mow the rye. He went with the scythe, but the dock-tailed imp was there first, and entangled the rye so that the scythe was of no use. But Ivan went home and got his sickle, and began to reap with that, and he reaped the whole of the rye. "Now it's time," said he, "to start on the oats." The dock-tailed imp heard this, and thought, "I couldn't get the better of him on the rye, but I shall on the oats. Only wait till the morning." In the morning the imp hurried to the oat field, but the oats were already mowed down. Ivan had mowed them by night, in order that less grain should shake out. The imp grew angry. "He has cut me all over and tired me out. The fool. It is worse than war. The accursed fool never sleeps. One can't keep up with him. I will get into his stacks now, and rot them." So the imp entered the rye and crept among the sheaves, and they began to rot. He heated them, grew warm himself, and fell asleep. Ivan harnessed the mare and went with the lass to cart the rye. He came to the heaps and began to pitch the rye into the cart. He tossed 2 sheaves and again thrust his fork right into the imp's back. He lifts the fork and sees on the prongs a live imp, dock-tailed, struggling, wriggling, and trying to jump. "What, you nasty thing, are you here again?" "I'm another," said the imp. "The first was my brother. I've been with your brother Simon." "Well," said Ivan, "whoever you are, you've met the same fate." He was about to dash him against the cart, but the imp cried out, "Let me off, and I will not only let you alone, but I'll do anything you tell me to do." "What can you do?" "I can make soldiers out of anything you like." "But what use are they?" "You can turn them to any use. They can do anything you please." "Can they sing?" "Yes, if you want them to." "All right, you may make me some." And the imp said, "Here, take a sheaf of rye, then bump it upright on the ground, and simply say, 'O sheaf, my slave, this order gave, where a straw has been, let a soldier be seen.'" Ivan took the sheaf, struck it on the ground, and said what the imp had told him to. The sheaf fell asunder, and all the straws changed into soldiers, with a trumpeter and a drummer playing in front, so that there was a whole regiment. Ivan laughed. "How clever," said he. "This is fine. How pleased the girls will be." "Now let me go," said the imp. No, said Ivan. I must make my soldiers of thrashed straw, otherwise good grain will be wasted. Teach me how to change them back again into the sheaf. I want to thrash it. And the imp said, Repeat, let each be a straw who was soldier before, for my true slave this order gave. Ivan said this, and the sheaf reappeared. Again the imp began to beg, Now let me go. All right. And Ivan pressed him against the side of the cart, held him down with his hand, and pulled him off the fork. God be with you, said he. And as soon as he mentioned God, the imp plunged into the earth like a stone into water. Only a hole was left. Ivan returned home, and there was his other brother, Taras with his wife, sitting at supper. Taras the Stout had failed to pay his debts, had run away from his creditors, and had come home to his father's house. When he saw Ivan, Look here, said he, till I can start in business again, I want you to keep me and my wife. All right, said Ivan, you can live here if you like. Ivan took off his coat and sat down to table, but the merchant's wife said, I cannot sit at table with this clown, he smells of perspiration. Then Taras the Stout said, Ivan, you smell too strong. Go and eat outside. All right, said Ivan, taking some bread and going into the yard. It is time, anyhow, for me to go and pasture the mare. Taras's imp, being also free that night, came, as agreed, to help his comrades subdue Ivan the fool. He came to the cornfield, looked and looked for his comrades. No one was there. He only found a hole. He went to the meadow, and there he found an imp's tail in the swamp, and another hole in the rye stubble. Evidently some ill luck has befallen my comrades, thought he. I must take their place and tackle the fool. So the imp went to look for Ivan, who had already stacked the corn and was cutting trees in the wood. The two brothers had begun to feel crowded, living together, and had told Ivan to cut down trees to build new houses for them. The imp ran to the wood, climbed among the branches, and began to hinder Ivan from felling the trees. Ivan undercut one tree so that it should fall clear, but in falling it turned askew and caught among some branches. Ivan cut a pole with which to lever it aside, and with difficulty contrived to bring it to the ground. He set to work to fell another tree. Again the same thing occurred, and with all his efforts he could hardly get the tree clear. He began on a third tree, and again the same thing happened. Ivan had hoped to cut down 100 small trees, but had not felled even half a score, and now the night was come, and he was tired out. The steam from him spread like a mist through the wood, but still he stuck to his work. He undercut another tree, but his back began to ache so that he could not stand. He drove his axe into the tree and sat down to rest. The imp, noticing that Ivan had stopped work, grew cheerful. At last, thought he is tired out. He will give it up. Now I can take a rest myself. He seated himself astride a branch and chuckled. But soon Ivan got up, pulled the axe out, swung it, and smote the tree from the opposite side with such force that the tree gave way at once and came crashing down. The imp had not expected this, and had no time to get his feet clear, and the tree in breaking gripped his paw. Ivan began to lop off the branches when he noticed a live imp hanging in the tree. Ivan was surprised. "What, you nasty thing," says he, "so you are here again." "I am another one," says the imp. "I have been with your brother Taras." "Whoever you are, you have met your fate," said Ivan, and swinging his axe he was about to strike him with the haft, but the imp begged for mercy. "Don't strike me," said he, "and I will do anything you tell me to." "What can you do?" "I can make money for you as much as you want." "All right, make some." So the imp showed him how to do it. "Take," said he, "some leaves from this oak and rub them in your hands, and gold will fall out on the ground." Ivan took some leaves and rubbed them, and gold ran down from his hands. "This stuff will do fine," said he, "for the fellows to play with on their holidays." "Now let me go," said the imp. "All right," said Ivan, and taking a lever he set the imp free. "Now be gone, and God be with you," says he. And as soon as he mentioned God, the imp plunged into the earth, like a stone into water. Only a hole was left, so the brothers built houses and began to live apart, and Ivan finished the harvest work, brewed beer, and invited his brothers to spend the next holiday with him. His brothers would not come. "We don't care about peasant feasts," said they. So Ivan entertained the peasants and their wives, and drank until he was rather tipsy. Then he went into the street to a ring of dancers, and going up to them he told the women to sing a song in his honor. "For," said he, "I will give you something you never saw in your lives before." The women laughed and sang his praises, and when they had finished they said, "Now let us have your gift." "I will bring it directly," said he. He took a seed basket and ran into the woods. The women laughed. "He is a fool," said they, and they began to talk of something else. But soon Ivan came running back, carrying the basket full of something heavy. "Shall I give it you?" Yes, give it to us." Ivan took a handful of gold and threw it to the women. You should have seen them throw themselves upon it to pick it up, and the men around scrambled for it and snatched it from one another. One old woman was nearly crushed to death. Ivan laughed. "Oh, you fools," says he. "Why did you crush the old grandmother? Be quiet and I will give you some more." And he threw them some more. The people all crowded round, and Ivan threw them all the gold he had. They asked for more, but Ivan said, "I have no more just now. Another time I'll give you some more. Now let us dance, and you can sing me your songs." The women began to sing. "Your songs are no good," says he. "Where will you find better ones?" say they. "I'll soon show you," says he. He went to the barn, took a sheaf, threshed it, stood it up, and bumped it on the ground. "Now," said he, "O sheaf, my slave, this order gave, where a straw has been, let a soldier be seen." And the sheaf fell asunder, and became so many soldiers. The drums and trumpets began to play. Ivan ordered the soldiers to play and sing. He led them out into the street, and the people were amazed. The soldiers played and sang, and then Ivan, forbidding anyone to follow him, led them back to the thrashing ground, changed them into a sheaf again, and threw it in its place. He then went home and lay down in the stables to sleep. Simon the soldier heard of all these things next morning, and went to his brother. "Tell me," says he, "where you got those soldiers from, and where you have taken them to." "What does it matter to you?" said Ivan. "What does it matter? Why, with soldiers one can do anything. One can win a kingdom," Ivan wondered. "Really?" said he. "Why didn't you say so before? I'll make you as many as you like. It's well the lass and I have thrashed so much straw." Ivan took his brother to the barn and said, "Look here. If I make you some soldiers, you must take them away at once, for if we have to feed them, they will eat up the whole village in a day." Simon the soldier promised to lead the soldiers away, and Ivan began to make them. He bumped a sheaf on the thrashing floor. A company appeared. He bumped another sheaf, and there was a second company. He made so many that they covered the field. "Will that do?" he asked. Simon was overjoyed and said, "That will do. Thank you, Ivan." "All right," said Ivan. "If you want more, come back, and I'll make them." There is plenty of straw this season. Simon the soldier at once took command of his army, collected and organized it, and went off to make war. Hardly had Simon the soldier gone when Taras the stout came along. He too had heard of yesterday's affair, and he said to his brother, "Show me where you get gold money. If I only had some to start with, I could make it bring me in money from all over the world." Ivan was astonished. "Really?" said he. "You should have told me sooner. I will make you as much as you like." His brother was delighted. "Give me 3 baskets full to begin with." "All right," said Ivan. "Come into the forest, or better still, let us harness the mare, for you won't be able to carry it all." They drove to the forest, and Ivan began to rub the oak leaves. He made a great heap of gold. "Will that do?" Taras was overjoyed. "It will do for the present," said he. "Thank you, Ivan." "All right," says Ivan. "If you want more, come back for it. There are plenty of leaves left." Taras the stout gathered up a whole cartload of money and went off to trade. So the 2 brothers went away, Simon to fight and Taras to buy and sell. And Simon the soldier conquered a kingdom for himself, and Taras the stout made much money in trade. When the 2 brothers met, each told the other, Simon how he got the soldiers, and Taras how he got the money. And Simon the soldier said to his brother, "I have conquered a kingdom and live in grand style, but I have not money enough to keep my soldiers." And Taras the stout said, "And I have made much money, but the trouble is I have no one to guard it. Then said Simon the soldier, "Let us go to our brother. I will tell him to make more soldiers, and will give them to you to guard your money, and you can tell him to make money for me to feed my men." And they drove away to Ivan. And Simon said, "Dear brother, I have not enough soldiers. Make me another couple of ricks or so." Ivan shook his head. "No," says he, "I will not make any more soldiers. But you promised you would. I know I promised, but I won't make any more." "But why not, fool?" "Because your soldiers killed a man. I was plowing the other day near the road, and I saw a woman taking a coffin along in a cart and crying. I asked her who was dead. She said, 'Simon's soldiers have killed my husband in the war.' I thought the soldiers would only play tunes, but they have killed a man. I won't give you any more." And he stuck to it, and would not make any more soldiers. Taras the Stout, too, began to beg Ivan to make him more gold money. But Ivan shook his head. "No, I won't make any more," said he. "Didn't you promise?" "I did, but I'll make no more," said he. "Why not, fool?" "Because your gold coins took away the cow from Michael's daughter." "How?" "Simply took it away. Michael's daughter had a cow. Her children used to drink the milk. But the other day her children came to me to ask for milk. I said, 'Where's your cow?' They answered, 'The steward of Taras the Stout came and gave mother 3 bits of gold, and she gave him the cow, so we have nothing to drink.' I thought you were only going to play with the gold pieces, but you have taken the children's cow away. I will not give you any more." And Ivan stuck to it and would not give him any more. So the brothers went away. And as they went, they discussed how they could meet their difficulties. And Simon said, "Look here, I tell you what to do. You give me money to feed my soldiers, and I will give you half my kingdom with soldiers enough to guard your money." Taras agreed. So the brothers divided what they possessed, and both became kings, and both were rich. Van lived at home, supporting his father and mother and working in the fields with his dumb sister. Now it happened that Ivan's yard dog fell sick, grew mangy, and was near dying. Ivan, pitying it, got some bread from his sister, put it in his cap, carried it out, and threw it to the dog. But the cap was torn, and together with the bread, one of the little roots fell to the ground. The old dog ate it up with the bread, and as soon as she had swallowed it, she jumped up and began to play, bark, and wag her tail. In short, became quite well again. The father and mother saw it, and were amazed. "How did you cure the dog?" asked they. Ivan answered, "I had 2 little roots to cure any pain, and she swallowed one." Now about that time it happened that the king's daughter fell ill, and the king proclaimed in every town and village that he would reward anyone who could heal her, and if any unmarried man could heal the king's daughter, he should have her for his wife. This was proclaimed in Ivan's village as well as everywhere else. His father and mother called Ivan and said to him, "Have you heard what the king has proclaimed? You said you had a root that would cure any sickness. Go and heal the king's daughter, and you will be made happy for life." "All right," said he. And Ivan prepared to go, and they dressed him in his best. But as he went out of the door, he met a beggar woman with a crippled hand. "I have heard," said she, "that you can heal people. I pray you cure my arm, for I cannot even put on my boots myself." "All right," said Ivan, and giving the little root to the beggar woman, he told her to swallow it. She swallowed it, and was cured. She was at once able to move her arm freely. His father and mother came out to accompany Ivan to the king, but when they heard that he had given away the root, and that he had nothing left to cure the king's daughter with, they began to scold him. "You pity a beggar woman, but are not sorry for the king's daughter," said they. But Ivan felt sorry for the king's daughter also. So he harnessed the horse, put straw in the cart to sit on, and sat down to drive away. "Where are you going, fool?" "To cure the king's daughter." "But you've nothing left to cure her with?" "Never mind," said he, and drove off. He drove to the king's palace, and as soon as he stepped on the threshold, the king's daughter got well. The king was delighted, and had Ivan brought to him, and had him dressed in fine robes. "Be my son-in-law," said he. "All right," said Ivan, and Ivan married the princess. Her father died soon after, and Ivan became king, so all 3 brothers were now kings. The 3 brothers lived and reigned, The eldest brother, Simon the soldier, prospered. With his straw soldiers he levied real soldiers. He ordered throughout his whole kingdom a levy of 1 soldier from every 10 houses, and each soldier had to be tall and clean in body and in face. He gathered many such soldiers and trained them, and when anyone opposed him, he sent these soldiers at once and got his own way, so that everyone began to fear him, and his life was a comfortable one. Whatever he cast his eyes on and wished for was his. He sent soldiers, and they brought him all he desired. Taras the Stout also lived comfortably. He did not waste the money he got from Ivan, but increased it largely. He introduced law and order into his kingdom. He kept his money in coffers and taxed the people. He instituted a poll tax, tolls for walking and driving, and a tax on shoes and stockings and dress trimmings, and whatever he wished for, he got. For the sake of money, people brought him everything, and they offered to work for him, for everyone wanted money. Ivan the Fool also did not live badly. As soon as he had buried his father-in-law, he took off all his royal robes and gave them to his wife, to put away in a chest. And he again donned his hempen shirt, his breeches and peasant shoes, and started again to work. "It's dull for me," said he. "I'm getting fat and have lost my appetite and my sleep." So he brought his father and mother and his dumb sister to live with him, and worked as before. People said, "But you are a king." "Yes," said he, "but even a king must eat." One of his ministers came to him and said, "We have no money to pay salaries." "All right," says he, "then don't pay them. Then no one will serve." "All right." "Let them not serve. They will have more time to work. Let them cart manure. There is plenty of scavenging to be done." And people came to Ivan to be tried. One said, "He stole my money." And Ivan said, "All right, that shows that he wanted it." And they all got to know that Ivan was a fool. And his wife said to him, "People say that you are a fool." "All right," said Ivan. His wife thought and thought about it, but she also was a fool. "Shall I go against my husband?" "Where the needle goes, the thread follows," said she. So she took off her royal dress, put it away in a chest, and went to the dumb girl to learn to work. And she learned to work and began to help her husband. And all the wise men left Ivan's kingdom. Only the fools remained. Nobody had money. They lived and worked. They fed themselves, and they fed others. The old devil waited and waited for news from the imps of their having ruined the 3 brothers. But no news came. So he went himself to inquire about it. He searched and searched, but instead of finding the 3 imps, he found only the 3 holes. "Evidently they have failed," thought he. "I shall have to tackle it myself." So he went to look for the brothers, but they were no longer in their old places. He found them in 3 different kingdoms. All 3 were living and reigning. This annoyed the old devil very much. "Well," said he, "I must try my own hand at the job." First he went to King Simon. He did not go to him in his own shape, but disguised himself as a general, and drove to Simon's palace. "I hear, King Simon," said he, "that you are a great warrior, and as I know that business well, I desire to serve you." King Simon questioned him, and seeing that he was a wise man, took him into his service. The new commander began to teach King Simon how to form a strong army. First, "Kushi," said he, "we must levy more soldiers, for there are in your kingdom many people unemployed. We must recruit all the young men without exception. Then you will have 5 times as many soldiers as formerly. Secondly, we must get new rifles and cannons. I will introduce rifles that will fire 100 balls at once. They will fly out like peas. And I will get cannons that will consume with fire either man or horse or wall. They will burn up everything." Simon the king listened to the new commander, ordered all young men without exception to be enrolled as soldiers, and had new factories built in which he manufactured large quantities of improved rifles and cannons. Then he made haste to declare war against a neighboring king. As soon as he met the other army, King Simon ordered his soldiers to rain balls against it and shoot fire from the cannons, and at one blow he burned and crippled half the enemy's army. The neighboring king was so thoroughly frightened that he gave way and surrendered his kingdom. King Simon was delighted. "Now," said he, "I will conquer the king of India." But the Indian king had heard about King Simon and had adopted all his inventions and added more of his own. The Indian king enlisted not only all the young men, but all the single women also, and got together a greater army even than King Simon's. And he copied all King Simon's rifles and cannons and invented a way of flying through the air to throw explosive bombs from above. King Simon set out to fight the Indian king, expecting to beat him, as he had beaten the other king, but the scythe that had cut so well had lost its edge. The king of India did not let Simon's army come within gunshot, but sent his women through the air to hurl down explosive bombs onto Simon's army. The women began to rain down bombs onto the army like borax upon cockroaches. The army ran away, and Simon the king was left alone. So the Indian king took Simon's kingdom, and Simon the soldier fled as best he might. Having finished with this brother, the old devil went to King Taras. Changing himself into a merchant, he settled in Taras's kingdom, started a house of business, and began spending money. He paid high prices for everything, and everybody hurried to the new merchants to get money. And so much money spread among the people that they began to pay all their taxes promptly and paid up all their arrears, and King Taras rejoiced. Thanks to the new merchant, thought he, I shall have more money than ever, and my life will be yet more comfortable. And Taras the king began to form fresh plans and began to build a new palace. He gave notice that people should bring him wood and stone and come to work, and he fixed high prices for everything. King Taras thought people would come in crowds to work as before, but to his surprise all the wood and stone was taken to the merchants, and all the workmen went there too. King Taras increased his price, but the merchant bid yet more. King Taras had much money, but the merchant had still more, and outbid the king at every point. The king's palace was at a standstill. The building did not get on. King Taras planned a garden, and when autumn came, he called for the people to come and plant the garden. But nobody came. All the people were engaged digging a pond for the merchant. Winter came, and King Taras wanted to buy sable furs for a new overcoat. He sent to buy them, but the messengers returned and said, There are no sables left, the merchant has all the furs. He gave the best price and made carpets of the skins. King Taras wanted to buy some stallions. He sent to buy them, but the messengers returned, saying, The merchant has all the good stallions. They are carrying water to fill his pond. All the king's affairs came to a standstill. Nobody would work for him, for everyone was busy working for the merchant. And they only brought King Taras the merchant's money to pay their taxes. And the king collected so much money that he had nowhere to store it, and his life became wretched. He ceased to form plans and would have been glad enough simply to live, but he was hardly able even to do that. He ran short of everything. One after another his cooks, coachmen, and servants left him to go to the merchant. Soon he lacked even food. When he sent to the market to buy anything, there was nothing to be got. The merchant had bought up everything, and people only brought the king money to pay their taxes. Taras the king got angry and banished the merchant from the country. But the merchant settled just across the frontier and went on as before. For the sake of the merchant's money, people took everything to him instead of to the king. Things went badly with King Taras. For days together he had nothing to eat, and a rumor even got about that the merchant was boasting that he would buy up the king himself. King Taras got frightened and did not know what to do. At this time Simon the soldier came to him, saying, Help me, for the king of India has conquered me. But King Taras himself was over head and ears in difficulties. I myself, said he, have had nothing to eat for 2 days. Having done with the two brothers, the old devil went to Ivan. He changed himself into a general, and coming to Ivan began to persuade him that he ought to have an army. It doesn't become a king, said he, to be without an army. Only give me the order, and I will collect soldiers from among your people and form one. Ivan listened to him. All right, said Ivan, form an army and teach them to sing songs well. I like to hear them do that. So the old devil went through Ivan's kingdom to enlist men. He told them to go and be entered as soldiers, and each should have a quart of spirits and a fine red cap. The people laughed. We have plenty of spirits, said they. We make it ourselves. And as for caps, the women make all kinds of them, even striped ones with tassels. So nobody would enlist. The old devil came to Ivan and said, Your fools won't enlist of their own free will.
We shall have to make them." "All right," said Ivan, "you can try." So the old devil gave notice that all the people were to enlist, and that Ivan would put to death anyone who refused. The people came to the general and said, "You say that if we do not go as soldiers, the king will put us to death, but you don't say what will happen if we do enlist. We have heard say that soldiers get killed." "Yes, that happens sometimes." When the people heard this, they became obstinate. "We won't go," said they. "Better meet death at home. Either way we must die." "Fools! You are fools," said the old devil. "A soldier may be killed, or he may not, but if you don't go, King Ivan will have you killed for certain." The people were puzzled, and went to Ivan the Fool to consult him. "A general has come," said they, "who says we must all become soldiers. If you go as soldiers," says he, "you may be killed or you may not, but if you don't go, King Ivan will certainly kill you. Is this true?" Ivan laughed and said, "How can I, alone, put all you to death? If I were not a fool, I would explain it to you, but as it is, I don't understand it myself." Then said they, "We will not serve." "All right," says he, "don't." So the people went to the general and refused to enlist, and the old devil saw that this game was up, and he went off and ingratiated himself with the king of Tarakan. "Let us make war," says he, "and conquer King Ivan's country. It is true there is no money, but there is plenty of corn and cattle and everything else." So the king of Tarakan prepared to make war. He mustered a great army, provided rifles and cannons, marched to the frontier, and entered Ivan's kingdom. And people came to Ivan and said, "The king of Tarakan is coming to make war on us." "All right," said Ivan, "let him come." Having crossed the frontier, the king of Tarakan sent scouts to look for Ivan's army. They looked and looked, but there was no army. They waited and waited for one to appear somewhere, but there were no signs of an army, and nobody to fight with. The king of Tarakan then sent to seize the villages. The soldiers came to a village, and the people, both men and women, rushed out in astonishment to stare at the soldiers. The soldiers began to take their corn and cattle. The people let them have it, and did not resist. The soldiers went on to another village. The same thing happened again. The soldiers went on for 1 day and for 2 days, and everywhere the same thing happened. The people let them have everything, and no one resisted, but only invited the soldiers to live with them. "Poor fellows," said they, "if you have a hard life in your own land, why don't you come and stay with us altogether?" The soldiers marched and marched. Still no army, only people living and feeding themselves and others, and not resisting, but inviting the soldiers to stay and live with them. The soldiers found it dull work, and they came to the king of Tarakan and said, "We cannot fight here. Lead us elsewhere. War is all right, but what is this? It is like cutting pea soup. We will not make war here any more." The king of Tarakan grew angry and ordered his soldiers to overrun the whole kingdom, to destroy the villages, to burn the grain in the houses, and to slaughter the cattle. "And if you do not obey my orders," said he, "I will execute you all." The soldiers were frightened and began to act according to the king's orders. They began to burn houses and corn, and to kill cattle. But the fools still offered no resistance, and only wept. The old men wept, and the old women wept, and the young people wept. "Why do you harm us?" they said. "Why do you waste good things? If you need them, why do you not take them for yourselves?" At last the soldiers could stand it no longer. They refused to go any further, and the army disbanded and fled. The old devil had to give it up. He could not get the better of Ivan with soldiers, so he changed himself into a fine gentleman and settled down in Ivan's kingdom. He meant to overcome him by means of money, as he had overcome Taras the Stout. "I wish," says he, "to do you a good turn, to teach you sense and reason. I will build a house among you and organize a trade." "All right," said Ivan. "Come and live among us if you like." Next morning the fine gentleman went out into the public square with a big sack of gold and a sheet of paper, and said, "You all live like swine. I wish to teach you how to live properly. Build me a house according to this plan. You shall work. I will tell you how, and I will pay you with gold coins." And he showed them the gold. The fools were astonished. There was no money in use among them. They bartered their goods and paid one another with labor. They looked at the gold coins with surprise. "What nice little things they are," said they, and they began to exchange their goods and labor for the gentleman's gold pieces.
And the old devil began, as in Taras's kingdom, to be free with his gold, and the people began to exchange everything for gold and to do all sorts of work for it. The old devil was delighted, and thought he to himself, "Things are going right this time. Now I shall ruin the fool as I did Taras, and I shall buy him up, body and soul." But as soon as the fools had provided themselves with gold pieces, they gave them to the women for necklaces. The lasses plaited them into their tresses, and at last the children in the street began to play with the little pieces. Everybody had plenty of them, and they stopped taking them, but the fine gentleman's mansion was not yet half built, and the grain and cattle for the year were not yet provided. So he gave notice that he wished people to come and work for him, and that he wanted cattle and grain. For each thing and for each service, he was ready to give many more pieces of gold. But nobody came to work, and nothing was brought. Only sometimes a boy or a little girl would run up to exchange an egg for a gold coin, but nobody else came, and he had nothing to eat. And being hungry, the fine gentleman went through the village to try and buy something for dinner. He tried at one house and offered a gold piece for a fowl, but the housewife wouldn't take it. "I have a lot already," said she. He tried at a widow's house to buy a herring and offered a gold piece. "I don't want it, my good sir," said she. "I have no children to play with it, and I myself already have 3 coins as curiosities." He tried at a peasant's house to get bread, but neither would the peasant take money. "I don't need it," said he, "but if you are begging for Christ's sake, wait a bit, and I'll tell the housewife to cut you a piece of bread." At that the devil spat and ran away. To hear Christ's name mentioned, let alone receiving anything for Christ's sake, hurt him more than sticking a knife into him, and so he got no bread. Everyone had gold, and no matter where the old devil went, nobody would give anything for money. But everyone said, "Either bring something else, or come and work, or receive what you want in charity for Christ's sake." But the old devil had nothing but money. For work he had no liking, and as for taking anything for Christ's sake, he could not do that. The old devil grew very angry. "What more do you want when I give you money?" said he. "You can buy everything with gold, and hire any kind of laborer." But the fools did not heed him. "No, we do not want money," said they. "We have no payments to make and no taxes, so what should we do with it?" The old devil lay down to sleep, supperless. The affair was told to Ivan the fool. People came and asked him, "What are we to do? A fine gentleman has turned up who likes to eat and drink and dress well, but he does not like to work, does not beg in Christ's name, but only offers gold pieces to everyone." At first people gave him all he wanted until they had plenty of gold pieces, but now no one gives him anything. What's to be done with him? He will die of hunger before long. Ivan listened. "All right," says he, "we must feed him. Let him live by turn at each house as a shepherd does." There was no help for it. The old devil had to begin making the round. In due course the turn came for him to go to Ivan's house. The old devil came in to dinner, and the dumb girl was getting it ready. She had often been deceived by lazy folk who came early to dinner, without having done their share of work, and ate up all the porridge, so it had occurred to her to find out the sluggards by their hands. Those who had horny hands she put at the table, but the others got only the scraps that were left over. The old devil sat down at the table, but the dumb girl seized him by the hands and looked at them. There were no hard places there. The hands were clean and smooth, with long nails. The dumb girl gave a grunt and pulled the devil away from the table. And Ivan's wife said to him, "Don't be offended, fine gentleman. My sister-in-law does not allow anyone to come to table who hasn't horny hands. But wait a while. After the folk have eaten, you shall have what is left." The old devil was offended that in the king's house they wished him to feed like a pig. He said to Ivan, "It is a foolish law you have in your kingdom that everyone must work with his hands. It's your stupidity that invented it. Do people work only with their hands? What do you think wise men work with?" And Ivan said, "How are we fools to know? We do most of our work with our hands and our backs. That is because you are fools, but I will teach you how to work with the head. Then you will know that it is more profitable to work with the head than with the hands." Ivan was surprised. "If that is so," said he, "then there is some sense in calling us fools." And the old devil went on. "Only it is not easy to work with one's head. You give me nothing to eat because I have no hard places on my hands, but you do not know that it is 100 times more difficult to work with the head. Sometimes one's head quite splits." Ivan became thoughtful. "Why then, friend, do you torture yourself so? Is it pleasant when the head splits? Would it not be better to do easier work with your hands and your back?" But the devil said, "I do it all out of pity for you fools. If I didn't torture myself, you would remain fools forever, but having worked with my head, I can now teach you." Ivan was surprised. "Do teach us," said he, "so that when our hands get cramped, we may use our heads for a change." And the devil promised to teach the people. So Ivan gave notice throughout the kingdom that a fine gentleman had come who would teach everybody how to work with their heads, that with the head more could be done than with the hands, and that the people ought all to come and learn. Now there was in Ivan's kingdom a high tower with many steps leading up to a lantern on the top, and Ivan took the gentleman up there that everyone might see him. So the gentleman took his place on the top of the tower and began to speak, and the people came together to see him. They thought the gentleman would really show them how to work with the head without using the hands. But the old devil only taught them in many words how they might live without working. The people could make nothing of it. They looked and considered, and at last went off to attend to their affairs. The old devil stood on the tower a whole day, and after that a second day, talking all the time. But standing there so long he grew hungry, and the fools never thought of taking food to him up in the tower. They thought that if he could work with his head better than with his hands, he could at any rate easily provide himself with bread. The old devil stood on the top of the tower yet another day, talking away. People came near, looked on for a while, and then went away, and Ivan asked, "Well, has the gentleman begun to work with his head yet?" "Not yet," said the people. "He's still spouting away." The old devil stood on the tower one day more, but he began to grow weak so that he staggered and hit his head against one of the pillars of the lantern. One of the people noticed it and told Ivan's wife, and she ran to her husband, who was in the field. "Come and look," said she. "They say the gentleman is beginning to work with his head." Ivan was surprised. "Really?" says he, and he turned his horse round and went to the tower. And by the time he reached the tower, the old devil was quite exhausted with hunger, and was staggering and knocking his head against the pillars. And just as Ivan arrived at the tower, the devil stumbled, fell, and came bump, 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 straight down the stairs to the bottom, counting each step with a knock of his head. "Well," says Ivan, "the fine gentleman told the truth when he said that sometimes one's head quite splits. This is worse than blisters. After such work there will be swellings on the head." The old devil tumbled out at the foot of the stairs and struck his head against the ground. Ivan was about to go up to him to see how much work he had done, when suddenly the earth opened and the old devil fell through. Only a hole was left. Ivan scratched his head. "What a nasty thing," says he. "It's one of those devils again. What a whopper! He must be the father of them all." Ivan is still living, and people crowd to his kingdom. His own brothers have come to live with him, and he feeds them too. To everyone who comes and says, "Give me food," Ivan says, "All right, you can stay with us, we have plenty of everything." Only there is one special custom in his kingdom. Whoever has horny hands comes to table, but whoever has not must eat what the others leave.
Part 4. Stories written to pictures. Ninth story. Evil allures, but good endures. There lived in olden times a good and kindly man. He had this world's goods in abundance, and many slaves to serve him. And the slaves prided themselves on their master, saying, "There is no better lord than ours under the sun. He feeds and clothes us well, and gives us work suited to our strength. He bears no malice and never speaks a harsh word to anyone. He is not like other masters, who treat their slaves worse than cattle, punishing them whether they deserve it or not, and never giving them a friendly word. He wishes us well, does good, and speaks kindly to us. We do not wish for a better life." Thus, the slaves praised their lord, and the devil, seeing it, was vexed that slaves should live in such love and harmony with their master. So getting one of them, whose name was Aleb, into his power, the devil ordered him to tempt the other slaves. And one day, when they were all sitting together resting and talking of their master's goodness, Aleb raised his voice and said, "It is stupid to make so much of our master's goodness. The devil himself would be kind to you if you did what he wanted. We serve our master well and humor him in all things. As soon as he thinks of anything, we do it, foreseeing all his wishes. What can he do but be kind to us? Just try how it will be if, instead of humoring him, we do him some harm instead. He will act like anyone else, and will repay evil for evil, as the worst of masters do." The other slaves began denying what Aleb had said, and at last bet with him. Aleb undertook to make their master angry. If he failed, he was to lose his holiday garment, but if he succeeded, the other slaves were to give him theirs. Moreover, they promised to defend him against the master, and to set him free if he should be put in chains or imprisoned. Having arranged this bet, Aleb agreed to make his master angry next morning. Aleb was a shepherd, and had in his charge a number of valuable, purebred sheep, of which his master was very fond. Next morning, when the master brought some visitors into the enclosure to show them the valuable sheep, Aleb winked at his companions, as if to say, "See now, how angry I will make him." All the other slaves assembled, looking in at the gates or over the fence, and the devil climbed a tree nearby to see how his servant would do his work. The master walked about the enclosure, showing his guests the ewes and lambs, and presently he wished to show them his finest ram. "All the rams are valuable," said he, "but I have one with closely twisted horns, which is priceless. I prize him as the apple of my eye." Startled by the strangers, the sheep rushed about the enclosure so that the visitors could not get a good look at the ram. As soon as it stood still, Aleb startled the sheep as if by accident, and they all got mixed up again. The visitors could not make out which was the priceless ram. At last the master got tired of it. "Aleb, dear friend," he said, "pray catch our best ram for me, the one with the tightly twisted horns. Catch him very carefully and hold him still for a moment." Scarcely had the master said this when Aleb rushed in among the sheep like a lion and clutched the priceless ram. Holding him fast by the wool, he seized the left hind leg with one hand, and before his master's eyes, lifted it and jerked it so that it snapped like a dry branch. He had broken the ram's leg and it fell bleeding onto its knees. Then Aleb seized the right hind leg, while the left twisted round and hung quite limp. The visitors and the slaves exclaimed in dismay, and the devil, sitting up in the tree, rejoiced that Aleb had done his task so cleverly. The master looked as black as thunder, frowned, bent his head, and did not say a word. The visitors and the slaves were silent too, waiting to see what would follow. After remaining silent for a while, the master shook himself as if to throw off some burden. Then he lifted his head, and raising his eyes heavenward, remained so for a short time. Presently the wrinkles passed from his face, and he looked down at Aleb with a smile, saying, "O Aleb, Aleb, your master bade you anger me, but my master is stronger than yours. I am not angry with you, but I will make your master angry. You are afraid that I shall punish you, and you have been wishing for your freedom. Know then, Aleb, that I shall not punish you. But as you wish to be free, here before my guests, I set you free. Go where you like, and take your holiday garment with you." And the kind master returned with his guests to the house, but the devil, grinding his teeth, fell down from the tree and sank through the ground.
10th story, Little Girls Wiser Than Men. It was an early Easter. Sledging was only just over, snow still lay in the yards, and water ran in streams down the village street. 2 little girls from different houses happened to meet in a lane between 2 homesteads, where the dirty water after running through the farmyards had formed a large puddle. One girl was very small, the other a little bigger. Their mothers had dressed them both in new frocks. The little one wore a blue frock, the other a yellow print, and both had red kerchiefs on their heads. They had just come from church when they met, and first they showed each other their finery, and then they began to play. Soon the fancy took them to splash about in the water, and the smaller one was going to step into the puddle, shoes and all, when the elder checked her. "Don't go in so, Malasha," said she. "Your mother will scold you. I will take off my shoes and stockings, and you take off yours." They did so, and then, picking up their skirts, began walking towards each other through the puddle. The water came up to Malasha's ankles, and she said, "It is deep, Akulia, I'm afraid." "Come on," replied the other. "Don't be frightened. It won't get any deeper." When they got near one another, Akulia said, "Mind, Malasha, don't splash! Walk carefully!" She had hardly said this when Malasha plumped down her foot so that the water splashed right onto Akulia's frock. The frock was splashed, and so were Akulia's eyes and nose. When she saw the stains on her frock, she was angry and ran after Malasha to strike her. Malasha was frightened, and seeing that she had got herself into trouble, she scrambled out of the puddle and prepared to run home. Just then, Akulia's mother happened to be passing, and seeing that her daughter's skirt was splashed and her sleeves dirty, she said, "You naughty, dirty girl, what have you been doing?" "Malasha did it on purpose," replied the girl. At this, Akulia's mother seized Malasha and struck her on the back of her neck. Malasha began to howl so that she could be heard all down the street. Her mother came out. "What are you beating my girl for?" said she, and began scolding her neighbour. One word led to another, and they had an angry quarrel. The men came out, and a crowd collected in the street, everyone shouting and no one listening. They all went on quarrelling, till one gave another a push, and the affair had very nearly come to blows, when Akulia's old grandmother, stepping in among them, tried to calm them. "What are you thinking of, friends? Is it right to behave so? On a day like this, too? It is a time for rejoicing, and not for such folly as this." They would not listen to the old woman, and nearly knocked her off her feet. And she would not have been able to quiet the crowd, if it had not been for Akulia and Malasha themselves. While the women were abusing each other, Akulia had wiped the mud off her frock and gone back to the puddle. She took a stone and began scraping away the earth in front of the puddle to make a channel through which the water could run out into the street. Presently, Malasha joined her, and with a chip of wood helped her dig the channel. Just as the men were beginning to fight, the water from the little girl's channel ran streaming into the street towards the very place where the old woman was trying to pacify the men. The girls followed it, one running each side of the little stream. "Catch it, Malasha! Catch it!" shouted Akulia. While Malasha could not speak for laughing, highly delighted, and watching the chip float along on their stream, the little girls ran straight into the group of men. And the old woman, seeing them, said to the men, "Are you not ashamed of yourselves? To go fighting on account of these lassies, when they themselves have forgotten all about it, and are playing happily together. Dear little souls, they are wiser than you." The men looked at the little girls, and were ashamed, and, laughing at themselves, went back each to his own home. "Except ye turn, and become as little children, ye shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven."
11th story, Ilyas. There once lived, in the government of Ufa, a Bashkir named Ilyas. His father, who died a year after he had found his son a wife, did not leave him much property. Ilyas then had only 7 mares, 2 cows, and about a score of sheep. He was a good manager, however, and soon began to acquire more. He and his wife worked from morn till night, rising earlier than others and going later to bed, and his possessions increased year by year. Living in this way, Ilyas little by little acquired great wealth. At the end of 35 years he had 200 horses, 150 head of cattle, and 4,200 sheep. Hired labourers tended his flocks and herds, and hired women milked his mares and cows, and made kumis, butter and cheese. Ilyas had abundance of everything, and everyone in the district envied him. They said of him, "Ilyas is a fortunate man, he has plenty of everything. This world must be a pleasant place for him." People of position heard of Ilyas and sought his acquaintance. Visitors came to him from afar, and he welcomed everyone and gave them food and drink. Whoever might come, there was always kumis, tea, sherbet, and mutton to set before them. Whenever visitors arrived, a sheep would be killed, or sometimes 2. And if many guests came, he would even slaughter a mare for them. Ilyas had 3 children. 2 sons and a daughter, and he married them all off. While he was poor, his sons worked with him and looked after the flocks and herds themselves, but when he grew rich they got spoiled, and one of them took to drink. The eldest was killed in a brawl, and the younger, who had married a self-willed woman, ceased to obey his father, and they could not live together any more. So they parted, and Ilias gave his son a house and some of the cattle. And this diminished his wealth. Soon after that, a disease broke out among Ilias's sheep, and many died. Then followed a bad harvest, and the hay crop failed, and many cattle died that winter. Then the Kyrgyz captured his best herd of horses, and Ilias's property dwindled away. It became smaller and smaller, while at the same time his strength grew less, till, by the time he was 70 years old, he had begun to sell his furs, carpets, saddles, and tents. At last, he had to part with his remaining cattle, and found himself face to face with want. Before he knew how it had happened, he had lost everything, and in their old age he and his wife had to go into service. Ilias had nothing left, except the clothes on his back, a fur cloak, a cup, his indoor shoes and overshoes, and his wife, Shemagi, who also was old by this time. The son who had parted from him had gone into a far country, and his daughter was dead, so that there was no one to help the old couple. Their neighbour Muhammad Shah took pity on them. Muhammad Shah was neither rich nor poor, but lived comfortably and was a good man. He remembered Ilias's hospitality, and pitying him said, "Come and live with me, Ilias, you and your old woman. In summer you can work in my melon garden as much as your strength allows, and in winter feed my cattle, and Shemagi shall milk my mares and make kumis. I will feed and clothe you both. When you need anything, tell me, and you shall have it." Ilias thanked his neighbour, and he and his wife took service with Muhammad Shah as labourers. At first the position seemed hard to them, but they got used to it, and lived on, working as much as their strength allowed. Muhammad Shah found it was to his advantage to keep such people, because, having been masters themselves, they knew how to manage and were not lazy, but did all the work they could. Yet it grieved Muhammad Shah to see people brought so low who had been of such high standing. It happened once that some of Muhammad Shah's relatives came from a great distance to visit him, and a mullah came too. Muhammad Shah told Ilias to catch a sheep and kill it. Ilias skinned the sheep and boiled it and sent it in to the guests. The guests ate the mutton, had some tea, and then began drinking kumis. As they were sitting with their host on down cushions on a carpet, conversing and sipping kumis from their cups, Ilias, having finished his work, passed by the open door. Muhammad Shah, seeing him pass, said to one of the guests, "Did you notice that old man who passed just now?" "Yes," said the visitor. "What is there remarkable about him?" "Only this, that he was once the richest man among us," replied the host. "His name is Ilias. You may have heard of him." "Of course I have heard of him," the guest answered. "I never saw him before, but his fame has spread far and wide." "Yes, and now he has nothing left," said Muhammad Shah. "And he lives with me as my labourer, and his old woman is here too. She milks the mares." The guest was astonished. He clicked with his tongue, shook his head and said, "Fortune turns like a wheel. One man it lifts, another it sets down. Does not the old man grieve over all he has lost?" "Who can tell? He lives quietly and peacefully and works well." "May I speak to him?" asked the guest. "I should like to ask him about his life." "Why not?" replied the master, and he called from the kibitka in which they were sitting. "Babai," which in the Bashkir tongue means grandfather, "come in and have a cup of kumis with us, and call your wife here also." Ilias entered with his wife, and after exchanging greetings with his master and the guests, he repeated a prayer and seated himself near the door. His wife passed in behind the curtain and sat down with her mistress. A cap of kumis was handed to Ilias. He wished the guests and his master good health, bowed, drank a little, and put down the cup. "Well, Daddy," said the guest who had wished to speak to him, "I suppose you feel rather sad at the sight of us. It must remind you of your former prosperity and of your present sorrows." Ilias smiled and said, "If I were to tell you what is happiness and what is misfortune, you would not believe me. You had better ask my wife. She is a woman, and what is in her heart is on her tongue. She will tell you the whole truth. The guest turned towards the curtain. Well, Granny, he cried, tell me how your former happiness compares with your present misfortune. And Shamshamagi answered from behind the curtain, This is what I think about it. My old man and I lived for 50 years seeking happiness and not finding it, and it is only now, these last 2 years, since we had nothing left and have lived as labourers, that we have found real happiness, and we wish for nothing better than our present lot. The guests were astonished, and so was the master. He even rose and drew the curtain back, so as to see the old woman's face. There she stood with her arms folded, looking at her old husband and smiling, and he smiled back at her. The old woman went on, I speak the truth and do not jest. For half a century we sought for happiness, and as long as we were rich we never found it. Now that we have nothing left, and have taken service as labourers, we have found such happiness that we want nothing better. But in what does your happiness consist? Asked the guest. Why, in this, she replied. When we were rich, my husband and I had so many cares that we had no time to talk to one another, or to think of our souls, or to pray to God. Now we had visitors, and had to consider what food to set before them, and what presents to give them, lest they should speak ill of us. When they left, we had to look after our labourers who were always trying to shirk work and get the best food, while we wanted to get all we could out of them. So we sinned. Then we were in fear lest a wolf should kill a foal or a calf, or thieves steal our horses. We lay awake at night, worrying lest the ewes should overlie their lambs, and we got up again and again to see that all was well. One thing attended to, another care would spring up. How, for instance, to get enough fodder for the winter. And besides that, my old man and I used to disagree. He would say we must do so, and I would differ from him, and then we disputed, sinning again. So we passed from one trouble to another, from one sin to another, and found no happiness. Well, and now? Now, when my husband and I wake in the morning, we always have a loving word for one another, and we live peacefully, having nothing to quarrel about. We have no care but how best to serve our master. We work as much as our strength allows and do it with a will, that our master may not lose but profit by us. When we come in, dinner or supper is ready, and there is kumis to drink. We have fuel to burn when it is cold, and we have our fur cloak, and we have time to talk, time to think of our souls, and time to pray. For 50 years we sought happiness, but only now at last have we found it. The guests laughed. But Ilyas said, Do not laugh, friends. It is not a matter for jesting, it is the truth of life. We also were foolish at first, and wept at the loss of our wealth, but now God has shown us the truth, and we tell it, not for our own consolation, but for your good. And the mullah said, That is a wise speech. Ilyas has spoken the exact truth. The same is said in Holy Writ. And the guests ceased laughing and became thoughtful.
Part 5. Folk Tales Retold. 12th Story. The Three Hermits, an old legend current in the Volga district. And in praying, use not vain repetitions, as the Gentiles do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things ye have need of, before ye ask him. Matthew, chapter 6, 7 and 8. Bishop was sailing from Archangel to the Solovetsk monastery, and on the same vessel were a number of pilgrims on their way to visit the shrines at that place. The voyage was a smooth one, the wind favorable, and the weather fair. The pilgrims lay on deck, eating, or sat in groups talking to one another. The bishop, too, came on deck, and as he was pacing up and down, he noticed a group of men standing near the prow and listening to a fisherman who was pointing to the sea and telling them something. The bishop stopped and looked in the direction in which the man was pointing. He could see nothing, however, but the sea glistening in the sunshine. He drew nearer to listen, but when the man saw him, he took off his cap and was silent. The rest of the people also took off their caps and bowed. "Do not let me disturb you, friends," said the bishop. "I came to hear what this good man was saying." "The fisherman was telling us about the hermits," replied one, a tradesman, rather bolder than the rest. "What hermits?" asked the bishop, going to the side of the vessel and seating himself on a box. "Tell me about them. I should like to hear. What were you pointing at?" "Why, that little island you can just see over there," answered the man, pointing to a spot ahead and a little to the right. "That is the island where the hermits live for the salvation of their souls." "Where is the island?" asked the bishop. "I see nothing. There in the distance, if you will please look along my hand. Do you see that little cloud? Below it and a bit to the left there is just a faint streak. That is the island." The bishop looked carefully, but his unaccustomed eyes could make out nothing but the water shimmering in the sun. "I cannot see it," he said. "But who are the hermits that live there?" "They are holy men," answered the fisherman. "I had long heard tell of them, but never chanced to see them myself till the year before last." And the fisherman related how once, when he was out fishing, he had been stranded at night upon that island, not knowing where he was. In the morning, as he wandered about the island, he came across an earth hut and met an old man standing near it. Presently 2 others came out, and after having fed him and dried his things, they helped him mend his boat. "And what are they like?" asked the bishop. "One is a small man, and his back is bent. He wears a priest's cassock and is very old. He must be more than 100, I should say. He is so old that the white of his beard is taking a greenish tinge, but he is always smiling, and his face is as bright as an angel's from heaven. The second is taller, but he also is very old. He wears tattered peasant coat. His beard is broad and of a yellowish-gray color. He is a strong man. Before I had time to help him, he turned my boat over as if it were only a pail. He, too, is kindly and cheerful. The third is tall and has a beard as white as snow and reaching to his knees. He is stern, with overhanging eyebrows, and he wears nothing but a mat tied round his waist." "And did they speak to you?" asked the bishop. For the most part they did everything in silence and spoke but little even to one another. One of them would just give a glance, and the others would understand him. I asked the tallest whether they had lived there long. He frowned and muttered something as if he were angry, but the oldest one took his hand and smiled, and then the tall one was quiet. The oldest one only said, "Have mercy upon us," and smiled. While the fisherman was talking, the ship had drawn nearer to the island. "There, now you can see it plainly, if your grace will please to look," said the tradesman, pointing with his hand. The bishop looked, and now he really saw a dark streak, which was the island. Having looked at it a while, he left the prow of the vessel, and going to the stern, asked the helmsman, "What island is that?" "That one," replied the man, "has no name. There are many such in this sea." "Is it true that there are hermits who live there for the salvation of their souls?" "So it is said, your grace, but I don't know if it's true. Fishermen say they have seen them, but of course they may only be spinning yarns." "I should like to land on the island and see these men," said the bishop. "How could I manage it?" "The ship cannot get close to the island," replied the helmsman, "but you might be rowed there in a boat. You had better speak to the captain. The captain was sent for and came." "I should like to see these hermits," said the bishop. "Could I not be rowed ashore?" The captain tried to dissuade him. "Of course it could be done," said he, "but we should lose much time, and if I might venture to say so to your grace, the old men are not worth your pains. I have heard say that they are foolish old fellows who understand nothing and never speak a word, any more than the fish in the sea." "I wish to see them," said the bishop, "and I will pay you for your trouble and loss of time. Please, let me have a boat." There was no help for it, so the order was given. The sailors trimmed the sails, the steersman put up the helm, and the ship's course was set for the island. A chair was placed at the prow for the bishop, and he sat there, looking ahead. The passengers all collected at the prow and gazed at the island. Those who had the sharpest eyes could presently make out the rocks on it, and then a mud hut was seen. At last one man saw the hermits themselves. The captain brought a telescope and, after looking through it, handed it to the bishop. "It's right enough. There are 3 men standing on the shore, there, a little to the right of that big rock. The bishop took the telescope, got it into position, and he saw the three men, a tall one, a shorter one, and one very small and bent, standing on the shore and holding each other by the hand. The captain turned to the bishop. "The vessel can get no nearer in than this, your grace. If you wish to go ashore, we must ask you to go in the boat while we anchor here." The cable was quickly let out, the anchor cast, and the sails furled. There was a jerk, and the vessel shook. Then, a boat having been lowered, the oarsman jumped in, and the bishop descended the ladder and took his seat. The men pulled at their oars, and the boat moved rapidly towards the island. When they came within a stone's throw, they saw three old men, a tall one with only a mat tied round his waist, a shorter one in a tattered peasant coat, and a very old one bent with age and wearing an old cassock, all three standing hand in hand. The oarsman pulled in to the shore and held on with the boat-hook, while the bishop got out. The old men bowed to him, and he gave them his benediction, at which they bowed still lower. Then the bishop began to speak to them. "I have heard," he said, "that you, godly men, live here saving your own souls, and praying to our Lord Christ for your fellow men. I, an unworthy servant of Christ, am called, by God's mercy, to keep and teach his flock. I wish to see you, servants of God, and to do what I can to teach you also." The old men looked at each other smiling, but remained silent. "Tell me," said the bishop, "what you are doing to save your souls, and how you serve God on this island." The second hermit sighed, and looked at the oldest, the very ancient one. The latter smiled and said, "We do not know how to serve God. We only serve and support ourselves, servant of God." "But how do you pray to God?" asked the bishop. "We pray in this way," replied the hermit. "Three are ye, three are we, have mercy upon us." And when the old man said this, all three raised their eyes to heaven and repeated, "Three are ye, three are we, have mercy upon us." The bishop smiled. "You have evidently heard something about the Holy Trinity," said he. "But you do not pray aright. You have won my affection, godly men. I see you wish to please the Lord, but you do not know how to serve him. That is not the way to pray, but listen to me, and I will teach you. I will teach you, not a way of my own, but the way in which God in the Holy Scriptures has commanded all men to pray to him." And the bishop began explaining to the hermits how God had revealed himself to men, telling them of God the Father, and God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. "God the Son came down on earth," said he, "to save men, and this is how he taught us all to pray. Listen and repeat after me. Our Father." And the first old man repeated after him, "Our Father." And the second said, "Our Father." And the third said, "Our Father." "Which art in heaven," continued the bishop. The first hermit repeated, "Which art in heaven?" But the second blundered over the words, and the tall hermit could not say them properly. His hair had grown over his mouth so that he could not speak plainly. The very old hermit, having no teeth, also mumbled indistinctly. The bishop repeated the words again, and the old men repeated them after him. The bishop sat down on a stone, and the old men stood before him, watching his mouth, and repeating the words as he uttered them. And all day long the bishop labored, saying a word 20, 30, 100 times over, and the old men repeated it after him. They blundered, and he corrected them, and made them begin again. The bishop did not leave off till he had taught them the whole of the Lord's Prayer, so that they could not only repeat it after him, but could say it by themselves. The middle one was the first to know it, and to repeat the whole of it alone. The bishop made him say it again and again, and at last the others could say it too. It was getting dark, and the moon was appearing over the water, before the bishop rose to return to the vessel. When he took leave of the old men, they all bowed down to the ground before him. He raised them and kissed each of them, telling them to pray as he had taught them. Then he got into the boat and returned to the ship. And as he sat in the boat and was rowed to the ship, he could hear the three voices of the hermits loudly repeating the Lord's Prayer. As the boat drew near the vessel, their voices could no longer be heard, but they could still be seen in the moonlight, standing as he had left them on the shore, the shortest in the middle, the tallest on the right, the middle one on the left. As soon as the bishop had reached the vessel and got on board, the anchor was weighed, and the sails unfurled. The wind filled them, and the ship sailed away, and the bishop took a seat in the stern and watched the island they had left. For a time he could still see the hermits, but presently they disappeared from sight, though the island was still visible. At last it too vanished, and only the sea was to be seen, rippling in the moonlight. The pilgrims lay down to sleep, and all was quiet on deck. The bishop did not wish to sleep, but sat alone at the stern, gazing at the sea where the island was no longer visible, and thinking of the good old men. He thought how pleased they had been to learn the Lord's Prayer, and he thanked God for having sent him to teach and help such godly men. So the bishop sat thinking and gazing at the sea where the island had disappeared, and the moonlight flickered before his eyes, sparkling now here, now there, upon the waves. Suddenly he saw something white and shining on the bright path which the moon cast across the sea. Was it a seagull, or the little gleaming sail of some small boat? The bishop fixed his eyes on it, wondering. It must be a boat sailing after us, thought he, but it is overtaking us very rapidly. It was far, far away a minute ago, but now it is much nearer. It cannot be a boat, for I can see no sail, but whatever it may be, it is following us and catching us up. And he could not make out what it was, not a boat, nor a bird, nor a fish. It was too large for a man, and besides a man could not be out there in the midst of the sea. The bishop rose and said to the helmsman, "Look there, what is that, my friend? What is it?" The bishop repeated, though he could now see plainly what it was, the three hermits running upon the water, all gleaming white, their grey beards shining, and approaching the ship as quickly as though it were not morning. The steersman looked and let go the helm in terror. "O Lord, the hermits are running after us on the water as though it were dry land." The passengers, hearing him, jumped up and crowded to the stern. They saw the hermits coming along hand in hand, and the two outer ones beckoning the ship to stop. All three were gliding along upon the water without moving their feet. Before the ship could be stopped, the hermits had reached it, and raising their heads, all three, as with one voice, began to say, "We have forgotten your teaching, servant of God." As long as we kept repeating it, we remembered, but when we stopped saying it for a time, a word dropped out, and now it has all gone to pieces. We can remember nothing of it. Teach us again. The bishop crossed himself and, leaning over the ship's side, said, "Your own prayer will reach the Lord, men of God. It is not for me to teach you. Pray for us sinners." And the bishop bowed low before the old men, and they turned and went back across the sea. And a light shone until daybreak on the spot where they were lost to sight.
13th story, The Imp and the Crust. A poor peasant set out early one morning to plough, taking with him for his breakfast a crust of bread. He got his plough ready, wrapped the bread in his coat, put it under a bush, and set to work. After a while, when his horse was tired and he was hungry, the peasant fixed the plough, let the horse loose to graze, and went to get his coat and his breakfast. He lifted the coat, but the bread was gone. He looked and looked, turned the coat over, shook it out, but the bread was gone. The peasant could not make this out at all. "That's strange," thought he. "I saw no one, but all the same, someone has been here and has taken the bread." It was an imp who had stolen the bread while the peasant was ploughing, and at that moment he was sitting behind the bush, waiting to hear the peasant swear and call on the devil. The peasant was sorry to lose his breakfast, but "It can't be helped," said he. "After all, I shan't die of hunger. No doubt whoever took the bread needed it. May it do him good." And he went to the well, had a drink of water, and rested a bit. Then he caught his horse, harnessed it, and began ploughing again. The imp was crestfallen at not having made the peasant sin, and he went to report what had happened to the devil, his master. He came to the devil and told how he had taken the peasant's bread, and how the peasant, instead of cursing, had said, "May it do him good." The devil was angry and replied, If the man got the better of you, it was your own fault. You don't understand your business. If the peasants and their wives after them take to that sort of thing, it will be all up with us. The matter can't be left like that. Go back at once, said he, and put things right. If in 3 years you don't get the better of that peasant, I'll have you ducked in holy water. The imp was frightened. He scampered back to earth, thinking how he could redeem his fault. He thought, and at last hit upon a good plan. He turned himself into a laboring man, and went and took service with the poor peasant. The first year he advised the peasant to sow corn in a marshy place. The peasant took his advice and sowed in the marsh. The year turned out a very dry one, and the crops of the other peasants were all scorched by the sun. But the poor peasant's corn grew thick and tall and full-eared. Not only had he grain enough to last him for the whole year, but he had much left over besides. The next year the imp advised the peasant to sow on the hill, and it turned out a wet summer. Other people's corn was beaten down and rotted, and the ears did not fill. But the peasant's crop, up on the hill, was a fine one. He had more grain left over than before, so that he did not know what to do with it all. Then the imp showed the peasant how he could mash the grain and distill spirit from it, and the peasant made strong drink and began to drink it himself and to give it to his friends. So the imp went to the devil, his master, and boasted that he had made up for his failure. The devil said that he would come and see for himself how the case stood. He came to the peasant's house and saw that the peasant had invited his well-to-do neighbors and was treating them to drink. His wife was offering the drink to the guests, and as she handed it round, she tumbled against the table and spilt a glassful. The peasant was angry and scolded his wife. "What do you mean, you slut? Do you think it's ditch water, you cripple, that you must go pouring good stuff like that over the floor?" The imp nudged the devil, his master, with his elbow. "See," said he, "that's the man who did not grudge his last crust." The peasant, still railing at his wife, began to carry the drink round himself. Just then a poor peasant returning from work came in uninvited. He greeted the company, sat down, and saw that they were drinking. Tired with his day's work, he felt that he too would like a drop. He sat, and his mouth kept watering, but the host, instead of offering him any, only muttered, "I can't find drink for everyone who comes along." This pleased the devil, but the imp chuckled and said, "Wait a bit, there's more to come yet." The rich peasants drank, and their host drank too, and they began to make false, oily speeches to one another. The devil listened and praised the imp. "If," said he, "the drink makes them so foxy that they begin to cheat each other, they will soon all be in our hands." "Wait for what's coming," said the imp. "Let them have another glass all round. Now they are like foxes, wagging their tails and trying to get round one another. But presently you will see them like savage wolves." The peasants had another glass each, and their talk became wilder and rougher. Instead of oily speeches, they began to abuse and snarl at one another. Soon they took to fighting and punched one another's noses. And the host joined in the fight, and he too got well beaten. The devil looked on and was much pleased at all this. "This is first rate," said he. But the imp replied, "Wait a bit, the best is yet to come. Wait till they have had a third glass. Now they are raging like wolves, but let them have one more glass, and they will be like swine." The peasants had their third glass and became quite like brutes. They muttered and shouted, not knowing why, and not listening to one another. Then the party began to break up. Some went alone, some in twos, and some in threes, all staggering down the street. The host went out to speed his guests, but he fell on his nose into a puddle, smeared himself from top to toe, and lay there grunting like a hog. This pleased the devil still more. "Well," said he, "you have hit on a first-rate drink, and have quite made up for your blunder about the bread. But now tell me how this drink is made. You must first have put in fox's blood. That was what made the peasants sly as foxes. Then, I suppose, you added wolf's blood. That is what made them fierce like wolves, and you must have finished off with swine's blood to make them behave like swine." "No," said the imp. "That was not the way I did it. All I did was to see that the peasant had more corn than he needed. The blood of the beasts is always in man, but as long as he has only enough corn for his needs, it is kept in bounds. While that was the case, the peasant did not grudge his last crust. But when he had corn left over, he looked for ways of getting pleasure out of it, and I showed him a pleasure, drinking. And when he began to turn God's good gifts into spirits for his own pleasure, the foxes, wolves, and swine's blood in him all came out. If only he goes on drinking, he will always be a beast. The devil praised the imp, forgave him for his former blunder, and advanced him to a post of high honor.
14th story, How Much Land Does a Man Need? An elder sister came to visit her younger sister in the country. The elder was married to a tradesman in town, the younger to a peasant in the village. As the sisters sat over their tea talking, the elder began to boast of the advantages of town life, saying how comfortably they lived there, how well they dressed, what fine clothes her children wore, what good things they ate and drank, and how she went to the theatre, promenades, and entertainments. The younger sister was piqued, and in turn disparaged the life of a tradesman, and stood up for that of a peasant. "I would not change my way of life for yours," said she. "We may live roughly, but at least we are free from anxiety. You live in better style than we do, but though you often earn more than you need, you are very likely to lose all you have. You know the proverb, 'Loss and gain are brothers twain.' It often happens that people who are wealthy one day are begging their bread the next. Our way is safer. Though a peasant's life is not a fat one, it is a long one. We shall never grow rich, but we shall always have enough to eat." The elder sister said sneeringly, "Enough. Yes, if you like to share with the pigs and the calves. What do you know of elegance or manners? However much your goodman may slave, you will die as you are living, on a dung heap, and your children the same." "Well, what of that?" replied the younger. "Of course our work is rough and coarse, but on the other hand it is sure, and we need not bow to anyone. But you in your towns are surrounded by temptations. Today all may be right, but tomorrow the evil one may tempt your husband with cards, wine, or women, and all will go to ruin. Don't such things happen often enough?" Pahom, the master of the house, was lying on the top of the oven, and he listened to the women's chatter. "It is perfectly true," thought he. "Busy as we are from childhood tilling Mother Earth, we peasants have no time to let any nonsense settle in our heads. Our only trouble is that we haven't land enough. If I had plenty of land, I shouldn't fear the devil himself." The women finished their tea, chatted a while about dress, and then cleared away the tea things and lay down to sleep. But the devil had been sitting behind the oven and had heard all that was said. He was pleased that the peasant's wife had led her husband into boasting, and that he had said that if he had plenty of land, he would not fear the devil himself. "All right," thought the devil. "We will have a tussle. I'll give you land enough, and by means of that land, I will get you into my power." Close to the village, there lived a lady, a small landowner, who had an estate of about 300 acres. She had always lived on good terms with the peasants until she engaged as her steward an old soldier who took to burdening the people with fines. However careful Pahom tried to be, it happened again and again that now a horse of his got among the lady's oats, now a cow strayed into her garden, now his calves found their way into her meadows, and he always had to pay a fine. Pahom paid up, but grumbled, and going home in a temper, was rough with his family. All through that summer, Pahom had much trouble because of this steward, and he was even glad when winter came and the cattle had to be stabled, though he grudged the fodder when they could no longer graze on the pasture land. At least he was free from anxiety about them. In the winter, the news got about that the lady was going to sell her land, and that the keeper of the inn on the high road was bargaining for it. When the peasants heard this, they were very much alarmed. "Well," thought they, "if the innkeeper gets the land, he will worry us with fines worse than the lady's steward. We all depend on that estate. So the peasants went on behalf of their commune and asked the lady not to sell the land to the innkeeper, offering her a better price for it themselves. The lady agreed to let them have it. Then the peasants tried to arrange for the commune to buy the whole estate so that it might be held by them all in common. They met twice to discuss it, but could not settle the matter. The evil one sowed discord among them, and they could not agree. So they decided to buy the land individually, each according to his means, and the lady agreed to this plan as she had to the other. Presently Pahom heard that a neighbor of his was buying 50 acres, and that the lady had consented to accept 1/2 in cash, and to wait a year for the other half. Pahom felt envious. Look at that, thought he. The land is all being sold, and I shall get none of it. So he spoke to his wife. Other people are buying, said he, and we must also buy 20 acres or so. Life is becoming impossible. That steward is simply crushing us with his fines. So they put their heads together and considered how they could manage to buy it. They had 100 rubles laid by. They sold a colt and 1/2 of their bees, hired out one of their sons as a laborer, and took his wages in advance, borrowed the rest from a brother-in-law, and so scraped together half the purchase money. Having done this, Pahom chose out a farm of 40 acres, some of it wooded, and went to the lady to bargain for it. They came to an agreement, and he shook hands with her upon it, and paid her a deposit in advance. Then they went to town and signed the deeds, he paying half the price down and undertaking to pay the remainder within 2 years. So now Pahom had land of his own. He borrowed seed and sowed it on the land he had bought. The harvest was a good one, and within a year he had managed to pay off his debts both to the lady and to his brother-in-law. So he became a landowner, ploughing and sowing his own land, making hay on his own land, cutting his own trees, and feeding his cattle on his own pasture. When he went out to plough his fields, or to look at his growing corn, or at his grass meadows, his heart would fill with joy. The grass that grew and the flowers that bloomed there seemed to him unlike any that grew elsewhere. Formerly, when he had passed by that land, it had appeared the same as any other land, but now it seemed quite different. So Pahom was well contented, and everything would have been right if the neighbouring peasants would only not have trespassed on his cornfields and meadows. He appealed to them most civilly, but they still went on. Now the communal herdsman would let the village cows stray into his meadows. Then horses from the night pasture would get among his corn. Pahom turned them out again and again and forgave their owners, and for a long time he forbore from prosecuting anyone. But at last he lost patience and complained to the district court. He knew it was the peasants' want of land, and no evil intent on their part, that caused the trouble. But he thought, I cannot go on overlooking it, or they will destroy all I have. They must be taught a lesson. So he had them up, gave them one lesson and then another, and 2 or 3 of the peasants were fined. After a time, Pahom's neighbours began to bear him a grudge for this, and would now and then let their cattle onto his land on purpose. One peasant even got into Pahom's wood at night and cut down 5 young lime trees for their bark. Pahom, passing through the wood one day, noticed something white. He came nearer and saw the stripped trunks lying on the ground, and close by stood the stumps where the trees had been. Pahom was furious. If he had only cut one here and there, it would have been bad enough, thought Pahom. But the rascal has actually cut down a whole clump. If I could only find out who did this, I would pay him out. He racked his brains as to who it could be. Finally he decided, it must be Simon. No one else could have done it. So he went to Simon's homestead to have a look round. But he found nothing, and only had an angry scene. However, he now felt more certain than ever that Simon had done it, and he lodged a complaint. Simon was summoned. The case was tried and retried, and at the end of it all, Simon was acquitted, there being no evidence against him. Pahom felt still more aggrieved, and let his anger loose upon the elder and the judges. "You let thieves grease your palms," said he. "If you were honest folk yourselves, you would not let a thief go free." So Pahom quarrelled with the judges and with his neighbours. Threats to burn his building began to be uttered. So though Pahom had more land, his place in the commune was much worse than before. About this time, a rumour got about that many people were moving to new parts. "There's no need for me to leave my land," thought Pahom. "But some of the others might leave our village, and then there would be more room for us. I would take over their land myself and make my estate a bit bigger. I could then live more at ease. As it is, I'm still too cramped to be comfortable." One day Pahom was sitting at home when a peasant passing through the village happened to call in. He was allowed to stay the night, and supper was given him. Pahom had a talk with this peasant and asked him where he came from. The stranger answered that he came from beyond the Volga, where he had been working. One word led to another, and the man went on to say that many people were settling in those parts. He told how some people from his village had settled there. They had joined the commune and had had 25 acres per man granted them. The land was so good, he said, that the rye sown on it grew as high as a horse, and so thick that 5 cuts of a sickle made a sheaf. One peasant, he said, had brought nothing with him but his bare hands, and now he had 6 horses and 2 cows of his own. Pahom's heart kindled with desire. He thought, "Why should I suffer in this narrow hole if one can live so well elsewhere? I will sell my land and my homestead here, and with the money I will start afresh over there and get everything new. In this crowded place one is always having trouble, but I must first go and find out all about it myself." Towards summer, he got ready and started. He went down the Volga on a steamer to Samara, then walked another 300 miles on foot, and at last reached the place. It was just as the stranger had said. The peasants had plenty of land. Every man had 25 acres of communal land given him for his use, and anyone who had money could buy. Besides, at 2 shillings an acre, as much good freehold land as he wanted. Having found out all he wished to know, Pahom returned home as autumn came on and began selling off his belongings. He sold his land at a profit, sold his homestead and all his cattle, and withdrew from membership of the commune. He only waited till the spring, and then started with his family for the new settlement. As soon as Pahom and his family arrived at their new abode, he applied for admission into the commune of a large village. He stood treat to the elders and obtained the necessary documents. 5 shares of communal land were given him for his own and his son's use, that is to say, 125 acres, not all together but in different fields, besides the use of the communal pasture. Pahom put up the buildings he needed and bought cattle. Of the communal land alone he had 3 times as much as at his former home, and the land was good corn land. He was 10 times better off than he had been. He had plenty of arable land and pasturage, and could keep as many head of cattle as he liked. At first, in the bustle of building and settling down, Pahom was pleased with it all, but when he got used to it, he began to think that even here he had not enough land. The first year he sowed wheat on his share of the communal land, and had a good crop. He wanted to go on sowing wheat, but had not enough communal land for the purpose, and what he had already used was not available. For in those parts wheat is only sown on virgin soil or on fallow land. It is sown for 1 or 2 years, and then the land lies fallow till it is again overgrown with prairie grass. There were many who wanted such land, and there was not enough for all, so that people quarrelled about it. Those who were better off wanted it for growing wheat, and those who were poor wanted it to let to dealers so that they might raise money to pay their taxes. Pahom wanted to sow more wheat, so he rented land from a dealer for a year. He sowed much wheat and had a fine crop, but the land was too far from the village. The wheat had to be carted more than 10 miles. After a time, Pahom noticed that some peasant dealers were living on separate farms and were growing wealthy, and he thought, If I were to buy some freehold land and have a homestead on it, it would be a different thing altogether. Then it would all be nice and compact. The question of buying freehold land recurred to him again and again. He went on in the same way for 3 years, renting land and sowing wheat. The seasons turned out well and the crops were good, so that he began to lay money by. He might have gone on living contentedly, but he grew tired of having to rent other people's land every year and having to scramble for it. Wherever there was good land to be had, the peasants would rush for it, and it was taken up at once, so that unless you were sharp about it, you got none. It happened in the 3rd year that he and a dealer together rented a piece of pasture land from some peasants, and they had already ploughed it up when there was some dispute, and the peasants went to law about it, and things fell out so that the labour was all lost. If it were my own land, thought Pahom, I should be independent, and there would not be all this unpleasantness. So Pahom began looking out for land which he could buy, and he came across a peasant who had bought 1,300 acres, but having got into difficulties was willing to sell again cheap. Pahom bargained and haggled with him, and at last they settled the price at 1,500 rubles, part in cash, and part to be paid later. They had all but clinched the matter when a passing dealer happened to stop at Pahom's one day to get a feed for his horses. He drank tea with Pahom, and they had a talk. The dealer said that he was just returning from the land of the Bashkirs far away, where he had bought 13,000 acres of land, all for 1,000 rubles. Pahom questioned him further, and the tradesman said, all one need do is to make friends with the chiefs. I gave away about 100 rubles worth of dressing gowns and carpets besides a case of tea, and I gave wine to those who would drink it. And I got the land for less than 2p an acre. And he showed Pahom the title deeds, saying, the land lies near a river, and the whole prairie is virgin soil. Pahom plied him with questions, and the tradesman said, there is more land there than you could cover if you walked a year, and it all belongs to the Bashkirs. They are as simple as sheep, and land can be got almost for nothing. There now, thought Pahom, with my 1,000 rubles, why should I get only 1,300 acres and saddle myself with a debt besides? If I take it out there, I can get more than 10 times as much for the money. Pahom inquired how to get to the place, and as soon as the tradesman had left him, he prepared to go there himself. He left his wife to look after the homestead and started on his journey, taking his man with him. They stopped at a town on their way and bought a case of tea, some wine and other presents, as the tradesman had advised. On and on they went until they had gone more than 300 miles, and on the 7th day they came to a place where the Bashkirs had pitched their tents. It was all just as the tradesman had said. The people lived on the steppes, by a river, in felt-covered tents. They neither tilled the ground nor ate bread. Their cattle and horses grazed in herds on the steppe. The colts were tethered behind the tents, and the mares were driven to them twice a day. The mares were milked, and from the milk, kumis was made. It was the women who prepared kumis, and they also made cheese. As far as the men were concerned, drinking kumis and tea, eating mutton, and playing on their pipes was all they cared about. They were all stout and merry, and all the summer long they never thought of doing any work. They were quite ignorant and knew no Russian, but were good-natured enough. As soon as they saw Pahom, they came out of their tents and gathered round their visitor. An interpreter was found, and Pahom told them he had come about some land. The Bashkirs seemed very glad they took Pahom and led him into one of the best tents, where they made him sit on some down cushions placed on a carpet, while they sat round him. They gave him tea and kumis, and had a sheep killed, and gave him mutton to eat. Pahom took presents out of his cart, and distributed them among the Bashkirs, and divided amongst them the tea. The Bashkirs were delighted. They talked a great deal among themselves, and then told the interpreter to translate. They wish to tell you, said the interpreter, that they like you, and that it is our custom to do all we can to please a guest and to repay him for his gifts. You have given us presents, now tell us which of the things we possess please you best. that we may present them to you." "What pleases me best here," answered Pahom, "is your land. Our land is crowded, and the soil is exhausted. But you have plenty of land, and it is good land. I never saw the like of it." The interpreter translated. The Bashkirs talked among themselves for a while. Pahom could not understand what they were saying, but saw that they were much amused, and that they shouted and laughed. Then they were silent, and looked at Pahom, while the interpreter said, "They wish me to tell you that in return for your presence, they will gladly give you as much land as you want. You have only to point it out with your hand, and it is yours." The Bashkirs talked again for a while and began to dispute. Pahom asked what they were disputing about, and the interpreter told him that some of them thought they ought to ask their chief about the land and not act in his absence, while others thought there was no need to wait for his return. While the Bashkirs were disputing, a man in a large fox fur cap appeared on the scene. They all became silent and rose to their feet. The interpreter said, "This is our chief himself." Pahom immediately fetched the best dressing gown and 5 pounds of tea and offered these to the chief. The chief accepted them and seated himself in the place of honor. The Bashkirs at once began telling him something. The chief listened for a while, then made a sign with his head for them to be silent, and addressing himself to Pahom, said in Russian, "Well, let it be so. Choose whatever piece of land you like. We have plenty of it." "How can I take as much as I like?" thought Pahom. "I must get a deed to make it secure, or else they may say, 'It is yours,' and afterwards may take it away again." "Thank you for your kind words," he said aloud. "You have much land, and I only want a little. But I should like to be sure which bit is mine. Could it not be measured and made over to me? Life and death are in God's hands. You good people give it to me, but your children might wish to take it away again." "You are quite right," said the chief. "We will make it over to you." "I heard that a dealer had been here," continued Pahom, "and that you gave him a little land too, and signed title deeds to that effect. I should like to have it done in the same way." The chief understood. "Yes," replied he, "that can be done quite easily. We have a scribe, and we will go to town with you and have the deed properly sealed." "And what will be the price?" asked Pahom. "Our price is always the same, 1,000 rubles a day." Pahom did not understand. "A day? What measure is that? How many acres would that be?" "We do not know how to reckon it out," said the chief. "We sell it by the day. As much as you can go round on your feet in a day is yours, and the price is 1,000 rubles a day." Pahom was surprised. "But in a day you can get round a large tract of land," he said. The chief laughed. "It will all be yours," said he. "But there is one condition. If you don't return on the same day to the spot whence you started, your money is lost." "But how am I to mark the way that I have gone?" "Why, we shall go to any spot you like, and stay there. You must start from that spot and make your round, taking a spade with you. Wherever you think necessary, make a mark. At every turning, dig a hole and pile up the turf. Then afterwards, we will go round with a plough from hole to hole. You may make as large a circuit as you please, but before the sun sets, you must return to the place you started from. All the land you cover will be yours." Pahom was delighted. It was decided to start early next morning. They talked a while, and after drinking some more kumis and eating some more mutton, they had tea again, and then the night came on. They gave Pahom a feather bed to sleep on, and the Bashkirs dispersed for the night, promising to assemble the next morning at daybreak and ride out before sunrise to the appointed spot. Pahom lay on the feather bed, but could not sleep. He kept thinking about the land. "What a large tract I will mark off," thought he. "I can easily do 35 miles in a day. The days are long now, and within a circuit of 35 miles, what a lot of land there will be. I will sell the poorer land, or let it to peasants, but I'll pick out the best and farm it. I will buy 2 ox teams and hire 2 more labourers. About 150 acres shall be plough land, and I will pasture cattle on the rest." Pahom lay awake all night and dozed off only just before dawn. Hardly were his eyes closed when he had a dream. He thought he was lying in that same tent and heard somebody chuckling outside. He wondered who it could be, and rose and went out, and he saw the Bashkir chief sitting in front of the tent, holding his sides and rolling about with laughter. Going nearer to the chief, Pahom asked, "What are you laughing at?" But he saw that it was no longer the chief, but the dealer who had recently stopped at his house and had told him about the land. Just as Pahom was going to ask, "Have you been here long?" he saw that it was not the dealer but the peasant who had come up from the Volga long ago to Pahom's old home. Then he saw that it was not the peasant either, but the devil himself with hooves and horns sitting there and chuckling, and before him lay a man barefoot, prostrate on the ground, with only trousers and a shirt on. And Pahom dreamt that he looked more attentively to see what sort of a man it was that was lying there, and he saw that the man was dead and that it was himself. He awoke horror-struck. What things one does dream, thought he. Looking round, he saw through the open door that the dawn was breaking. It's time to wake them up, thought he. We ought to be starting. He got up, roused his man, who was sleeping in his cart, bade him harness, and went to call the Bashkirs. It's time to go to the steppe to measure the land, he said. The Bashkirs rose and assembled, and the chief came too. Then they began drinking kumis again and offered Pahom some tea, but he would not wait. "If we are to go, let us go. It is high time," said he. The Bashkirs got ready, and they all started, some mounted on horses and some in carts. Pahom drove in his own small cart with his servant and took a spade with him. When they reached the steppe, the morning red was beginning to kindle. They ascended a hillock called by the Bashkirs a shikan, and dismounting from their carts and their horses, gathered in one spot. The chief came up to Pahom and stretching out his arm towards the plain. "See," said he, "all this, as far as your eye can reach, is ours. You may have any part of it you like." Pahom's eyes glistened. It was all virgin soil, as flat as the palm of your hand, as black as the seed of a poppy, and in the hollows different kinds of grasses grew breast-high. The chief took off his fox fur cap, placed it on the ground, and said, "This will be the mark. Start from here and return here again. All the land you go round shall be yours." Pahom took out his money and put it on the cap. Then he took off his outer coat, remaining in his sleeveless undercoat. He unfastened his girdle and tied it tight below his stomach, put a little bag of bread into the breast of his coat, and tying a flask of water to his girdle, he drew up the tops of his boots, took the spade from his man, and stood ready to start. He considered for some moments which way he had better go. It was tempting everywhere. "No matter," he concluded, "I will go towards the rising sun." He turned his face to the east, stretched himself, and waited for the sun to appear above the rim. "I must lose no time," he thought, "and it is easier walking while it is still cool." The sun's rays had hardly flashed above the horizon before Pahom, carrying the spade over his shoulder, went down into the steppe. Pahom started walking neither slowly nor quickly. After having gone 1,000 yards, he stopped, dug a hole, and placed pieces of turf one on another to make it more visible. Then he went on, and now that he had walked off his stiffness, he quickened his pace. After a while he dug another hole. Pahom looked back. The hillock could be distinctly seen in the sunlight, with the people on it and the glittering tires of the cartwheels. At a rough guess, Pahom concluded that he had walked 3 miles. It was growing warmer. He took off his undercoat, flung it across his shoulder, and went on again. It had grown quite warm now. He looked at the sun. It was time to think of breakfast. "The first shift is done, but there are 4 in a day, and it is too soon yet to turn. But I will just take off my boots," said he to himself. He sat down, took off his boots, stuck them into his girdle, and went on. It was easy walking now. "I will go on for another 3 miles, thought he, and then turn to the left. This spot is so fine that it would be a pity to lose it. The further one goes, the better the land seems. He went straight on for a while, and when he looked round, the hillock was scarcely visible, and the people on it looked like black ants, and he could just see something glistening there in the sun. Ah, thought Pahom, I have gone far enough in this direction. It is time to turn. Besides, I am in a regular sweat and very thirsty. He stopped, dug a large hole, and heaped up pieces of turf. Next he untied his flask, had a drink, and then turned sharply to the left. He went on and on. The grass was high and it was very hot. Pahom began to grow tired. He looked at the sun and saw that it was noon. Well, he thought, I must have a rest. He sat down and ate some bread and drank some water, but he did not lie down, thinking that if he did, he might fall asleep. After sitting a little while, he went on again. At first he walked easily. The food had strengthened him, but it had become terribly hot and he felt sleepy. Still he went on, thinking, an hour to suffer, a lifetime to live. He went a long way in this direction also, and was about to turn to the left again, when he perceived a damp hollow. It would be a pity to leave that out, he thought. Flax would do well there. So he went on past the hollow and dug a hole on the other side of it before he turned the corner. Pahom looked towards the hillock. The heat made the air hazy. It seemed to be quivering, and through the haze the people on the hillock could scarcely be seen. Ah, thought Pahom, I have made the sides too long. I must make this one shorter. And he went along the third side, stepping faster. He looked at the sun. It was nearly halfway to the horizon, and he had not yet done 2 miles of the third side of the square. He was still 10 miles from the goal. No, he thought, though it will make my land lopsided, I must hurry back in a straight line now. I might go too far, and as it is, I have a great deal of land. So Pahom hurriedly dug a hole and turned straight towards the hillock. Pahom went straight towards the hillock, but he now walked with difficulty. He was done up with the heat, his bare feet were cut and bruised, and his legs began to fail. He longed to rest, but it was impossible if he meant to get back before sunset. The sun waits for no man, and it was sinking lower and lower. Oh dear, he thought, if only I have not blundered trying for too much. What if I am too late? He looked towards the hillock and at the sun. He was still far from his goal, and the sun was already near the rim. Pahom walked on and on. It was very hard walking, but he went quicker and quicker. He pressed on, but was still far from the place. He began running, threw away his coat, his boots, his flask, and his cap, and kept only the spade which he used as a support. What shall I do? He thought again. I have grasped too much and ruined the whole affair. I can't get there before the sun sets. And this fear made him still more breathless. Pahom went on running. His soaking shirt and trousers stuck to him, and his mouth was parched. His breast was working like a blacksmith's bellows. His heart was beating like a hammer, and his legs were giving way as if they did not belong to him. Pahom was seized with terror lest he should die of the strain. Though afraid of death, he could not stop. After having run all that way, they will call me a fool if I stop now, thought he. And he ran on and drew near and heard the Bashkirs yelling and shouting to him, and their cries inflamed his heart still more. He gathered his last strength and ran on. The sun was close to the rim, and cloaked in mist, looked large and red as blood. Now, yes, now, it was about to set. The sun was quite low, but he was also quite near his aim. Pahom could already see the people on the hillock waving their arms to hurry him up. He could see the fox-fur cap on the ground, and the money on it, and the chief sitting on the ground holding his sides, and Pahom remembered his dream. There is plenty of land, thought he, but will God let me live on it? I have lost my life. I have lost my life. I shall never reach that spot. Pahom looked at the sun, which had reached the earth. One side of it had already disappeared. With all his remaining strength, he rushed on, bending his body forward so that his legs could hardly follow fast enough to keep him from falling. Just as he reached the hillock, it suddenly grew dark. He looked up. The sun had already set. He gave a cry. "All my labour has been in vain," thought he, and was about to stop, but he heard the Bashkirs still shouting and remembered that though to him, from below, the sun seemed to have set, they on the hillock could still see it. He took a long breath and ran up the hillock. It was still light there. He reached the top and saw the cap. Before it sat the chief, laughing and holding his sides. Again Pahom remembered his dream, and he uttered a cry. His legs gave way beneath him. He fell forward and reached the cap with his hands. "Ah, that's a fine fellow," exclaimed the chief. "He has gained much land." Pahom's servant came running up and tried to raise him, but he saw that blood was flogging from his mouth. Pahom was dead. The Bashkirs clicked their tongues to show their pity. His servant picked up the spade and dug a grave long enough for Pahom to he in, and buried him in it. 6 feet from his head to his heels was all he needed.
15th story. A grain as big as a hen's egg. One day some children found, in a ravine, a thing shaped like a grain of corn, with a groove down the middle, but as large as a hen's egg. A traveler passing by saw the thing, bought it from the children for a penny, and taking it to town sold it to the king as a curiosity. The king called together his wise men and told them to find out what the thing was. The wise men pondered and could not make head or tail of it, till one day, when the thing was lying on a windowsill, a hen flew in and pecked at it till she made a hole in it, and then everyone saw that it was a grain of corn. The wise men went to the king and said, "It is a grain of corn." At this, the king was much surprised, and he ordered the learned men to find out when and where such corn had grown. The learned men pondered again and searched in their books, but could find nothing about it. So they returned to the king and said, "We can give you no answer. There is nothing about it in our books. You will have to ask the peasants. Perhaps some of them may have heard from their fathers when and where grain grew to such a size." So the king gave orders that some very old peasant should be brought before him, and his servants found such a man and brought him to the king. Old and bent, ashy pale and toothless, he just managed with the help of 2 crutches to totter into the king's presence. The king showed him the grain, but the old man could hardly see it. He took it, however, and felt it with his hands. The king questioned him, saying, "Can you tell us, old man, where such grain as this grew? Have you ever bought such corn, or sown such in your fields?" The old man was so deaf that he could hardly hear what the king said, and only understood with great difficulty. "No," he answered at last. "I never sowed nor reaped any like it in my fields, nor did I ever buy any such. When we bought corn, the grains were always as small as they are now. But you might ask my father. He may have heard where such grain grew." So the king sent for the old man's father, and he was found and brought before the king. He came walking with 1 crutch. The king showed him the grain, and the old peasant, who was still able to see, took a good look at it. And the king asked him, "Can you not tell us, old man, where corn like this used to grow? Have you ever bought any like it, or sown any in your fields?" Though the old man was rather hard of hearing, he still heard better than his son had done. "No," he said, "I never sowed nor reaped any grain like this in my field. As to buying, I never bought any, for in my time money was not yet in use. Everyone grew his own corn, and when there was any need we shared with one another. I do not know where corn like this grew. Ours was larger and yielded more flour than present-day grain, but I never saw any like this. I have, however, heard my father say that in his time the grain grew larger and yielded more flour than ours. You had better ask him." So the king sent for this old man's father, and they found him too and brought him before the king. He entered walking easily and without crutches. His eye was clear, his hearing good, and he spoke distinctly. The king showed him the grain, and the old grandfather looked at it and turned it about in his hand. "It is long since I saw such a fine grain," said he, and he bit a piece off and tasted it. "It's the very same kind," he added. "Tell me, grandfather," said the king, "when and where was such corn grown? Have you ever bought any like it or sown any in your fields? And the old man replied, "Corn like this used to grow everywhere in my time. I lived on corn like this in my young days and fed others on it. It was grain like this that we used to sow and reap and thrash." And the king asked, "Tell me, grandfather, did you buy it anywhere, or did you grow it all yourself?" The old man smiled. "In my time," he answered, "no one ever thought of such a sin as buying or selling bread. And we knew nothing of money. Each man had corn enough of his own." "Then tell me, grandfather," asked the king, "where was your field? Where did you grow corn like this?" And the grandfather answered, "My field was God's earth. Wherever I plowed, there was my field. Land was free. It was a thing no man called his own. Labor was the only thing men called their own." "Answer me 2 more questions," said the king. "The first is, why did the earth bear such grain then and has ceased to do so now? And the second is, why your grandson walks with 2 crutches, your son with 1, and you yourself with none? Your eyes are bright, your teeth sound, and your speech clear and pleasant to the ear. How have these things come about?" And the old man answered, "These things are so, because men have ceased to live by their own labor and have taken to depending on the labor of others. In the old time, men lived according to God's law. They had what was their own, and coveted not what others had produced."
16th story, The Godson. Ye have heard that it was said, An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, resist not him that is evil. Matthew 5:38-39. Vengeance is mine, I will repay. Romans 12:19. Son was born to a poor peasant. He was glad and went to his neighbor to ask him to stand godfather to the boy. The neighbor refused. He did not like standing godfather to a poor man's child. The peasant asked another neighbor, but he too refused, and after that, the poor father went to every house in the village, but found no one willing to be godfather to his son. So he set off to another village, and on the way he met a man who stopped and said, "Good day, my good man. Where are you off to?" "God has given me a child," said the peasant, "to rejoice my eyes in youth, to comfort my old age, and to pray for my soul after death. But I am poor, and no one in our village will stand godfather to him, so I am now on my way to seek a godfather for him elsewhere." "Let me be godfather," said the stranger. The peasant was glad and thanked him, but added, "And whom shall I ask to be godmother?" "Go to the town," replied the stranger, "and in the square you will see a stone house with shop windows in the front. At the entrance you will find the tradesman to whom it belongs. Ask him to let his daughter stand godmother to your child." The peasant hesitated. "How can I ask a rich tradesman?" said he. "He will despise me, and will not let his daughter come. Don't trouble about that. Go and ask. Get everything ready by tomorrow morning, and I will come to the christening." The poor peasant returned home, and then drove to the town to find the tradesman. He had hardly taken his horse into the yard when the tradesman himself came out. "What do you want?" said he. "Why, sir," said the peasant, "you see God has given me a son to rejoice my eyes in youth, to comfort my old age, and to pray for my soul after death. Be so kind as to let your daughter stand godmother to him." "And when is the christening?" said the tradesman. "Tomorrow morning." "Very well. Go in peace. She shall be with you at Mass tomorrow morning." The next day the godmother came, and the godfather also, and the infant was baptized. Immediately after the christening the godfather went away. They did not know who he was, and never saw him again. The child grew up to be a joy to his parents. He was strong, willing to work, clever and obedient. When he was 10 years old, his parents sent him to school to learn to read and write. What others learnt in 5 years, he learnt in 1, and soon there was nothing more they could teach him. Easter came round, and the boy went to see his godmother to give her his Easter greeting. "Father and mother," said he when he got home again, "where does my godfather live? I should like to give him my Easter greeting too." And his father answered, "We know nothing about your godfather, dear son. We often regret it ourselves. Since the day you were christened, we have never seen him, nor had any news of him. We do not know where he lives, or even whether he is still alive." The son bowed to his parents, "Father and mother," said he, "let me go and look for my godfather. I must find him and give him my Easter greeting." So his father and mother let him go, and the boy set off to find his godfather. The boy left the house and set out along the road. He'd been walking for several hours when he met a stranger who stopped him and said, "Good day to you, my boy. Where are you going?" And the boy answered, "I went to see my godmother and to give her my Easter greeting, and when I got home I asked my parents where my godfather lives, that I might go and greet him also. They told me they did not know. They said he went away as soon as I was christened, and they know nothing about him, not even if he be still alive. But I wish to see my godfather, and so I have set out to look for him." Then the stranger said, "I am your godfather." The boy was glad to hear this. After kissing his godfather 3 times for an Easter greeting, he asked him, "Which way are you going now, godfather? If you are coming our way, please come to our house. But if you are going home, I will go with you." "I have no time now," replied his godfather, "to come to your house. I have business in several villages, but I shall return home again tomorrow. Come and see me then." "But how shall I find you, godfather?" "When you leave home, go straight towards the rising sun, and you will come to a forest. Going through the forest, you will come to a glade. When you reach this glade, sit down and rest a while, and look around you and see what happens. On the further side of the forest, you will find a garden, and in it a house with a golden roof. That is my home. Go up to the gate, and I will myself be there to meet you." And having said this, the godfather disappeared from his godson's sight. The boy did as his godfather had told him. He walked eastward until he reached a forest, and there he came to a glade. And in the midst of the glade, he saw a pine tree to a branch of which was tied a rope supporting a heavy log of oak. Close under this log stood a wooden trough filled with honey. Hardly had the boy had time to wonder why the honey was placed there, and why the log hung above it, when he heard a crackling in the wood, and saw some bears approaching. A she-bear, followed by a yearling and 3 tiny cubs. The she-bear, sniffing the air, went straight to the trough, the cubs following her. She thrust her muzzle into the honey, and called the cubs to do the same. They scampered up and began to eat. As they did so, the log, which the she-bear had moved aside with her head, swung away a little, and returning, gave the cubs a push. Seeing this, the she-bear shoved the log away with her paw. It swung further out, and returned more forcibly, striking one cub on the back and another on the head. The cubs ran away howling with pain, and the mother, with a growl, caught the log in her forepaws and raising it above her head, flung it away. The log flew high in the air, and the yearling, rushing to the trough, pushed his muzzle into the honey and began to suck noisily. The others also drew near, but they had not reached the trough when the log, flying back, struck the yearling on the head and killed him. The mother growled louder than before, and seizing the log, flung it from her with all her might. It flew higher than the branch it was tied to, so high that the rope slackened, and the she-bear returned to the trough, and the little cubs after her. The log flew higher and higher, then stopped and began to fall. The nearer it came, the faster it swung, and at last, at full speed, it crashed down on her head. The she-bear rolled over, her legs jerked, and she died. The cubs ran away into the forest. The boy watched all this in surprise and then continued his way. Leaving the forest, he came upon a large garden in the midst of which stood a lofty palace with a golden roof. At the gate stood his godfather, smiling. He welcomed his godson and led him through the gateway into the garden. The boy had never dreamed of such beauty and delight as surrounded him in that place. Then his godfather led him into the palace, which was even more beautiful inside than outside. The godfather showed the boy through all the rooms, each brighter and finer than the other. But at last they came to one door that was sealed up. "You see this door," said he. "It is not locked, but only sealed. It can be opened, but I forbid you to open it. You may live here and go where you please and enjoy all the delights of the place. My only command is, do not open that door, but should you ever do so, remember what you saw in the forest." Having said this, the godfather went away. The godson remained in the palace, and life there was so bright and joyful that he thought he had only been there 3 hours, when he had really lived there 30 years. When 30 years had gone by, the godson happened to be passing the sealed door one day, and he wondered why his godfather had forbidden him to enter that room. "I'll just look in and see what is there," thought he, and he gave the door a push. The seals gave way, the door opened, and the godson entering saw a hall more lofty and beautiful than all the others, and in the midst of it a throne. He wandered about the hall for a while, and then mounted the steps and seated himself upon the throne. As he sat there, he noticed a scepter leaning against the throne and took it in his hand. Hardly had he done so when the 4 walls of the hall suddenly disappeared. The godson looked around and saw the whole world, and all that men were doing in it. He looked in front and saw the sea with ships sailing on it. He looked to the right and saw where strange heathen people lived. He looked to the left and saw where men who were Christians, but not Russians, lived. He looked round, and on the 4th side he saw Russian people, like himself. "I will look," said he, "and see what is happening at home, and whether the harvest is good." He looked towards his father's fields, and saw the sheaves standing in stooks. He began counting them to see whether there was much corn, when he noticed a peasant driving in a cart. It was night, and the godson thought it was his father coming to cart the corn by night. But as he looked, he recognized Vasily Kudryashov, the thief, driving into the field and beginning to load the sheaves onto his cart. This made the godson angry, and he called out, "Father, the sheaves are being stolen from our field." His father, who was out with the horses in the night pasture, woke up. "I dreamt the sheaves were being stolen," said he. "I will just ride down and see." So he got on a horse and rode out to the field. Finding Vasily there, he called together other peasants to help him, and Vasily was beaten, bound, and taken to prison. Then the godson looked at the town where his godmother lived. He saw that she was now married to a tradesman. She lay asleep, and her husband rose and went to his mistress. The godson shouted to her, "Get up, get up! Your husband has taken to evil ways." The godmother jumped up and dressed, and finding out where her husband was, she shamed and beat his mistress, and drove him away. Then the godson looked for his mother, and saw her lying asleep in her cottage. And a thief crept into the cottage, and began to break open the chest in which she kept her things. The mother awoke and screamed, and the robber, seizing an axe, swung it over his head to kill her. The godson could not refrain from hurling the scepter at the robber. It struck him upon the temple, and killed him on the spot. As soon as the godson had killed the robber, the walls closed and the hall became just as it had been before. Then the door opened, and the godfather entered, and coming up to his godson, he took him by the hand and led him down from the throne. "You have not obeyed my command," said he. "You did one wrong thing when you opened the forbidden door, another when you mounted the throne and took my scepter into your hands. And you have now done a third wrong, which has much increased the evil in the world. Had you sat here an hour longer, you would have ruined half mankind." Then the godfather led his godson back to the throne and took the scepter in his hand. And again the walls fell asunder, and all things became visible. And the godfather said, "See what you have done to your father. Vasily has now been a year in prison, and has come out having learnt every kind of wickedness, and has become quite incorrigible. See, he has stolen 2 of your father's horses, and he is now setting fire to his barn. All this you have brought upon your father." The godson saw his father's barn breaking into flames, but his godfather shut off the sight from him and told him to look another way. "Here is your godmother's husband," he said. "It is a year since he left his wife, and now he goes after other women. His former mistress has sunk to still lower depths. Sorrow has driven his wife to drink. That's what you have done to your godmother." The godfather shut off this also, and showed the godson his father's house. There he saw his mother weeping for her sins, repenting and saying, "It would have been better had the robber killed me that night. I should not have sinned so heavily." "That," said the godfather, "is what you have done to your mother." He shut this off also, and pointed downwards, And the godson saw 2 warders holding the robber in front of a prison house. And the godfather said, "This man had murdered 10 men. He should have expiated his sins himself, but by killing him, you have taken his sins on yourself. Now you must answer for all his sins. That is what you have done to yourself." The she-bear pushed the log aside once and disturbed her cubs. She pushed it again and killed her yearling. She pushed it a 3rd time and was killed herself. You have done the same. Now I give you 30 years to go into the world and atone for the robber's sins. If you do not atone for them, you will have to take his place. "How am I to atone for his sins?" asked the godson. And the godfather answered, "When you have rid the world of as much evil as you have brought into it, you will have atoned both for your own sins and for those of the robber." "How can I destroy evil in the world?" the godson asked. "Go out," replied the godfather, "and walk straight towards the rising sun. After a time you will come to a field with some men in it. Notice what they are doing and teach them what you know. Then go on and note what you see. On the 4th day you will come to a forest. In the midst of the forest is a cell, and in the cell lives a hermit. Tell him all that has happened. He will teach you what to do. When you have done all he tells you, you will have atoned for your own and the robber's sins." And having said this, the godfather led his godson out of the gate. The godson went his way, and as he went he thought, "How am I to destroy evil in the world?" Evil is destroyed by banishing evil men, keeping them in prison, or putting them to death. How then am I to destroy evil without taking the sins of others upon myself? The godson pondered over it for a long time, but could come to no conclusion. He went on until he came to a field where corn was growing thick and good and ready for the reapers. The godson saw that a little calf had got in among the corn. Some men who were at hand saw it, and mounting their horses, they chased it backwards and forwards through the corn. Each time the calf was about to come out of the corn, someone rode up and the calf got frightened and turned back again, and they all galloped after it, trampling down the corn. On the road stood a woman crying, "They will chase my calf to death," she said. And the godson said to the peasants, "What are you doing? Come out of the cornfield, all of you, and let the woman call her calf." The men did so, and the woman came to the edge of the cornfield and called to the calf. "Come along, Brownie, come along," said she. The calf pricked up its ears, listened a while, and then ran towards the woman of its own accord, and hid its head in her skirts, almost knocking her over. The men were glad the woman was glad, and so was the little calf. The godson went on, and he thought, "Now I see that evil spreads evil. The more people try to drive away evil, the more the evil grows. Evil, it seems, cannot be destroyed by evil, but in what way it can be destroyed I do not know. The calf obeyed its mistress, and so all went well. But if it had not obeyed her, how could we have got it out of the field?" The godson pondered again, but came to no conclusion and continued his way. He went on until he came to a village. At the furthest end, he stopped and asked leave to stay the night. The woman of the house was there alone, house cleaning, and she let him in. The godson entered, and taking his seat upon the brick oven, he watched what the woman was doing. He saw her finish scrubbing the room and begin scrubbing the table. Having done this, she began wiping the table with a dirty cloth. She wiped it from side to side, but it did not come clean. The soiled cloth left streaks of dirt. Then she wiped it the other way. The first streaks disappeared, but others came in their place. Then she wiped it from one end to the other, but again the same thing happened. The soiled cloth messed the table. When one streak was wiped off, another was left on. The godson watched for a while in silence and then said, "What are you doing, mistress? Don't you see I'm cleaning up for the holiday? Only I can't manage this table. It won't come clean. I'm quite tired out." "You should rinse your cloth," said the godson, "before you wipe the table with it." The woman did so and soon had the table clean. "Thank you for telling me," said she. In the morning he took leave of the woman and went on his way. After walking a good while, he came to the edge of a forest. There he saw some peasants who were making wheel rims of bent wood. Coming nearer, the godson saw that the men were going round and round, but could not bend the wood. He stood and looked on, and noticed that the block to which the piece of wood was fastened was not fixed, but as the men moved round it went round too. Then the godson said, "What are you doing, friends?" "Why, don't you see, we are making wheel rims. We have twice steamed the wood and are quite tired out, but the wood will not bend." "You should fix the block, friends," said the godson, "or else it goes round when you do." The peasants took his advice and fixed the block, and then the work went on merrily. The godson spent the night with them and then went on. He walked all day and all night, and just before dawn he came upon some drovers encamped for the night and lay down beside them. He saw that they had got all their cattle settled and were trying to light a fire. They had taken dry twigs and lighted them, but before the twigs had time to burn up, they smothered them with damp brushwood. The brushwood hissed and the fire smouldered and went out. Then the drovers brought more dry wood, lit it, and again put on the brushwood. And again the fire went out. They struggled with it for a long time, but could not get the fire to burn. Then the godson said, "Do not be in such a hurry to put on the brushwood. Let the dry wood burn up properly before you put any on. When the fire is well alight, you can put on as much as you please." The drovers followed his advice. They let the fire burn up fiercely before adding the brushwood, which then flared up so that they soon had a roaring fire. The godson remained with them for a while, and then continued his way. He went on, wondering what the three things he had seen might mean, but he could not fathom them. The godson walked the whole of that day, and in the evening came to another forest. There he found a hermit's cell, at which he knocked. "Who is there?" asked a voice from within. "A great sinner," replied the godson. "I must atone for another's sins as well as for my own." The hermit, hearing this, came out. "What sins are those that you have to bear for another?" The godson told him everything, about his godfather, about the she-bear with the cubs, about the throne in the sealed room, about the commands his godfather had given him, as well as about the peasants he had seen trampling down the corn, and the calf that ran out when its mistress called it. "I have seen that one cannot destroy evil by evil," said he, "but I cannot understand how it is to be destroyed. Teach me how it can be done." "Tell me," replied the hermit, "what else you have seen on your way." The godson told him about the woman washing the table, and the men making cartwheels, and the drovers fighting their fire. The hermit listened to it all, and then went back to his cell and brought out an old jagged axe. "Come with me," said he. When they had gone some way, the hermit pointed to a tree. "Cut it down," he said. The godson felled the tree. "Now chop it into 3, said the hermit. The godson chopped the tree into 3 pieces. Then the hermit went back to his cell, and brought out some blazing sticks. "Burn those 3 logs, said he. So the godson made a fire, and burnt the 3 logs till only 3 charred stumps remained. "Now plant them half in the ground, like this." The godson did so. "You see that river at the foot of the hill? Bring water from there in your mouth, and water these stumps. Water this stump as you taught the woman, this one as you taught the wheelwrights, and this one as you taught the drovers. When all 3 have taken root, and from these charred stumps apple trees have sprung, you will know how to destroy evil in men, and will have atoned for all your sins." Having said this, the hermit returned to his cell. The godson pondered for a long time, but could not understand what the hermit meant. Nevertheless, he set to work to do as he had been told. The godson went down to the river, filled his mouth with water, and returning, emptied it onto one of the charred stumps. This he did again and again, and watered all 3 stumps. When he was hungry and quite tired out, he went to the cell to ask the old hermit for some food. He opened the door, and there upon a bench he saw the old man lying dead. The godson looked round for food, and he found some dried bread and ate a little of it. Then he took a spade and set to work to dig the hermit's grave. During the night he carried water and watered the stumps, and in the day he dug the grave. He had hardly finished the grave and was about to bury the corpse, when some people from the village came, bringing food for the old man. The people heard that the old hermit was dead, and that he had given the godson his blessing, and left him in his place. So they buried the old man, gave the bread they had brought to the godson, and promising to bring him some more, they went away. The godson remained in the old man's place. There he lived, eating the food people brought him, and doing as he had been told, carrying water from the river in his mouth and watering the charred stumps. He lived thus for a year, and many people visited him. His fame spread abroad as a holy man who lived in the forest and brought water from the bottom of a hill in his mouth to water charred stumps for the salvation of his soul. People flocked to see him. Rich merchants drove up bringing him presents, but he kept only the barest necessaries for himself and gave the rest away to the poor. And so the godson lived, carrying water in his mouth and watering the stumps half the day, and resting and receiving people the other half. And he began to think that this was the way he had been told to live, in order to destroy evil and atone for his sins. He spent 2 years in this manner, not omitting for a single day to water the stumps. But still, not one of them sprouted. One day, as he sat in his cell, he heard a man ride past, singing as he went. The godson came out to see what sort of a man it was. He saw a strong young fellow, well-dressed, and mounted on a handsome, well-saddled horse. The godson stopped him and asked him who he was and where he was going. "I am a robber," the man answered, drawing rein. "I ride about the highways killing people, and the more I kill, the merrier are the songs I sing." The godson was horror-struck and thought, "How can the evil be destroyed in such a man as this? It is easy to speak to those who come to me of their own accord and confess their sins. But this one boasts of the evil he does." So he said nothing and turned away, thinking, "What am I to do now? This robber may take to riding about here, and he will frighten away the people. They will leave off coming to me. It will be a loss to them, and I shall not know how to live." So the godson turned back and said to the robber, "People come to me here, not to boast of their sins, but to repent and to pray for forgiveness. Repent of your sins if you fear God, but if there is no repentance in your heart, then go away and never come here again. Do not trouble me, and do not frighten people away from me. If you do not hearken, God will punish you." The robber laughed. "I am not afraid of God, and I will not listen to you." "You are not my master," said he. "You live by your piety, and I by my robbery. We all must live. You may teach the old women who come to you, but you have nothing to teach me. And because you have reminded me of God, I will kill 2 more men tomorrow. I would kill you, but I do not want to soil my hands just now. See that in future you keep out of my way." Having uttered this threat, the robber rode away. He did not come again, and the godson lived in peace, as before, for 8 more years. One night, the godson watered his stumps, and after returning to his cell, he sat down to rest and watched the footpath, wondering if someone would soon come. But no one came at all that day. He sat alone till evening, feeling lonely and dull, and he thought about his past life. Ho remembered how the robber had reproached him for living by his piety, and he reflected on his way of life. "I am not living as the hermit commanded me to," thought he. "The hermit laid a penance upon me, and I have made both a living and fame out of it, and have been so tempted by it that now I feel dull when people do not come to me. And when they do come, I only rejoice, because they praise my holiness. That is not how one should live. I have been led astray by love of praise. I have not atoned for my past sins, but have added fresh ones. I will go to another part of the forest where people will not find me, and I will live so as to atone for my old sins and commit no fresh ones." Having come to this conclusion, the godson filled a bag with dried bread and, taking a spade, left the cell and started for a ravine he knew of in a lonely spot where he could dig himself a cave and hide from the people. As he was going along with his bag and his spade, he saw the robber riding towards him. The godson was frightened and started to run away, but the robber overtook him. "Where are you going?" asked the robber. The godson told him he wished to get away from the people and live somewhere where no one would come to him. This surprised the robber. "What will you live on if people do not come to see you?" asked he. The godson had not even thought of this, but the robber's question reminded him that food would be necessary. "On what God pleases to give me," he replied. The robber said nothing and rode away. "Why did I not say anything to him about his way of life?" thought the godson. "He might repent now. Today he seems in a gentler mood and has not threatened to kill me." And he shouted to the robber, "You have still to repent of your sins. You cannot escape from God." The robber turned his horse, and drawing a knife from his girdle, threatened the hermit with it. The latter was alarmed and ran away further into the forest. The robber did not follow him, but only shouted, "Twice I have let you off, old man, but next time you come in my way, I will kill you." Having said this, he rode away. In the evening, when the godson went to water his stumps, one of them was sprouting. A little apple tree was growing out of it. After hiding himself from everybody, the godson lived all alone. When his supply of bread was exhausted, he thought, "Now I must go and look for some roots to eat." He had not gone far, however, before he saw a bag of dried bread hanging on a branch. He took it down, and as long as it lasted, he lived upon that. When he had eaten it all, he found another bagful on the same branch. So he lived on, his only trouble being his fear of the robber. Whenever he heard the robber passing, he hid, thinking, "He may kill me before I have had time to atone for my sins." In this way, he lived for 10 more years. The one apple tree continued to grow, but the other 2 stumps remained exactly as they were. One morning, the godson rose early and went to his work. By the time he had thoroughly moistened the ground round the stumps, he was tired out and sat down to rest. As he sat there, he thought to himself, "I have sinned and have become afraid of death. It may be God's will that I should redeem my sins by death." Hardly had this thought crossed his mind when he heard the robber riding up, swearing at something. When the godson heard this, he thought, "No evil and no good can befall me from anyone but from God." And he went to meet the robber. He saw the robber was not alone, but behind him on the saddle sat another man, gagged and bound hand and foot. The man was doing nothing, but the robber was abusing him violently. The godson went up and stood in front of the horse. "Where are you taking this man?" he asked. "Into the forest," replied the robber. "He is a merchant's son, and will not tell me where his father's money is hidden. I am going to flog him till he tells me." And the robber spurred on his horse, but the godson caught hold of his bridle and would not let him pass. "Let this man go." "Hot," he said. The robber grew angry and raised his arm to strike. "Would you like a taste of what I am going to give this man? Have I not promised to kill you? Let go." The godson was not afraid. "You shall not go," said he. "I do not fear you. I fear no one but God, and he wills that I should not let you pass. Set this man free." The robber frowned, and snatching out his knife, cut the ropes with which the merchant's son was bound, and set him free. "Get away, both of you," he said, "and beware how you cross my path again." The merchant's son jumped down and ran away. The robber was about to ride on, but the godson stopped him again and again spoke to him about giving up his evil life. The robber heard him to the end in silence, and then rode away without a word. The next morning, the godson went to water his stumps, and lo! The second stump was sprouting. A second young apple tree had begun to grow. Another 10 years had gone by. The godson was sitting quietly one day, desiring nothing, fearing nothing, and with a heart full of joy. "What blessings God showers on men," thought he. "Yet how needlessly they torment themselves. What prevents them from living happily? And remembering all the evil in men and the troubles they bring upon themselves, his heart filled with pity. It is wrong of me to live as I do," he said to himself. "I must go and teach others what I have myself learnt." Hardly had he thought this when he heard the robber approaching. He let him pass, thinking, "It is no good talking to him. He will not understand." That was his first thought, but Ho changed his mind and went out into the road. He saw that the robber was gloomy and was riding with downcast eyes. The godson looked at him, pitied him, and running up to him laid his hand upon his knee. "Brother dear," said he, have some pity on your own soul. In you lives the Spirit of God. You suffer and torment others, and lay up more and more suffering for the future. Yet God loves you and has prepared such blessings for you. Do not ruin yourself utterly. Change your life. The robber frowned and turned away. "Leave me alone," said he. But the godson held the robber still faster and began to weep. Then the robber lifted his eyes and looked at the godson. He looked at him for a long time, and alighting from his horse, fell on his knees at the godson's feet. "You have overcome me, old man," said he. "For 20 years I have resisted you, but now you have conquered me. Do what you will with me, for I have no more power over myself. When you first tried to persuade me, it only angered me more. Only when you hid yourself from men did I begin to consider your words, for I saw then that you asked nothing of them for yourself. Since that day I have brought food for you, hanging it upon the tree." Then the godson remembered that the woman got her table clean only after she had rinsed her cloth. In the same way, it was only when he ceased caring about himself and cleansed his own heart that he was able to cleanse the hearts of others. The robber went on. "When I saw that you did not fear death, my heart turned." Then the godson remembered that the wheelwrights could not bend the rims until they had fixed their block. So, not till he had cast away the fear of death and made his life fast in God, could he subdue this man's unruly heart. "But my heart did not quite melt," continued the robber, "until you pitied me and wept for me." The godson, full of joy, led the robber to the place where the stumps were. And when they got there, they saw that from the third stump an apple tree had begun to sprout. And the godson remembered that the drovers had not been able to light the damp wood until the fire had burnt up well. So it was only when his own heart burnt warmly that another's heart had been kindled by it. And the godson was full of joy that he had at last atoned for his sins. He told all this to the robber and died. The robber buried him and lived as the godson had commanded him, teaching to others what the godson had taught him.
17th story, The Repentant Sinner. And he said unto Jesus, Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. And Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. Luke 23:42-43. There was once a man who lived for 70 years in the world, and lived in sin all that time. He fell ill, but even then did not repent. Only at the last moment, as he was dying, he wept and said, Lord, forgive me, as thou forgavest the thief upon the cross. And as he said these words, his soul left his body. And the soul of the sinner, feeling love towards God and faith in his mercy, went to the gates of heaven and knocked, praying to be let into the heavenly kingdom. Then a voice spoke from within the gate. What man is it that knocks at the gates of paradise? And what deeds did he do during his life? And the voice of the accuser replied, recounting all the man's evil deeds, and not a single good one. And the voice from within the gates answered, Sinners cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. Go hence. Then the man said, Lord, I hear thy voice, but cannot see thy face, nor do I know thy name. The voice answered, I am Peter, the apostle. And the sinner replied, Have pity on me, Apostle Peter. Remember man's weakness and God's mercy. Wert not thou a disciple of Christ? Didst not thou hear his teaching from his own lips, and hadst thou not his example before thee? Remember then how, when he sorrowed and was grieved in spirit, and 3 times asked thee to keep awake and pray, thou didst sleep, because thine eyes were heavy, and 3 times he found thee sleeping. So it was with me. Remember also how thou didst promise to be faithful unto death, and yet didst thrice deny him when he was taken before Caiaphas. So it was with me. And remember too how when the cock crowed thou didst go out, and didst weep bitterly. So it is with me. Thou canst not refuse to let me in. And the voice behind the gates was silent. Then the sinner stood a little while, and again began to knock, and to ask to be let into the kingdom of heaven. And he heard another voice behind the gates, which said,
"Who is this man, and how did he live on earth?" And the voice of the accuser again repeated all the sinner's evil deeds, and not a single good one. And the voice from behind the gates replied, "Go hence, such sinners cannot live with us in paradise." Then the sinner said, "Lord, I hear thy voice, but I see thee not, nor do I know thy name." And the voice answered, "I am David, king and prophet." The sinner did not despair, nor did he leave the gates of paradise, but said, "Have pity on me, King David. Remember man's weakness and God's mercy. God loved thee and exalted thee among men. Thou hadst all, a kingdom and honor and riches and wives and children. But thou sawest from thy housetop the wife of a poor man, and sin entered into thee, and thou tookest the wife of Uriah, and didst slay him with the sword of the Ammonites. Thou, a rich man, didst take from the poor man his one ewe lamb, and didst kill him. I have done likewise. Remember then how thou didst repent, and how thou saidst, I acknowledge my transgressions. My sin is ever before me. I have done the same. Thou canst not refuse to let me in." And the voice from within the gates was silent. The sinner, having stood a little while, began knocking again, and asking to be let into the kingdom of heaven. And a third voice was heard within the gates, saying, "Who is this man, and how has he spent his life on earth?" And the voice of the accuser replied for the third time, recounting the sinner's evil deeds, and not mentioning one good deed. And the voice within the gates said, "Depart hence. Sinners cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven." And the sinner said, "Thy voice I hear, but thy face I see not, neither do I know thy name." Then the voice replied, "I am John the Divine, the beloved disciple of Christ." And the sinner rejoiced, and said, "Now surely I shall be allowed to enter. Peter and David must let me in, because they know man's weakness and God's mercy, and thou wilt let me in, because thou lovest much. Was it not thou, John the Divine, who wrote that God is love, and that he who loves not knows not God? And in thine old age didst thou not say unto men, Brethren, love one another? How then canst thou look on me with hatred, and drive me away? Either thou must renounce what thou hast said, or loving me, must let me enter the kingdom of heaven." And the gates of paradise opened, and John embraced the repentant sinner, and took him into the kingdom of heaven.
8th story. The Empty Drum, a folk tale long current in the region of the Volga. Emelian was a laborer and worked for a master. Crossing the meadows one day on his way to work, he nearly trod on a frog that jumped right in front of him, but he just managed to avoid it. Suddenly he heard someone calling to him from behind. Emelian looked around and saw a lovely lassie who said to him, "Why don't you get married, Emelian?" "How can I marry, my lass?" said he. "I have but the clothes I stand up in, nothing more, and no one would have me for a husband." "Take me for a wife," said she. Emelian liked the maid. "I should be glad to," said he, "but where and how could we live?" "Why trouble about that?" said the girl. "One only has to work more and sleep less, and one can clothe and feed oneself anywhere." "Very well then, let us marry," said Emelian. "Where shall we go to?" "Let us go to town." So Emelian and the lass went to town, and she took him to a small hut on the very edge of the town, and they married and began housekeeping. One day the king, driving through the town, passed by Emelian's hut. Emelian's wife came out to see the king. The king noticed her and was quite surprised. "Where did such a beauty come from?" said he, and stopping his carriage he called Emelian's wife and asked her, "Who are you?" "The peasant Emelian's wife," said she. "Why did you, who are such a beauty, marry a peasant?" said the king. "You ought to be a queen." "Thank you for your kind words," said she, "but a peasant husband is good enough for me." The king talked to her a while and then drove on. He returned to the palace, but could not get Emelian's wife out of his head. All night he did not sleep, but kept thinking how to get her for himself. He could think of no way of doing it, so he called his servants and told them they must find a way. The king's servant said, "Command Emelian to come to the palace to work, and we will work him so hard that he will die. His wife will be left a widow, and then you can take her for yourself." The king followed their advice. He sent an order that Emelyan should come to the palace as a workman, and that he should live at the palace, and his wife with him. The messengers came to Emelyan and gave him the king's message. His wife said, "Go, Emelyan, work all day but come back home at night." So Emelyan went, and when he got to the palace, the king's steward asked him, "Why have you come alone without your wife?" "Why should I drag her about?" said Emelyan. "She has a house to live in." At the king's palace, they gave Emelyan work enough for two. He began the job not hoping to finish it, but when evening came, lo and behold, it was all done. The steward saw that it was finished and set him 4 times as much for next day. Emelyan went home. Everything there was swept and tidy. The oven was heated, his supper was cooked and ready, and his wife sat by the table sewing and waiting for his return. She greeted him, laid the table, gave him to eat and drink, and then began to ask him about his work. "Ah," said he, "it's a bad business. They give me tasks beyond my strength and want to kill me with work." "Don't fret about the work," said she. "Don't look either before or behind to see how much you have done or how much there is left to do. Only keep on working, and all will be right." So Emelyan lay down and slept. Next morning he went to work again and worked without once looking round. And lo and behold, by the evening it was all done, and before dark he came home for the night. Again and again they increased Emelyan's work, but he always got through it in good time and went back to his hut to sleep. A week passed, and the king's servants saw they could not crush him with rough work, so they tried giving him work that required skill. But this, also, was of no avail. Carpentering and masonry and roofing, whatever they set him to do, Emelyan had it ready in time and went home to his wife at night. So a second week passed. Then the king called his servants and said, "Am I to feed you for nothing? 2 weeks have gone, and I don't see that you have done anything. You were going to tire Emelyan out with work, but I see from my windows how he goes home every evening, singing cheerfully. Do you mean to make a fool of me?" The king's servants began to excuse themselves. "We tried our best to wear him out with rough work," they said, "but nothing was too hard for him. He cleared it all off as though he had swept it away with a broom. There was no tiring him out. Then we set him to tasks needing skill, which we did not think he was clever enough to do, but he managed them all. No matter what one sets him, he does it all, no one knows how. Either he or his wife must know some spell that helps them. We ourselves are sick of him, and wish to find a task he cannot master. We have now thought of setting him to build a cathedral in a single day. Send for Emelyan, and order him to build a cathedral in front of the palace in a single day. Then, if he does not do it, let his head be cut off for disobedience." The king sent for Emelyan. "Listen to my command," said he. "Build me a new cathedral on the square in front of my palace and have it ready by tomorrow evening. If you have it ready, I will reward you, but if not, I will have your head cut off." When Emelyan heard the king's command, he turned away and went home. "My end is near," thought he, and coming to his wife, he said, "Get ready, wife, we must fly from here, or I shall be lost by no fault of my own." "What has frightened you so?" said she, "and why should we run away?" "How can I help being frightened? The king has ordered me, tomorrow in a single day, to build him a cathedral. If I fail, he will cut my head off. There is only one thing to be done. We must fly while there is yet time." But his wife would not hear of it. "The king has many soldiers," said she. "They would catch us anywhere. We cannot escape from him, but must obey him as long as strength holds out. How can I obey him when the task is beyond my strength? Goodman, don't be downhearted. Eat your supper now and go to sleep. Rise early in the morning and all will get done." So Emelyan lay down and slept. His wife roused him early next day. "Go quickly," said she, "and finish the cathedral. Here are nails and a hammer. There is still enough work there for a day." Emelyan went into the town, reached the palace square, and there stood a large cathedral not quite finished. Emelyan set to work to do what was needed, and by the evening all was ready. When the king awoke, he looked out from his palace and saw the cathedral, and Emelian going about driving in nails here and there. And the king was not pleased to have the cathedral. He was annoyed at not being able to condemn Emelian and take his wife. Again he called his servants. "Emelian has done this task also," said the king, "and there is no excuse for putting him to death. Even this work was not too hard for him. You must find a more cunning plan, or I will cut off your heads as well as his." So his servants planned that Emelian should be ordered to make a river round the palace, with ships sailing on it. And the king sent for Emelian and set him this new task. "If," said he, "you could build a cathedral in one night, you can also do this. Tomorrow all must be ready. If not, I will have your head off." Emelian was more downcast than before, and returned to his wife sad at heart. "Why are you so sad?" "Juri," said his wife. "Has the king set you a fresh task?" Emelian told her about it. "We must fly," said he, but his wife replied, "There is no escaping the soldiers. They will catch us wherever we go. There is nothing for it but to obey." "How can I do it?" groaned Emelian. Goodman," said she, "don't be downhearted. Eat your supper now and go to sleep. Rise early and all will get done in good time." So Emelian lay down and slept. In the morning his wife woke him. "Go," said she, "to the palace. All is ready. Only near the wharf in front of the palace there is a mound left. Take a spade and level it." When the king awoke, he saw a river where there had not been one. Ships were sailing up and down, and Emelian was leveling a mound with a spade. The king wondered, but was pleased neither with the river nor with the ships, so vexed was he at not being able to condemn Emelian. "There is no task," thought he, "that he cannot manage. What is to be done?" And he called his servants, and again asked their advice. "Find some task," said he, "which Emelian cannot compass. For whatever we plan he fulfills, and I cannot take his wife from him." The king's servants thought, and at last devised a plan. They came to the king and said, "Send for Emelian and say to him, 'Go to there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. Then he will not be able to escape you. No matter where he goes, you can say that he has not gone to the right place, and no matter what he brings, you can say it is not the right thing. Then you can have him beheaded and can take his wife." The king was pleased. "That is well thought of," said he. So the king sent for Emelian and said to him, "Go to there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. If you fail to bring it, I will have you beheaded." Emelian returned to his wife and told her what the king had said. His wife became thoughtful. "Well," said she, "they have taught the king how to catch you. Now we must act warily." So she sat and thought, and at last said to her husband, "You must go far to our grandam, the old peasant woman, the mother of soldiers, and you must ask her aid. If she helps you do anything, go straight to the palace with it. I shall be there. I cannot escape them now. They will take me by force, but it will not be for long. If you do everything as grandam directs, you will soon save me." So the wife got her husband ready for the journey. She gave him a wallet and also a spindle. "Give her this," said she. "By this token she will know that you are my husband." And his wife showed him his road. Emelian set off. He left the town behind and came to where some soldiers were being drilled. Emelian stood and watched them. After drill, the soldiers sat down to rest. Then Emelian went up to them and asked, "Do you know, brothers, the way to there, don't know where, and how I can get that, don't know what?" The soldiers listened to him with surprise. "Who sent you on this errand?" Said they. "The king," said he. "We ourselves," said they, "from the day we became soldiers, go we don't know where, and never yet have we got there. And we seek we don't know what, and cannot find it. We cannot help you." Emelian sat a while with the soldiers and then went on again. He trudged many a mile, and at last came to a wood. In the wood was a hut, and in the hut sat an old woman, the mother of peasant soldiers, spinning flax and weeping. And as she spun, she did not put her fingers to her mouth to wet them with spittle, but to her eyes to wet them with tears. When the old woman saw Emelian, she cried out at him, Why have you come here?" Then Emelian gave her the spindle and said his wife had sent it. The old woman softened at once and began to question him. And Emelian told her his whole life, how he married the lass, how they went to live in the town, how he had worked, and what he had done at the palace, how he built the cathedral and made a river with ships on it, and how the king had now told him to go to there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. The grandam listened to the end and ceased weeping. She muttered to herself, "The time has surely come," and said to him, "All right, my lad, sit down now, and I will give you something to eat." Emelian ate, and then the grandam told him what to do. "Here," said she, "is a ball of thread. Roll it before you and follow where it goes. You must go far till you come right to the sea. When you get there, you will see a great city. Enter the city and ask for a night's lodging at the furthest house. There look out for what you are seeking." "How shall I know it when I see it, Granny?" said he. "When you see something men obey more than father or mother, that is it. Seize that and take it to the king. When you bring it to the king, he will say it is not right, and you must answer, 'If it is not the right thing, it must be smashed.' And you must beat it and carry it to the river, break it in pieces and throw it into the water. Then you will get your wife back and my tears will be dried." Emelian bade farewell to the grandam and began rolling his ball before him. It rolled and rolled until at last it reached the sea. By the sea stood a great city, and at the further end of the city was a big house. There Emelian begged for a night's lodging, and was granted it. He lay down to sleep, and in the morning awoke and heard a father rousing his son to go and cut wood for the fire. But the son did not obey. "It is too early," said he. "There is time enough." Then Emelian heard the mother say, "Go, my son, your father's bones ache. Would you have him go himself? It is time to be up." But the son only murmured some words and fell asleep again. Hardly was he asleep when something thundered and rattled in the street. Up jumped the son, and quickly putting on his clothes, ran out into the street. Up jumped Emelian, too, and ran after him to see what it was that a son obeys more than father or mother. What he saw was a man walking along the street carrying, tied to his stomach, a thing which he beat with sticks, and that it was that rattled and thundered so, and that the son had obeyed. Emelian ran up and had a look at it. He saw it was round, like a small tub, with a skin stretched over both ends, and he asked what it was called. He was told, "A drum." "And is it empty?" "Yes, it is empty." Emelian was surprised. He asked them to give the thing to him, but they would not. So Emelian left off asking and followed the drummer. All day he followed, and when the drummer at last lay down to sleep, Emelian snatched the drum from him and ran away with it. He ran and ran, till at last he got back to his own town. He went to see his wife, but she was not at home. The day after he went away, the king had taken her. So Emelian went to the palace and sent in a message to the king. "He has returned who went to there don't know where, and he has brought with him that don't know what." They told the king, and the king said he was to come again next day. But Emelian said, "Tell the king I am here today, and have brought what the king wanted. Let him come out to me, or I will go in to him." The king came out. "Where have you been?" said he. Emelian told him. "That's not the right place," said the king. "What have you brought?" Emelian pointed to the drum, but the king did not look at it. "That is not it." "If it is not the right thing," said Emelian, "it must be smashed, and may the devil take it." And Emelian left the palace, carrying the drum and beating it. And as he beat it all, the king's army ran out to follow Emelian, and they saluted him, and waited his commands. The king from his window began to shout at his army, telling them not to follow Emelian. They did not listen to what he said, but all followed Emelian. When the king saw that, he gave orders that Emelian's wife should be taken back to him, and he sent to ask Emelian to give him the drum. "It can't be done," said Emelian. "I was told to smash it, and to throw the splinters into the river." So Emelian went down to the river carrying the drum, and the soldiers followed him. When he reached the river bank, Emelian smashed the drum to splinters, and threw the splinters into the stream. And then all the soldiers ran away. Emelian took his wife and went home with her. And after that, the king ceased to trouble him. And so they lived happily ever after.
Part 6. Adaptations from the French. 19th story. The Coffee House of Surat after Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. In the town of Surat, in India, was a coffee house where many travelers and foreigners from all parts of the world met and conversed. One day, a learned Persian theologian visited this coffee house. He was a man who had spent his life studying the nature of the deity and reading and writing books upon the subject. He had thought, read, and written so much about God that eventually he lost his wits, became quite confused, and ceased even to believe in the existence of a god. The Shah, hearing of this, had banished him from Persia. After having argued all his life about the first cause, this unfortunate theologian had ended by quite perplexing himself, and instead of understanding that he had lost his own reason, he began to think that there was no higher reason controlling the universe. This man had an African slave who followed him everywhere. When the theologian entered the coffee house, the slave remained outside, near the door, sitting on a stone in the glare of the sun, and driving away the flies that buzzed around him. The Persian, having settled down on a divan in the coffee house, ordered himself a cup of opium. When he had drunk it and the opium had begun to quicken the workings of his brain, he addressed his slave through the open door. "Tell me, wretched slave," said he, "do you think there is a God, or not?" "Of course there is," said the slave, and immediately drew from under his girdle a small idol of wood. "There," said he, "that is the God who has guarded me from the day of my birth. Everyone in our country worships the fetish tree, from the wood of which this God was made." This conversation between the theologian and his slave was listened to with surprise by the other guests in the coffee house. They were astonished at the master's question, and yet more so at the slave's reply. One of them, a Brahmin, on hearing the words spoken by the slave, turned to him and said, "Miserable fool! Is it possible you believe that God can be carried under a man's girdle? There is one God, Brahma, and he is greater than the whole world, for he created it. Brahma is the one, the mighty God, and in his honor are built the temples on the Ganges banks, where his true priests, the Brahmins, worship him. They know the true God, and none but they. 1,000 score of years have passed, and yet through revolution after revolution these priests have held their sway, because Brahma, the one true God, has protected them." So spoke the Brahmin, thinking to convince everyone. But a Jewish broker who was present replied to him, and said, "No, the temple of the true God is not in India. Neither does God protect the Brahmin caste. The true God is not the God of the Brahmins, but of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None does he protect but his chosen people, the Israelites. From the commencement of the world, our nation has been beloved of him, and ours alone. If we are now scattered over the whole earth, it is but to try us. For God has promised that he will one day gather his people together in Jerusalem. Then, with the temple of Jerusalem, the wonder of the ancient world, restored to its splendor, shall Israel be established a ruler over all nations." So spoke the Jew, and burst into tears. He wished to say more, but an Italian missionary who was there interrupted him. "What you are saying is untrue," said he to the Jew. "You attribute injustice to God. He cannot love your nation above the rest. Nay, rather, even if it be true that of old he favored the Israelites, it is now 1900 years since they angered him, and caused him to destroy their nation and scatter them over the earth, so that their faith makes no converts and has died out except here and there. God shows preference to no nation, but calls all who wish to be saved to the bosom of the Catholic Church of Rome, the one outside whose borders no salvation can be found." So spoke the Italian. But a Protestant minister who happened to be present, growing pale, turned to the Catholic missionary and exclaimed, "How can you say that salvation belongs to your religion? Those only will be saved, who serve God according to the gospel, in spirit and in truth, as bidden by the word of Christ." Then a Turk, an office holder in the custom house at Surat, who was sitting in the coffee house smoking a pipe, turned with an air of superiority to both the Christians. "Your belief in your Roman religion is vain," said he. It was superseded 1200 years ago by the true faith, that of Muhammad. You cannot but observe how the true Mohammedan faith continues to spread both in Europe and Asia, and even in the enlightened country of China. You say yourselves that God has rejected the Jews, and as a proof you quote the fact that the Jews are humiliated, and their faith does not spread. Confess then the truth of Mohammedanism, for it is triumphant and spreads far and wide. None will be saved but the followers of Muhammad, God's latest prophet, and of them only the followers of Omar, and not of Ali, for the latter are false to the faith. To this the Persian theologian, who was of the sect of Ali, wished to reply. But by this time a great dispute had arisen among all the strangers of different faiths and creeds present. There were Abyssinian Christians, Lamas from Thibet, Ismailians, and fire worshippers. They all argued about the nature of God and how he should be worshipped. Each of them asserted that in his country alone was the true God known and rightly worshipped. Everyone argued and shouted, except a Chinaman, a student of Confucius, who sat quietly in one corner of the coffee house, not joining in the dispute. He sat there drinking tea and listening to what the others said, but did not speak himself. The Turk noticed him sitting there and appealed to him, saying, "You can confirm what I say, my good Chinaman. You hold your peace, but if you spoke, I know you would uphold my opinion. Traders from your country, who come to me for assistance, tell me that though many religions have been introduced into China, you Chinese consider Mohammedanism the best of all, and adopt it willingly. Confirm then my words, and tell us your opinion of the true God and of his prophet." "Yes, yes," said the rest, turning to the Chinaman. "Let us hear what you think on the subject." The Chinaman, the student of Confucius, closed his eyes and thought a while. Then he opened them again, and drawing his hands out of the wide sleeves of his garment, and folding them on his breast, he spoke as follows, in a calm and quiet voice. "Sirs, it seems to me that it is chiefly pride that prevents men agreeing with one another on matters of faith. If you care to listen to me, I will tell you a story which will explain this by an example. I came here from China on an English steamer, which had been round the world. We stopped for fresh water and landed on the east coast of the island of Sumatra. It was midday, and some of us, having landed, sat in the shade of some coconut palms by the seashore, not far from a native village. We were a party of men of different nationalities. As we sat there, a blind man approached us. We learnt afterwards that he had gone blind from gazing too long and too persistently at the sun, trying to find out what it is, in order to seize its light. He strove a long time to accomplish this, constantly looking at the sun, but the only result was that his eyes were injured by its brightness, and he became blind. Then he said to himself, "The light of the sun is not a liquid. For if it were a liquid, it would be possible to pour it from one vessel into another, and it would be moved, like water, by the wind. Neither is it fire, for if it were fire, water would extinguish it. Neither is light a spirit, for it is seen by the eye, nor is it matter, for it cannot be moved. Therefore, as the light of the sun is neither liquid, nor fire, nor spirit, nor matter, it is nothing." So he argued, and as a result of always looking at the sun and always thinking about it, he lost both his sight and his reason. And when he went quite blind, he became fully convinced that the sun did not exist. With this blind man came a slave, who after placing his master in the shade of a coconut tree, picked up a coconut from the ground and began making it into a nightlight. He twisted a wick from the fiber of the coconut, squeezed oil from the nut into the shell, and soaked the wick in it. As the slave sat doing this, the blind man sighed and said to him, "Well, slave, was I not right when I told you there is no sun? Do you not see how dark it is? Yet people say there is a sun. But if so, what is it?" "I do not know what the sun is," said the slave. "That is no business of mine. But I know what light is. Here I have made a nightlight, by the help of which I can serve you and find anything I want in the hut." And the slave picked up the coconut shell, saying, "This is my son." A lame man with crutches who was sitting nearby heard these words and laughed. "You have evidently been blind all your life," said he to the blind man. "Not to know what the sun is, I will tell you what it is. The sun is a ball of fire, which rises every morning out of the sea and goes down again among the mountains of our island each evening. We have all seen this, and if you had had your eyesight, you too would have seen it." A fisherman who had been listening to the conversation said, "It is plain enough that you have never been beyond your own island. If you were not lame, and if you had been out as I have in a fishing boat, you would know that the sun does not set among the mountains of our island, but as it rises from the ocean every morning, so it sets again in the sea every night. What I am telling you is true, for I see it every day with my own eyes." Then an Indian who was of our party interrupted him by saying, "I am astonished that a reasonable man should talk such nonsense. How can a ball of fire possibly descend into the water and not be extinguished? The sun is not a ball of fire at all. It is the deity named Deva, who rides forever in a chariot round the golden mountain, Meru. Sometimes the evil serpents Ragu and Ketu attack Deva and swallow him, and then the earth is dark. But our priests pray that the deity may be released, and then he is set free. Only such ignorant men as you, who have never been beyond their own island, can imagine that the sun shines for their country alone." Then the master of an Egyptian vessel, who was present, spoke in his turn. "No," said he, "you also are wrong. The sun is not a deity, and does not move only round India and its golden mountain. I have sailed much on the Black Sea and along the coasts of Arabia, and have been to Madagascar and to the Philippines. The sun lights the whole earth, and not India alone. It does not circle round one mountain, but rises far in the east, beyond the Isles of Japan, and sets far, far away in the west, beyond the islands of England. That is why the Japanese call their country Nippon. That is the birth of the sun. I know this well, for I have myself seen much, and heard more from my grandfather, who sailed to the very ends of the sea." He would have gone on, but an English sailor from our ship interrupted him. "There is no country," he said, "where people know so much about the sun's movements as in England. The sun, as everyone in England knows, rises nowhere and sets nowhere. It is always moving round the earth. We can be sure of this, for we have just been round the world ourselves, and nowhere knocked up against the sun. Wherever we went, the sun showed itself in the morning and hid itself at night, just as it does here." And the Englishman took a stick and, drawing circles on the sand, tried to explain how the sun moves in the heavens and goes round the world. But he was unable to explain it clearly, and pointing to the ship's pilot said, "This man knows more about it than I do. He can explain it properly." The pilot, who was an intelligent man, had listened in silence to the talk till he was asked to speak. Now everyone turned to him, and he said, "You are all misleading one another, and are yourselves deceived. The sun does not go round the earth, but the earth goes round the sun, revolving as it goes and turning towards the sun in the course of each 24 hours, not only Japan and the Philippines and Sumatra where we now are, but Africa and Europe and America, and many lands besides. The sun does not shine for some one mountain, or for some one island, or for some one sea, nor even for one earth alone, but for other planets as well as our earth. If you would only look up at the heavens, instead of at the ground beneath your own feet, you might all understand this, and would then no longer suppose that the sun shines for you, or for your country alone." Thus spoke the wise pilot, who had voyaged much about the world, and had gazed much upon the heavens above. "So on matters of faith," continued the Chinaman, the student of Confucius, "it is pride that causes error and discord among men. As with the sun, so it is with God. Each man wants to have a special god of his own, or at least a special god for his native land. Each nation wishes to confine in its own temples him whom the world cannot contain. Can any temple compare with that which God himself has built to unite all men in one faith and one religion? All human temples are built on the model of this temple, which is God's own world. Every temple has its fonts, its vaulted roof, its lamps, its pictures or sculptures, its inscriptions, its books of the law, its offerings, its altars, and its priests. But in what temple is there such a font as the ocean, such a vault as that of the heavens, such lamps as the sun, moon, and stars, or any figures to be compared with living, loving, mutually helpful men? Where are there any records of God's goodness so easy to understand as the blessings which God has strewn abroad for man's happiness? Where is there any book of the law so clear to each man as that written in his heart? What sacrifices equal the self-denials which loving men and women make for one another? And what altar can be compared with the heart of a good man, on which God himself accepts the sacrifice? The higher a man's conception of God, the better will he know him. And the better he knows God, the nearer will he draw to him, imitating his goodness, his mercy, and his love of man. Therefore, let him who sees the sun's whole light filling the world refrain from blaming or despising the superstitious man, who in his own idol sees one ray of that same light. Let him not despise even the unbeliever who is blind and cannot see the sun at all. So spoke the Chinaman, the student of Confucius, and all who were present in the coffee house were silent, and disputed no more as to whose faith was the best.
20th story, Tadir, Tolstoy's adaptation of a story by Guy de Maupassant. And it was decided to send a similar inquiry to the King of Italy. The French government is republican and has no proper respect for kings. But the King of Italy was a brother monarch and might be induced to do the thing cheaper. So the letter was written, and a prompt reply was received, and he has a palace, and courtiers, and ministers, and a bishop, and generals, and an army. It is not a large army, only 60 men in all, but still it is an army. There were also taxes in this kingdom as elsewhere, a tax on tobacco, and on wine and spirits, and a poll tax. But though the people there drink and smoke as people do in other countries, there are so few of them that the king would have been hard put to it to feed his courtiers and officials and to keep himself, if he had not found a new and special source of revenue. This special revenue comes from a gaming house where people play roulette. People play, and whether they win or lose, the keeper always gets a percentage on the turnover. And out of his profits, he pays a large sum to the king. The reason he pays so much is that it is the only such gambling establishment left in Europe. Some of the little German sovereigns used to keep gaming houses of the same kind, but some years ago they were forbidden to do so. The reason they were stopped was because these gaming houses did so much harm. A man would come and try his luck. Then he would risk all he had and lose it. Then he would even risk money that did not belong to him and lose that too. And then, in despair, he would drown or shoot himself. So the Germans forbade their rulers to make money in this way. But there was no one to stop the King of Monaco, and he remained with a monopoly of the business. So now everyone who wants to gamble goes to Monaco. Whether they win or lose, the king gains by it. You can't earn stone palaces by honest labor, as the proverb says. And the kinglet of Monaco knows it is a dirty business, but what is he to do? He has to live. And to draw a revenue from drink and from tobacco is also not a nice thing. So he lives and reigns, and rakes in the money, and holds his court with all the ceremony of a real king. He has his coronation, his levees, he rewards, sentences, and pardons, and he also has his reviews, councils, laws, and courts of justice, just like other kings, only all on a smaller scale. Now it happened a few years ago that a murder was committed in this toy king's domains. The people of that kingdom are peaceable, and such a thing had not happened before. The judges assembled with much ceremony and tried the case in the most judicial manner. There were judges, and prosecutors, and jurymen, and barristers. They argued and judged, and at last they condemned the criminal to have his head cut off as the law directs. So far so good. Next they submitted the sentence to the king. The king read the sentence and confirmed it. If the fellow must be executed, execute him. There was only one hitch in the matter, and that was that they had neither a guillotine for cutting heads off, nor an executioner. The ministers considered the matter, and decided to address an inquiry to the French government, asking whether the French could not lend them a machine and an expert to cut off the criminal's head, and if so, would the French kindly inform them what the cost would be. The letter was sent. A week later the reply came, a machine and an expert could be supplied, and the cost would be 16,000 francs. This was laid before the king. He thought it over. 16,000 francs. The wretch is not worth the money, said he. Can it be done? Somehow, cheaper. Why 16,000 francs is more than 2 francs a head on the whole population. The people won't stand it, and it may cause a riot. So a council was called to consider what could be done, and it was decided to send a similar inquiry to the King of Italy. The French government is republican and has no proper respect for kings. But the King of Italy was a brother monarch and might be induced to do the thing cheaper. So the letter was written, and a prompt reply was received. You may do as you like, but I won't go away. What was to be done? Once more the council was summoned. What course could they adopt? The man would not go. They reflected and considered. The only way to get rid of him was to offer him a pension. And so they reported to the king. There is nothing else for it, said they. We must get rid of him somehow. The sum fixed was 600 francs, and this was announced to the prisoner. Well, said he, I don't mind, so long as you undertake to pay it regularly. On that condition I am willing to go. The general was called and was asked, Can't you find us a soldier who would cut the man's head off? In war they don't mind killing people. In fact, that is what they are trained for. So the general talked it over with the soldiers to see whether one of them would not undertake the job. But none of the soldiers would do it. No, they said, we don't know how to do it. It is not a thing we have been taught. What was to be done? Again the ministers considered and reconsidered. They assembled a commission, and a committee, and a subcommittee, and at last they decided that the best thing would be to alter the death sentence to one of imprisonment for life. This would enable the king to show his mercy, and it would come cheaper. The king agreed to this, and so the matter was arranged. The only hitch now was that there was no suitable prison for a man sentenced for life. There was a small lockup where people were sometimes kept temporarily, but there was no strong prison fit for permanent use. However, they managed to find a place that would do, and they put the young fellow there and placed a guard over him. The guard had to watch the criminal, and had also to fetch his food from the palace kitchen. The prisoner remained there month after month till a year had passed. But when a year had passed, the kinglet, looking over the account of his income and expenditure one day, noticed a new item of expenditure. This was for the keep of the criminal, nor was it a small item either. There was a special guard, and there was also the man's food. It came to more than 600 francs a year, and the worst of it was that the fellow was still young and healthy, and might live for 50 years. When one came to reckon it up, the matter was serious. It would never do. So the king summoned his ministers and said to them, You must find some cheaper way of dealing with this rascal. The present plan is too expensive. And the ministers met and considered and reconsidered, till one of them said, Gentlemen, in my opinion, we must dismiss the guard. But then, rejoined another minister, the fellow will run away. Well, said the first speaker, let him run away, and be hanged to him. So they reported the result of their deliberations to the kinglet, and he agreed with them. The guard was dismissed, and they waited to see what would happen. All that happened was that at dinner time the criminal came out, and, not finding his guard, he went to the king's kitchen to fetch his own dinner. He took what was given him, returned to the prison, shut the door on himself, and stayed inside. Next day the same thing occurred. He went for his food at the proper time. But as for running away, he did not show the least sign of it. What was to be done? They considered the matter again. We shall have to tell him straight out, said they, that we do not want to keep him. So the minister of justice had him brought before him. Why do you not run away? Said the minister. There is no guard to keep you. You can go where you like, and the king will not mind. I dare say the king would not mind, replied the man, but I have nowhere to go. What can I do? You have ruined my character by your sentence, and people will turn their backs on me. Besides, I have got out of the way of working. You have treated me badly. It is not fair. In the first place, when once you sentenced me to death, you ought to have executed me. But you did not do it. That is one thing. I did not complain about that. Then you sentenced me to imprisonment for life and put a guard to bring me my food. But after a time you took him away again, and I had to fetch my own food. Again I did not complain. But now you actually want me to go away. I can't agree to that. You may do as you like, but I won't go away." What was to be done? Once more the council was summoned. What course could they adopt? The man would not go. They reflected and considered. The only way to get rid of him was to offer him a pension. And so they reported to the king. "There is nothing else for it," said they. "We must get rid of him somehow." The sum fixed was 600 francs, and this was announced to the prisoner. "Well," said he, "I don't mind, so long as you undertake to pay it regularly. On that condition I am willing to go." So the matter was settled. He received 1/3 of his annuity in advance, and left the king's dominions. It was only a quarter of an hour by rail, and he emigrated, and settled just across the frontier, where he bought a bit of land, started market gardening, and now lives comfortably. So the matter was settled. He received 1/3 of his annuity in advance, and left the king's dominions. It was only a quarter of an hour by rail, and he emigrated, and settled just across the frontier, where he bought a bit of land, started market gardening, and now lives comfortably.
Part 7. Stories given to aid the persecuted Jews. 21st story. Esarhaddon, king of Assyria. The Assyrian king, Esarhaddon, had conquered the kingdom of King Laili, had destroyed and burnt the towns, taken all the inhabitants captive to his own country, slaughtered the warriors, beheaded some chieftains, and impaled or flayed others, and had confined King Laili himself in a cage. As he lay on his bed one night, King Esarhaddon was thinking how he should execute Laili, when suddenly he heard a rustling near his bed, and opening his eyes, saw an old man with a long grey beard and mild eyes. "You wish to execute Laili?" asked the old man. "Yes," answered the king, "but I cannot make up my mind how to do it." "But you are Laili," said the old man. "That's not true," replied the king. "Laili is Laili, and I am I. You and Laili are one," said the old man. "You only imagine you are not Laili, and that Laili is not you." "What do you mean by that?" said the king. "Here am I, lying on a soft bed. Around me are obedient men slaves and women slaves, and tomorrow I shall feast with my friends, as I did today, whereas Laili is sitting like a bird in a cage, and tomorrow he will be impaled, and with his tongue hanging out will struggle till he dies, and his body will be torn in pieces by dogs. You cannot destroy his life," said the old man. "And how about the 14,000 warriors I killed, with whose bodies I built a mound?" said the king. "I am alive, but they no longer exist. Does not that prove that I can destroy life? How do you know they no longer exist? Because I no longer see them. And above all, they were tormented, but I was not. It was ill for them, but well for me. That, also, only seems so to you. You tortured yourself, but not them." "I do not understand," said the king. "Do you wish to understand?" "Yes, I do." "Then come here," said the old man, pointing to a large font full of water. The king rose and approached the font. "Strip, and enter the font." Esarhaddon did as the old man bade him. "As soon as I begin to pour this water over you," said the old man, filling a pitcher with the water, "dip down your head." The old man tilted the pitcher over the king's head, and the king bent his head till it was under water. And as soon as King Esarhaddon was under the water, he felt that he was no longer Esarhaddon, but someone else, and, feeling himself to be that other man, he saw himself lying on a rich bed, beside a beautiful woman. He had never seen her before, but he knew she was his wife. The woman raised herself and said to him, "Dear husband Laili, you were wearied by yesterday's work, and have slept longer than usual, and I have guarded your rest, and have not roused you. But now the princes await you in the great hall. Dress and go out to them." And Esarhaddon, understanding from these words that he was Layli, and not feeling at all surprised at this, but only wondering that he did not know it before, rose, dressed, and went into the great hall where the princes awaited him. The princes greeted Layli, their king, bowing to the ground, and then they rose, and at his word sat down before him. And the eldest of the princes began to speak, saying that it was impossible longer to endure the insults of the wicked king Esarhaddon, and that they must make war on him. But Layli disagreed, and gave orders that envoys shall be sent to remonstrate with King Esarhaddon, and he dismissed the princes from the audience. Afterwards, he appointed men of note to act as ambassadors, and impressed on them what they were to say to King Esarhaddon. Having finished this business, Esarhaddon, feeling himself to be Layli, rode out to hunt wild asses. The hunt was successful. He killed 2 wild asses himself, and having returned home, feasted with his friends, and witnessed a dance of slave girls. The next day he went to the court, where he was awaited by petitioners' suitors, and prisoners brought for trial, and there, as usual, he decided the cases submitted to him. Having finished this business, he again rode out to his favorite amusement, the hunt, and again he was successful, this time killing with his own hand an old lioness and capturing her 2 cubs. After the hunt, he again feasted with his friends and was entertained with music and dances, and the night he spent with the wife whom he loved. So, dividing his time between kingly duties and pleasures, he lived for days and weeks, awaiting the return of the ambassadors he had sent to that King Esarhaddon, who used to be himself. Not till a month had passed did the ambassadors return, and they returned with their noses and ears cut off. King Esarhaddon had ordered them to tell Layli that what had been done to them, the ambassadors, would be done to King Layli himself also, unless he sent immediately a tribute of silver, gold, and cypress wood, and came himself to pay homage to King Esarhaddon. Layli, formerly Esarhaddon, again assembled the princes, and took counsel with them as to what he should do. They all with one accord said that war must be made against Esarhaddon, without waiting for him to attack them. The king agreed, and taking his place at the head of the army, started on the campaign. The campaign lasts 7 days. Each day the king rode round the army to rouse the courage of his warriors. On the 8th day, his army met that of Esarhaddon in a broad valley through which a river flowed. Layli's army fought bravely, but Layli, formerly Esarhaddon, saw the enemy swarming down from the mountains like ants, overrunning the valley and overwhelming his army. And, in his chariot, he flung himself into the midst of the battle, hewing and felling the enemy. But the warriors of Layli were but as hundreds, while those of Esarhaddon were as thousands, and Layli felt himself wounded and taken prisoner. 9 days he journeyed with other captives, bound and guarded by the warriors of Esarhaddon. On the 10th day, he reached Nineveh and was placed in a cage. Layli suffered, not so much from hunger and from his wound, as from shame and impotent rage. He felt how powerless he was to avenge himself on his enemy. For all he was suffering, all he could do was to deprive his enemies of the pleasure of seeing his sufferings. And he firmly resolved to endure courageously, without a murmur, all they could do to him. For 20 days, he sat in his cage, awaiting execution. He saw his relatives and friends led out to death. He heard the groans of those who were executed. Some had their hands and feet cut off. Others were flayed alive. But he showed neither disquietude, nor pity, nor fear. He saw the wife he loved, bound, and led by 2 black eunuchs. He knew she was being taken as a slave to Esarhaddon. That too he bore without a murmur. But one of the guards placed to watch him said, "I pity you, Layli. You were a king, but what are you now?" And hearing these words, Layli remembered all he had lost. He clutched the bars of his cage, and wishing to kill himself, beat his head against them. But he had not the strength to do so, and groaning in despair, he fell upon the floor of his cage. At last, 2 executioners opened his cage door, and having strapped his arms tight behind him, led him to the place of execution, which was soaked with blood. Layli saw a sharp stake dripping with blood, from which the corpse of one of his friends had just been torn, and he understood that this had been done that the stake might serve for his own execution. They stripped Layli of his clothes. He was startled at the leanness of his once strong, handsome body. The 2 executioners seized that body by its lean thighs. They lifted him up and were about to let him fall upon the stake. "This is death, destruction," thought Layli, and forgetful of his resolve to remain bravely calm to the end, he sobbed and prayed for mercy. But no one listened to him. "But this cannot be," thought he. "Surely I am asleep. It is a dream." And he made an effort to rouse himself, and did indeed awake, to find himself neither Esarhaddon nor Layli, but some kind of an animal. He was astonished that he was an animal, and astonished also at not having known this before. He was grazing in a valley, tearing the tender grass with his teeth, and brushing away flies with his long tail. Around him was frolicking a long-legged dark grey ass colt, striped down its back, kicking up its hind legs. The colt galloped full speed to Esarhaddon, and poking him under the stomach with its smooth little muzzle, searched for the teat, and finding it, quieted down, swallowing regularly. Esarhaddon understood that he was a she-ass, the colt's mother, and this neither surprised nor grieved him, but rather gave him pleasure. He experienced a glad feeling of simultaneous life in himself and in his offspring. But suddenly something flew near with a whistling sound and hit him in the side, and with its sharp point entered his skin and flesh. Feeling a burning pain, Esarhaddon, who was at the same time the ass, tore the udder from the colt's teeth, and laying back his ears, galloped to the herd from which he had strayed. The colt kept up with him, galloping by his side. They had already nearly reached the herd, which had started off, when another arrow in full flight struck the colt's neck. It pierced the skin and quivered in its flesh. The colt sobbed piteously and fell upon its knees. Esarhaddon could not abandon it, and remained standing over it. The colt rose, tottered on its long, thin legs, and again fell. A fearful 2-legged being, a man, ran up and cut its throat. "This cannot be. It is still a dream," thought Esarhaddon, and made a last effort to awake. "Surely I am not Layli, nor the ass, but Esarhaddon," he cried out, and at the same instant lifted his head out of the font. The old man was standing by him, pouring over his head the last drops from the pitcher. "Oh, how terribly I have suffered!" "And for how long?" said Esarhaddon. "Long," replied the old man. "You have only dipped your head under water and lifted it again. See, the water is not yet all out of the pitcher. Do you now understand?" Esarhaddon did not reply, but only looked at the old man with terror. "Do you now understand," continued the old man, "that Layli is you, and the warriors you put to death were you also, and not the warriors only, but the animals which you slew when hunting, and ate at your feasts, were also you. You thought life dwelt in you alone, but I have drawn aside the veil of delusion, and have let you see that by doing evil to others, you have done it to yourself also. Life is one in them all, and yours is but a portion of this same common life, and only in that one part of life that is yours. Can you make life better or worse? Increasing or decreasing it, you can only improve life in yourself by destroying the barriers that divide your life from that of others, and by considering others as yourself and loving them. By so doing, you increase your share of life. You injure your life when you think of it as the only life, and try to add to its welfare at the expense of other lives. By so doing, you only lessen it. To destroy the life that dwells in others is beyond your power. The life of those you have slain has vanished from your eyes, but is not destroyed. You thought to lengthen your own life and to shorten theirs, but you cannot do this. Life knows neither time nor space. The life of a moment and the life of 1,000 years. Your life and the life of all the visible and invisible beings in the world are equal. To destroy life or to alter it is impossible, for life is the one thing that exists. All else but seems to us to be. Having said this, the old man vanished. Next morning, King Esarhaddon gave orders that Layli and all the prisoners should be set at liberty, and that the executions should cease. On the third day, he called his son, Ashurbanipal, and gave the kingdom over into his hands. And he himself went into the desert to think over all he had learnt. Afterwards, he went about as a wanderer, through the towns and villages, preaching to the people that all life is one, and that when men wish to harm others, they really do evil to themselves.
22nd story, Work, Death and Sickness, a Legend. This is a legend current among the South American Indian. God, say they, at first made men so that they had no need to work. They needed neither houses nor clothes nor food, and they all lived till they were 100, and did not know what illness was. When after some time God looked to see how people were living, he saw that instead of being happy in their life, they had quarrelled with one another, and, each caring for himself, had brought matters to such a pass that far from enjoying life, they cursed it. Then God said to himself, and this comes of their living separately, each for himself. And to change this state of things, God so arranged matters that it became impossible for people to live without working. To avoid suffering from cold and hunger, they were now obliged to build dwellings and to dig the ground and to grow and gather fruits and grain. Work will bring them together, thought God. They cannot make their tools, prepare and transport their timber, build their houses, sow and gather their harvests, spin and weave and make their clothes, each one alone by himself. It will make them understand that the more heartily they work together, the more they will have and the better they will live, and this will unite them. Time passed on, and again God came to see how men were living, and whether they were now happy. But he found them living worse than before. They worked together that they could not help doing, but not all together, being broken up into little groups, and each group tried to snatch work from other groups, and they hindered one another, wasting time and strength in their struggles, so that things went ill with them all. Having seen that this too was not well, God decided so as to arrange things that man should not know the time of his death, but might die at any moment. And he announced this to them. Knowing that each of them may die at any moment, thought God, they will not, by grasping at gains that may last so short a time, spoil the hours of life allotted to them. But it turned out otherwise. When God returned to see how people were living, he saw that their life was as bad as ever. Those who were strongest, availing themselves of the fact that men might die at any time, subdued those who were weaker, killing some and threatening others with death. And it came about that the strongest and their descendants did no work, and suffered from the weariness of idleness, while those who were weaker had to work beyond their strength and suffered from lack of rest. Each set of men feared and hated the other, and the life of man became yet more unhappy. Having seen all this, God, to mend matters, decided to make use of one last means.
He sent all kinds of sickness among men. God thought that when all men were exposed to sickness, they would understand that those who are well should have pity on those who are sick, and should help them, that when they themselves fall ill, those who are well might in turn help them. And again God went away, but when he came back to see how men lived now that they were subject to sicknesses, he saw that their life was worse even than before. The very sickness that in God's purpose should have united men had divided them more than ever. Those men who were strong enough to make others work forced them also to wait on them in times of sickness, but they did not, in their turn, look after others who were ill. And those who were forced to work for others and to look after them when sick were so worn with work that they had no time to look after their own sick, but left them without attendance. That the sight of sick folk might not disturb the pleasures of the wealthy, houses were arranged in which these poor people suffered and died, far from those whose sympathy might have cheered them, and in the arms of hired people who nursed them without compassion or even with disgust. Moreover, people considered many of the illnesses infectious, and, fearing to catch them, not only avoided the sick, but even separated themselves from those who attended the sick. Then God said to himself, "If even this means will not bring men to understand wherein their happiness lies, let them be taught by suffering." And God left men to themselves, and, left to themselves, men lived long before they understood that they all ought to and might be happy. Only in the very latest times have a few of them begun to understand that work ought not to be a bugbear to some and like galley slavery for others, but should be a common and happy occupation, uniting all men. They have begun to understand that with death constantly threatening each of us, the only reasonable business of every man is to spend the years, months, hours, and minutes allotted him in unity and love. They have begun to understand that sickness, far from dividing men, should, on the contrary, give opportunity for loving union with one another.
12 Third story, 3 questions. It once occurred to a certain king that if he always knew the right time to begin everything, if he knew who were the right people to listen to and whom to avoid, and, above all, if he always knew what was the most important thing to do, he would never fail in anything he might undertake. And this thought having occurred to him, he had it proclaimed throughout his kingdom that he would give a great reward to anyone who would teach him what was the right time for every action, and who were the most necessary people, and how he might know what was the most important thing to do. And learned men came to the king, but they all answered his questions differently. In reply to the first question, some said that to know the right time for every action, one must draw up in advance a table of days, months, and years, and must live strictly according to it. Only thus, said they, could everything be done at its proper time. Others declared that it was impossible to decide beforehand the right time for every action, but that, not letting oneself be absorbed in idle pastimes, one should always attend to all that was going on, and then do what was most needful. Others, again, said that however attentive the king might be to what was going on, it was impossible for one man to decide correctly the right time for every action, but that he should have a council of wise men, who would help him to fix the proper time for everything. But then again others said there were some things which could not wait to be laid before a council, but about which one had at once to decide whether to undertake them or not. But in order to decide that one must know beforehand what was going to happen. It is only magicians who know that, and, therefore in order to know the right time for every action, one must consult magicians. Equally various were the answers to the second question. Some said, the people the king most needed were his counselors, others, the priests, others, the doctors, while some said the warriors were the most necessary. To the third question, as to what was the most important occupation, some replied that the most important thing in the world was science. Others said it was skill in warfare, and others, again, that it was religious worship. All the answers being different, the king agreed with none of them, and gave the reward to none. But still wishing to find the right answers to his questions, he decided to consult a hermit, widely renowned for his wisdom. The hermit lived in a wood which he never quitted, and he received none but common folk. So the king put on simple clothes, and before reaching the hermit's cell dismounted from his horse, and, leaving his bodyguard behind, went on alone. When the king approached, the hermit was digging the ground in front of his hut. Seeing the king, he greeted him and went on digging. The hermit was frail and weak, and each time he stuck his spade into the ground and turned a little earth, he breathed heavily. The king went up to him and said, "I have come to you, wise hermit, to ask you to answer 3 questions. How can I learn to do the right thing at the right time? Who are the people I most need, and to whom should I, therefore, pay more attention than to the rest? And, what affairs are the most important and need my first attention?" The hermit listened to the king, but answered nothing. He just spat on his hand and recommenced digging. "You are tired," said the king, "let me take the spade and work a while for you." "Thanks," said the hermit, and, giving the spade to the king, he sat down on the ground. When he had dug 2 beds, the king stopped and repeated his questions. The hermit again gave no answer, but rose, stretched out his hand for the spade, and said, "Now rest a while, and let me work a bit." But the king did not give him the spade, and continued to dig. 1 hour passed, and another. The sun began to sink behind the trees, and the king at last stuck the spade into the ground, and said, "I came to you, wise man, for an answer to my questions. If you can give me none, tell me so, and I will return home." "Here comes someone running," said the hermit, "let us see who it is." The king turned round, and saw a bearded man come running out of the wood. The man held his hands pressed against his stomach, and blood was flowing from under them. When he reached the king, he fell fainting on the ground, moaning feebly. The king and the hermit unfastened the man's clothing. There was a large wound in his stomach. The king washed it as best he could, and bandaged it with his handkerchief and with a towel the hermit had. But the blood would not stop flowing, and the king again and again removed the bandage soaked with warm blood, and washed and rebandaged the wound. When at last the blood ceased flowing, the man revived and asked for something to drink. The king brought fresh water and gave it to him. Meanwhile the sun had set, and it had become cool. So the king, with the hermit's help, carried the wounded man into the hut and laid him on the bed. Lying on the bed, the man closed his eyes and was quiet. But the king was so tired with his walk and with the work he had done, that he crouched down on the threshold, and also fell asleep so soundly that he slept all through the short summer night. When he awoke in the morning, it was long before he could remember where he was, or who was the strange bearded man lying on the bed and gazing intently at him with shining eyes. "Forgive me," said the bearded man in a weak voice, when he saw that the king was awake and was looking at him. "I do not know you, and have nothing to forgive you for," said the king. "You do not know me, but I know you. I am that enemy of yours who swore to revenge himself on you, because you executed his brother and seized his property. I knew you had gone alone to see the hermit, and I resolved to kill you on your way back. But the day passed and you did not return. So I came out from my ambush to find you, and I came upon your bodyguard, and they recognized me, and wounded me. I escaped from them, but should have bled to death had you not dressed my wound. I wished to kill you, and you have saved my life. Now, if I live, and if you wish it, I will serve you as your most faithful slave, and will bid my sons do the same. Forgive me." The king was very glad to have made peace with his enemy so easily, and to have gained him for a friend, and he not only forgave him, but said he would send his servants and his own physician to attend him, and promised to restore his property. Having taken leave of the wounded man, the king went out into the porch and looked around for the hermit. Before going away, he wished once more to beg an answer to the questions he had put. The hermit was outside, on his knees, sowing seeds in the beds that had been dug the day before. The king approached him, and said, "For the last time, I pray you to answer my questions, wise man." "You have already been answered," said the hermit, still crouching on his thin legs, and looking up at the king, who stood before him. "How answered?" "What do you mean?" asked the king. "Do you not see?" replied the hermit. "If you had not pitied my weakness yesterday, and had not dug these beds for me, but had gone your way, that man would have attacked you, and you would have repented of not having stayed with me. So the most important time was when you were digging the beds, and I was the most important man, and to do me good was your most important business. Afterwards, when that man ran to us, the most important time was when you were attending to him, for if you had not bound up his wounds, he would have died without having made peace with you. So he was the most important man, and what you did for him was your most important business. Remember then, there is only one time that is important now. It is the most important time because it is the only time when we have any power. The most necessary man is he with whom you are, for no man knows whether he will ever have dealings with anyone else, and the most important affair is, to do him good, because for that purpose alone was man sent into this life.
Review. I'll start with the first story from Tolstoy's 23 Tales based on the Lewis and Aylmer Maude 1907 translation. Story 1. God sees the truth, but waits. God sees the truth, but waits is a profound tale of injustice, faith, and ultimate redemption. The story follows Ivan Dmitryich Aksionov, a prosperous merchant from Vladimir, Russia, whose life takes a tragic turn when he's falsely accused of murder during a business trip. Despite his wife's prophetic dream warning him not to travel, Aksionov embarks on his journey, only to be arrested when a bloody knife is discovered in his belongings at an inn where another merchant is found dead. The cruel hand of fate sends him to prison in Siberia, where he spends 26 years of his life. Even his wife's visit brings no solace, as doubt clouds her eyes when she sees him. As years pass, Aksionov's auburn hair turns white. His demeanor transforms from that of a jovial merchant to a quiet, pious man who earns the nickname Grandfather among fellow inmates. The story's pivotal moment arrives when Makar Semyonich, the actual murderer, ends up in the same prison. When Aksionov discovers the truth, he faces a moral choice: seek revenge or choose forgiveness. In a triumph of the human spirit, he chooses the latter. This decision leads to Makar's eventual confession and plea for forgiveness, which Aksionov grants, though he dies before his name can be cleared. The narrative weaves together themes of divine justice, the power of forgiveness, and spiritual transformation through suffering. Tolstoy masterfully demonstrates how truth, though delayed, eventually surfaces, and how genuine peace comes not from worldly justice but from spiritual enlightenment. Through Aksionov's journey from a successful merchant to a wrongly condemned man, and finally to a figure of wisdom and forgiveness, the story illustrates that while God may not prevent injustice, divine truth and justice ultimately prevail, even if one must wait. Story 2. A Prisoner in the Caucasus. A Prisoner in the Caucasus is a gripping tale of survival, cultural conflict, and human resilience set against the backdrop of Russia's military campaigns in the Caucasus Mountains. The story follows Zhilin, a Russian officer who, along with his fellow officer Kostilin, is captured by Tartars while traveling through a dangerous mountain pass. The narrative vividly portrays the stark contrast between Russian and Tartar cultures, as Zhilin finds himself held for ransom in a remote mountain village. While his wealthy comrade Kostilin waits passively for redemption, Zhilin, whose family lacks the means to pay the ransom, must rely on his wit and skills to survive. He gains favor with his captors by fixing clocks and making toys for the village children, particularly befriending Dina, the young daughter of his captor. Through Zhilin's eyes, Tolstoy paints a nuanced picture of Tartar life, neither wholly condemning nor romanticizing their culture. The protagonist's resourcefulness shines through in his escape attempts, the first unsuccessful when Kostilin's physical weakness slows them down, leading to their recapture and harsher confinement. The second attempt succeeds thanks to Dina's help, who risks her safety to provide him with a long pole to scale the compound's walls. The story transcends a simple adventure tale to explore themes of cultural understanding, the futility of conflict, and the universal human capacity for kindness even among enemies. Through Zhilin's relationship with Dina and his observations of Tartar life, Tolstoy suggests that human connections can bridge the deepest divides of war and culture. The story concludes with Zhilin's successful escape and return to his fort, leaving readers with a powerful message about the triumph of human spirit and the unexpected bonds that can form in the most hostile circumstances. This tale stands as a testament to Tolstoy's masterful ability to weave adventure, cultural commentary, and profound human insight into a compelling narrative that resonates well beyond its historical context. Story 3. The Bear Hunt. The Bear Hunt is a thrilling and atmospheric tale that captures the raw intensity of a traditional Russian winter hunt, transforming a simple hunting narrative into a profound meditation on man versus nature. The story follows a group of hunters, led by an experienced peasant named Damien, as they track a formidable bear through the snow-laden forest. Tolstoy's vivid descriptions transport readers into the frigid Russian wilderness, where the crunch of snow underfoot and the eerie silence of the winter forest create a palpable tension. The hunt begins when villagers report a bear's presence near their beehives, and the hunting party sets out to track the creature. The author masterfully builds suspense as the hunters follow the bear's trail, reading signs in the disturbed snow and broken branches that tell of the animal's recent passage. The climax arrives in a heart-stopping confrontation between man and beast. When the bear charges, the initial shot misses, leading to a terrifying close-quarters battle. The hunter finds himself face-to-face with the massive creature, experiencing moments of primal fear and survival instinct. Damien's expertise and quick thinking ultimately save the day, but not before readers experience the full terror and exhilaration of the encounter. Through this intense narrative, Tolstoy explores themes of human courage, the relationship between man and nature, and the thin line between hunter and hunted. The story goes beyond mere adventure to examine the ancient practice of hunting not as sport, but as a necessary part of rural Russian life. The bear itself becomes almost mythical, a symbol of nature's raw power and the wilderness that humans must both respect and contend with. The tale concludes with a successful kill, but leaves readers contemplating the price of victory and the complex relationship between humans and the natural world. Tolstoy's masterful storytelling transforms what could have been a simple hunting story into a rich exploration of courage, tradition, and the eternal struggle between civilization and wilderness. Story 4. What Men Live By. What Men Live By is a deeply spiritual and philosophical tale that follows the transformation of an angel named Michael, who is sent to Earth to learn 3 important human truths after disobeying God. The story begins when a poor shoemaker, Simon, discovers a naked man, the angel Michael, lying near a shrine on a cold evening. Despite his own poverty, Simon takes the stranger home, where his initially reluctant wife Maria eventually welcomes him with compassion. The mysterious man becomes Simon's apprentice, showing extraordinary skill at shoemaking. Over 6 years, he never smiles until 3 remarkable incidents reveal the truths he was sent to learn. The first truth emerges when he smiles at a wealthy customer who orders boots but will die within hours, teaching him that humans don't know what they truly need. The second truth comes when he recognizes a pair of twin girls whose mother died in childbirth, showing him that humans survive through love, not just by caring for themselves. The final truth is revealed when he sees the woman who had taken in the orphaned twins, helping him understand that God wants humans to live not by worry about their needs, but by love. Through these experiences, Michael learns that all humans live not by taking care of themselves, but by love, that it is not given to them to know what they need, and that they remain alive not by what they do for themselves, but by what God has planted in them and in all humans. Love. The angel's presence transforms not only his own understanding but also the lives of Simon and Maria, who grow spiritually through their act of kindness. Tolstoy weaves this supernatural tale with realistic details of Russian peasant life, creating a powerful narrative that explores themes of divine love, human compassion, and the interconnectedness of all beings. The story's simple yet profound message about the power of love and the importance of human connection resonates deeply, making it one of Tolstoy's most beloved moral tales. Through this narrative, he suggests that true human fulfillment comes not from material success or self-reliance, but from living in accordance with divine love and showing compassion to others. Story 5. A Spark Neglected Burns the House. A Spark Neglected Burns the House is a powerful cautionary tale about how small conflicts, when left unresolved, can escalate into devastating consequences. The story centers on Ivan Shcherbakov, a prosperous peasant farmer, and his neighbor Gabriel, whose initially friendly relationship deteriorates over a seemingly trivial incident involving a hen's egg. The narrative begins with Ivan's elderly father warning about the dangers of letting small disputes fester, comparing them to sparks that can grow into destructive fires. This wisdom is initially ignored when Ivan's daughter-in-law accuses Gabriel's mother of stealing an egg. What starts as a minor disagreement quickly spirals into a bitter feud between the two families, with each slight and retribution growing more serious than the last. Tolstoy masterfully depicts how pride, stubbornness, and revenge poison both families' lives. The conflict escalates from verbal insults to property damage, then to physical confrontations. The children of both families become involved, and the once peaceful neighborhood transforms into a battleground of spite and malice. Legal complaints are filed, and the families waste their resources on court cases and fines. The story reaches its tragic climax when Gabriel, in a moment of drunken anger, sets fire to Ivan's house. The fire spreads rapidly, destroying not only Ivan's property but eventually consuming Gabriel's home as well. Both families are left destitute, their years of prosperity and hard work reduced to ashes because they allowed a small spark of discord to blaze into an inferno of hatred. Through this tragic tale, Tolstoy illustrates the destructive power of unresolved conflict and the foolishness of human pride. The story serves as a profound meditation on forgiveness, the importance of heeding wise counsel, and the devastating consequences of allowing petty grievances to override reason and neighborly love. The old father's initial warning proves prophetic, demonstrating how wisdom ignored leads to ruin, and how the cost of pride and vengeance far outweighs the effort of maintaining peace. Story 6. Two Old Men. Two Old Men is a deeply spiritual tale that follows the parallel journeys of two peasant friends, Ephim and Elisha, who make a vow to undertake a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Though both men are elderly and devout, their paths diverge dramatically, revealing profound truths about the nature of true faith and genuine worship. The wealthier Ephim and the humbler Elisha set out together, but their journey takes an unexpected turn when they reach the Volga region. Here they encounter a village devastated by famine. While Ephim continues his determined march toward Jerusalem, focused on reaching his religious destination, Elisha stops to help a dying family. He spends his pilgrimage money on food and supplies, nurses the sick back to health, helps plant crops, and essentially brings life back to the desperate household and their neighbors. Tolstoy masterfully contrasts Ephim's physical journey to the Holy Land with Elisha's spiritual journey of compassion. Ephim reaches Jerusalem and performs all the traditional religious observations, visiting sacred sites and praying at holy places. Meanwhile, Elisha, having spent all his money and time helping the famine-stricken family, quietly returns home without reaching Jerusalem. The story's profound message emerges when Ephim, returning from his pilgrimage, stops at the previously desperate village and discovers the transformation wrought by his friend's kindness. He learns that the villagers were saved by a mysterious, bald-headed old man, whom they regarded as an angel of God. Only later does Ephim realize this was his friend Elisha, and through a dream he understands that while he made the physical journey to Jerusalem, it was Elisha who truly fulfilled God's will through his acts of mercy. Through this tale, Tolstoy explores the essence of true spirituality, suggesting that genuine worship lies not in formal religious observances or pilgrimages to holy places, but in practical acts of love and compassion toward those in need. The story powerfully illustrates that the path to spiritual fulfillment often leads not to grand religious sites, but to wherever human suffering calls for mercy and aid. Story 7. Where Love Is, God Is. Where Love Is, God Is a touching story of spiritual awakening that follows Martin Avdeich, a humble cobbler who finds profound meaning in life after experiencing deep personal loss. Following the death of his wife and son, Martin falls into despair until he is transformed by reading the Gospels and an unexpected spiritual journey. Living alone in his basement workshop, Martin spends his days mending shoes and gazing through his window at the feet of passers-by. One night, he receives what he believes to be a divine message that the Lord will visit him the next day. Throughout that day, rather than receiving a miraculous visitation, Martin encounters several people in need. A struggling old street sweeper whom he invites in for tea, a young mother with a crying baby whom he helps with food and money, and an old woman selling apples who needs his intervention to resolve a conflict with a boy who has stolen from her. Tolstoy masterfully weaves these seemingly ordinary encounters with Martin's growing realization that these moments are themselves sacred. As evening falls, Martin feels disappointed that his expected divine visitor never arrived. However, while reading his Bible that night, he experiences a revelation. In helping each person that day, he was actually serving Christ himself, as written in the Gospel, "For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me." Through the simple acts of kindness, offering warmth to the cold, food to the hungry, and reconciliation to those in conflict, Martin discovers the profound truth that God is present in every act of love and compassion. The story beautifully illustrates Tolstoy's belief that divine presence is found not in grand religious ceremonies or mystical experiences, but in the everyday acts of kindness and human connection. The tale concludes with Martin's understanding that his divine visitor had indeed come in the form of each person he helped, teaching readers that God's presence is manifested through acts of love and service to others. This story stands as one of Tolstoy's most beloved parables, demonstrating how spiritual fulfillment comes through practical expressions of love and compassion in daily life. Story 8. The Story of Ivan the Fool. The story of Ivan the Fool is a satirical fairy tale that cleverly critiques social hierarchies, military power, and conventional notions of wisdom through the adventures of three brothers and their sister. The story follows Ivan, deemed a fool by society's standards, his two clever brothers, Semyon the soldier and Taras the stout, and their sister Martha. The tale begins when the devil, frustrated that people are living contentedly, sends three imps to ruin the siblings. Each imp targets a different brother, one to corrupt Semyon through military might, another to destroy Taras through merchant wealth, and the third to undermine Ivan through agricultural destruction. While the clever brothers initially succeed, Semyon becoming a great military leader and Taras a wealthy merchant, Ivan's apparent foolishness proves to be his strength. Tolstoy brilliantly subverts expectations as Ivan's simple wisdom repeatedly foils the devil's schemes. When the imp tries to ruin his farming, Ivan simply works harder. When injured soldiers from Semyon's wars seek refuge, Ivan welcomes them. When Taras's failed merchants come begging, Ivan provides for them too. His kingdom operates on simple principles. Everyone must work. Calloused hands are a mark of honor, and money is unnecessary. Even when he becomes a ruler, he maintains his simple lifestyle and insists that all work, including the nobles. The story takes a fascinating turn when Ivan's kingdom prospers precisely because of its rejection of conventional wisdom. There are no military forces, no monetary system, and no class distinctions. People work only until tired, eat when hungry, and help one another freely. The imp's attempts to introduce complexity and corruption fail because Ivan's foolish simplicity proves immune to their sophisticated temptations. Through this elaborate fairy tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful critique of societal institutions and values. The story suggests that true wisdom lies not in military might, commercial success, or conventional cleverness, but in simple living, honest labor, and mutual care. Ivan's foolishness represents a higher wisdom that recognizes the futility of war, the emptiness of wealth, and the value of straightforward, communal living. The tale concludes with the devil's defeat and the triumph of Ivan's simple but profound philosophy, illustrating Tolstoy's belief that genuine human happiness comes not from complexity and competition, but from simple honest living and cooperation. Story 9. Evil allures but good endures. Evil allures but good endures is a compelling moral tale that follows the spiritual battle between a humble shoemaker named Nicholas and a wealthy, corrupt nobleman. The story unfolds in a small Russian village where Nicholas, known for his devout Christian life and honest work, becomes the target of the nobleman's cruel entertainment. The nobleman, intrigued by Nicholas's reputation for unshakable faith and goodness, decides to test him through a series of increasingly malicious provocations. He begins by refusing to pay for his shoes, then escalates to publicly insulting Nicholas, and finally destroys his property. Yet with each attack, Nicholas responds with patience and forgiveness, refusing to abandon his principles even in the face of deliberate cruelty. Tolstoy masterfully portrays the internal struggle of both characters, the nobleman's growing frustration at his inability to break Nicholas's spirit, and Nicholas's quiet strength in maintaining his moral compass despite severe provocation. The story reaches its climax when the nobleman, driven to desperate anger by Nicholas's persistent goodness, decides to burn down the shoemaker's house. However, in attempting this final act of malice, the nobleman himself becomes trapped in the fire. In the pivotal moment, Nicholas risks his own life to save his tormentor from the flames. This selfless act finally breaks through the nobleman's hardened heart, leading to his moral transformation. Overwhelmed by Nicholas's genuine goodness and sacrifice, the nobleman undergoes a profound change, eventually seeking forgiveness and reforming his life. Through this powerful narrative, Tolstoy illustrates how genuine goodness, though often tested, has the power to overcome evil through persistent patience and unconditional love. The story demonstrates that true strength lies not in wealth or power, but in maintaining moral integrity, even in the face of persecution. The title itself becomes a living truth through the narrative. While evil may temporarily allure and seem powerful, good ultimately endures and transforms both the persecuted and the persecutor. Story 10. Little Girls Wiser Than Men. Little Girls Wiser Than Men is a deceptively simple yet profound tale that contrasts the innocent wisdom of children with the foolish pride of adults. The story unfolds on a bright Easter Sunday in a Russian village where two young girls, Malasha and Akulya, are playing together in the muddy streets after a spring thaw. The narrative begins peacefully as the girls play with their dolls and make clay pies near a puddle. When Akulya accidentally splashes her friend's dress, instead of getting angry, Malasha simply responds by playing in the water herself. However, the situation takes a turn when their mothers notice their mud-soiled dresses. What starts as a minor incident between children escalates into a bitter argument between adults as the mothers begin trading insults. Tolstoy masterfully shows how the conflict spreads like a contagion through the village. The girls' fathers become involved, then other villagers take sides, and soon the entire community is embroiled in a heated dispute. While the adults exchange increasingly hostile words and threats, the two little girls have long since forgotten their initial splash and return to playing together happily. The story reaches its climax when the village elder, passing by, observes the absurd scene. Adults fighting furiously while the children who sparked the incident are peacefully playing together, having resolved their differences without any fuss. The contrast between the children's natural wisdom in forgetting grievances and the adults' foolish persistence in nursing them becomes starkly clear. Through this simple tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the nature of conflict, forgiveness, and human wisdom. The children's instinctive ability to move past differences and maintain friendship serves as a lesson to the quarreling adults. The story suggests that true wisdom often lies not in sophisticated adult reasoning, but in the natural, uncomplicated approach of children who understand that friendship and play are more important than pride and grievances. The title itself becomes ironic as the little girls prove indeed wiser than their elders in the art of living harmoniously. Story 11. Ilyas. Ilyas is a poignant tale about the true nature of happiness and wealth, following the rise, fall, and spiritual awakening of a Bashkir peasant named Ilyas. The story traces his journey from poverty to prosperity and back again, revealing profound truths about contentment and the meaning of success. Initially a poor man with just 7 horses and 2 cows, Ilyas works diligently with his wife Sham Shemagi to build their fortune. Through careful management and hard work, their wealth grows impressively, eventually amassing vast herds of horses, cattle, and sheep, along with numerous servants and extensive lands. Yet with their increasing prosperity comes a gradual deterioration of their happiness and peace of mind. Tolstoy masterfully portrays how wealth brings unexpected burdens, constant worry about their possessions, conflicts with neighbors over grazing rights, dishonest servants stealing from them, and the loss of simple pleasures they once enjoyed. Their growing fortune paradoxically leads to growing discontent, as they find themselves prisoners of their own success. The story takes a dramatic turn when a series of misfortunes, harsh winters, disease among their animals, and failed harvests, strips them of everything. Reduced to working as laborers for a former neighbor, Ilyas and his wife make a surprising discovery. They find greater contentment in their renewed simplicity than they ever experienced during their wealthy years. Working as a gardener's helper, Ilyas realizes that his current life, though materially poor, is rich in peace and satisfaction. The tale reaches its philosophical climax when a visiting merchant asks Ilyas about his past prosperity and current poverty. Ilyas explains that he and his wife are actually happier now than when they were wealthy, having learned that true wealth lies not in possessions, but in freedom from worry and in contentment with what one has. He concludes that their earlier life of wealth was not living, but merely taking care of property, while their current simple existence allows them to truly live. Through this story, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the nature of happiness and the burden of possessions. The narrative suggests that true contentment comes not from accumulating wealth, but from living simply and appreciating life's basic pleasures. Ilyas's journey from poverty to wealth and back to poverty becomes a spiritual pilgrimage, teaching him and readers that genuine happiness often lies in having less rather than more. Story 12. The Three Hermits. The Three Hermits is a mystical tale that explores the essence of true spirituality through the encounter between a bishop and three simple holy men living on a remote island. The story begins when passengers on a ship sailing the White Sea tell their bishop about three elderly hermits who live in perfect isolation, seeking their salvation through simple prayer. Intrigued and feeling duty-bound to provide proper religious instruction, the bishop arranges to visit the island. There he finds three elderly men, described as radiant but simple, who live in complete harmony with nature. Their only prayer is a rudimentary one. "Three are ye, three are we. Have mercy upon us." The bishop, though moved by their piety, feels compelled to teach them the Lord's Prayer, spending hours helping them memorize what he considers a more proper form of worship. Tolstoy masterfully builds the story's tension as the bishop departs, satisfied with his good deed only to witness an extraordinary sight. As the ship sails away in the gathering dusk, the three hermits appear running across the surface of the water, their white beards gleaming, calling out to the bishop that they have forgotten the prayer he taught them. This miraculous scene transforms the bishop's understanding of true spirituality. The story reaches its profound climax when the humbled bishop tells the hermits to continue with their simple prayer, recognizing that their pure hearts and direct communion with God transcend formal religious instruction. "Your own prayer will reach the Lord, men of God," he tells them. "It is not for me to teach you. Pray for us sinners." Through this deceptively simple tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the nature of genuine spirituality. He suggests that true holiness resides not in formal religious knowledge or complicated prayers, but in the purity of heart and direct communion with the divine. The hermit's simple prayer and miraculous ability to walk on water demonstrate that their unschooled devotion is more powerful than learned theological understanding. The story serves as a critique of institutional religion, while celebrating the power of simple, sincere faith. The bishop's humbling realization that these primitive hermits possess a deeper connection to God than his own learned prayers represents Tolstoy's belief that genuine spirituality transcends formal religious education and ritual. Story 13. The Imp and the Crust. The Imp and the Crust is a clever moral fable that follows a young imp who fails to earn his spurs in the devil's service, leading to a tale of temptation, peasant wisdom, and the unexpected consequences of evil intentions. The story begins when the imp fails to corrupt a good peasant who had been assigned to him, leading to punishment from the devil himself. The narrative centers on the imp's attempt to redeem himself by corrupting a different peasant through the simple device of a crust of bread. The imp places the crust in the peasant's path, believing that this small temptation will lead to greater sins. The peasant, finding the crust, follows the custom of respecting bread as sacred and, instead of ignoring it, picks it up and places it on a fence post so it won't be trampled. Tolstoy weaves an intricate chain of events as the imp's simple plan produces unexpected results. The crust, rather than leading to sin, becomes a catalyst for a series of good deeds. A wealthy merchant sees the peasant's respectful treatment of the bread, is impressed by his piety, and ends up helping him. The peasant's subsequent prosperity leads him not to greed or corruption, but to greater generosity and kindness toward others. The story reaches its ironic climax when the imp returns to report his failure to the devil. Instead of causing the peasant's downfall, the imp's scheme has led to more goodness in the world. The devil's punishment of the imp becomes even more severe, teaching that evil intentions often backfire and produce unintended positive consequences. Through this witty tale, Tolstoy illustrates how attempts to corrupt can inadvertently lead to good when they encounter genuine virtue. The story serves as both a moral lesson about the power of simple goodness to transform evil intentions and a satire of the devil's methods. It suggests that true virtue, even when tested, can turn temptation into opportunity for good, making the imp's failure a triumph of human decency over diabolic schemes. Story 14. How much land does a man need? How much land does a man need is a powerful parable about greed and the futility of excessive ambition, following the tragic story of Pahom, a peasant farmer whose insatiable desire for land leads to his downfall. The tale begins with a simple debate between Pahom's wife and her wealthy merchant sister about whether urban or rural life is preferable. Pahom declares that his only complaint about rural life is having too little land, boasting that with enough land he would fear no one, not even the devil. This boast sets the story in motion as the devil, overhearing, decides to test Pahom by tempting him with ever-increasing opportunities for land acquisition. As Pahom acquires more land, his character transforms. He becomes increasingly possessive, quarrelsome with neighbors, and perpetually dissatisfied with what he has. Tolstoy masterfully charts Pahom's moral descent as he moves from place to place, always seeking more land. Each acquisition brings temporary satisfaction, followed by renewed discontent. The story reaches its climax when Pahom hears of an extraordinary opportunity among the Bashkirs. For just 1,000 rubles, he can have all the land he can walk around in a single day. The only condition is that he must return to his starting point by sunset, or lose both his money and the land. The final scene is a masterpiece of dramatic tension as Pahom begins his walk at dawn. Tempted by ever more attractive pieces of land, he walks farther and farther, constantly adjusting his route to include better plots. As the day progresses, his ambition battles with his growing exhaustion and the setting sun. In a desperate final sprint to reach the starting point before sunset, Pahom pushes himself beyond his limits. The story's devastating conclusion answers its titular question with grim irony. Pahom reaches his starting point, but drops dead from exhaustion, leaving him with only 6 feet of earth for his grave. His servant buries him in that small plot, all the land a man ultimately needs. Through this tragic tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the destructive nature of greed and the folly of excessive material ambition. The story serves as a stark warning about how the pursuit of wealth can consume a person's life and ultimately lead to their destruction. The devil's victory comes not through direct confrontation, but through exploiting Pahom's own greed, suggesting that our greatest enemies often lie within our own desires and ambitions. Story 15. A grain as big as a hen's egg. A grain as big as a hen's egg is a thought-provoking tale that uses the discovery of an unusual grain to explore themes of agricultural wisdom, human progress, and the lost virtues of simpler times. The story begins when a remarkable discovery is made, a grain of corn as large as a hen's egg, sparking curiosity and wonder among the villagers. The narrative unfolds as people try to understand the origin of this extraordinary grain. The discovery leads to a series of encounters with increasingly elderly individuals, each providing a window into earlier times. First, an old man of 70 explains that such grains were more common in his father's time, when the earth was more fertile and people lived more honestly. Tolstoy masterfully builds the story through a succession of even older witnesses, each describing how the land was more bountiful and people were more virtuous in their youth. The tale reaches its climax with the appearance of a supernatural figure, an ancient man who emerges from a crack in a mountain, so old that he can barely move and must be helped to speak. This ancient being reveals the profound truth at the heart of the story. In his youth, all grain grew to such size because the earth was virgin. People lived in harmony with nature, and no one considered the land their personal property. He explains that as people became more selfish, claimed private ownership of land, and forgot the ways of their ancestors, both the soil and the grain gradually diminished in quality. Through this simple yet profound tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful critique of modern agricultural practices and human society's movement away from natural living. The increasingly massive grain serves as a physical metaphor for humanity's lost connection with nature and traditional values. The story suggests that progress and civilization, rather than improving life, have led to both physical and moral degradation. The narrative concludes with a sobering message about how human greed and the concept of private property have not only diminished the Earth's natural abundance, but also corrupted human character. The extraordinary grain stands as a reminder of what has been lost through modernization and the abandonment of simpler, more communal ways of life. Story 16. The Godson. The story follows a man who becomes the godfather to an orphaned boy, taking on the responsibility of guiding him in his spiritual education. As the boy grows up, the godfather sends him into the world with 3 tasks: to learn what dwells in man, what is not given to man, and what men live by. The godson's journey of self-discovery takes him through various encounters and experiences, including a period of living as a hermit. Through these experiences, he gradually comes to understand deep spiritual truths: that evil dwells in man, that it is not given to man to know what he truly needs, and that men live by love. These revelations mark the culmination of the godson's spiritual growth and provide answers to the questions he was tasked with exploring. The story conveys a profound moral message about the importance of spiritual wisdom and the role of love in human life. Tolstoy uses the godson's journey to illustrate the process of learning through experience and reflection, showing how understanding human nature and embracing love are central to spiritual growth. The tasks given by the Godfather serve as a framework for the godson's exploration of essential truths about humanity, knowledge, and the power of love. The godson's eventual realization that men live by love highlights the story's overarching message about the transformative and sustaining power of love in human existence. The narrative is rich with religious and philosophical themes, including the significance of spiritual mentorship, the nature of evil within humanity, the limitations of human knowledge, and the journey toward wisdom through lived experience. It emphasizes that while human beings are inherently flawed and limited, love is the force that unites and sustains them. Tolstoy's lesson is clear. True wisdom is attained not through theoretical knowledge, but through life's experiences, and at the heart of human life lies the power of love. This story serves as a reminder of the profound truths that can be discovered through humility, reflection, and an open heart. Story 17. The Repentant Sinner. The story centers on a man who lives a life of sin and violence, but experiences a profound moment of repentance on his deathbed. After his death, he arrives at the gates of heaven, only to find them locked. Despite his heartfelt pleas and his acknowledgement of his sinful life, he is initially denied entry. Desperate, he searches his memory for any good deeds he may have done and recalls only one: giving a turnip to a beggar. When this small act of kindness is mentioned, the gates of heaven begin to open, symbolizing that even the tiniest gesture of generosity, when coupled with genuine repentance, can lead to salvation. The story concludes with the man entering heaven, saved not by the magnitude of his good deeds, but by the sincerity of his repentance and the mercy of God. The story conveys a powerful moral message about the transformative power of repentance and the value of even the smallest acts of kindness. Tolstoy illustrates that no matter how sinful a life may have been, it is never too late to seek redemption. The man's single act of giving a turnip, a seemingly insignificant gesture, becomes the key to his salvation, demonstrating the profound spiritual weight of even minor good deeds when remembered and cherished. At the same time, the story underscores the boundless mercy of the divine, which surpasses human justice and rewards sincerity and humility over perfection. Religious and philosophical themes run deeply through the narrative, including the nature of divine forgiveness, the power of true repentance, and the relationship between justice and mercy. The story highlights the idea that redemption is accessible to anyone, regardless of how far they have strayed, provided they turn toward good with a genuine heart. It also stresses the value of small, often overlooked acts of kindness, reminding readers that even the simplest gestures can carry eternal significance. Tolstoy's intended lesson is clear. God's mercy is greater than human sin, and salvation is not beyond reach for anyone who sincerely repents and recalls even the smallest moments of goodness in their lives. Story 18: The Empty Drum. The story tells of two brothers who inherit their father's property but take drastically different paths in life due to their contrasting characters. The older brother, Ivan, is greedy, selfish, and cruel, prioritizing wealth and material gain above all else. In contrast, the younger brother, Martin, is kind-hearted and generous, sharing what little he has with those in need. Over time, Ivan becomes wealthy but remains deeply unhappy and miserable, while Martin, despite giving away most of his possessions, lives a joyful and contented life. One day, Martin hears a mysterious drumbeat coming from a mountain and decides to investigate. There, he encounters magical beings who, recognizing his kind and selfless nature, reward him with gifts that bring him even more happiness and peace. When Ivan hears of his brother's good fortune, he greedily sets out to replicate Martin's success. However, his deceitful and selfish intentions are quickly exposed, and instead of being rewarded, he is punished by the magical beings. The story ends with Martin continuing to live a happy and fulfilled life, while Ivan's greed leaves him in misery. The story conveys a powerful moral message about the stark contrast between generosity and greed. Tolstoy demonstrates that true happiness is found not in the accumulation of material wealth, but in acts of kindness and selflessness. Martin's story highlights the spiritual and emotional rewards of authentic goodness, while Ivan's downfall illustrates the self-defeating and destructive nature of greed. The narrative shows that generosity and kindness often bring unexpected rewards, while deceit and selfishness lead to ruin. The story also explores significant religious and philosophical themes, such as the spiritual value of generosity, the natural justice that rewards goodness and punishes greed, and the relationship between character and destiny. Through Martin's example, Tolstoy emphasizes that true wealth lies in the happiness and peace that come from living a life of kindness and generosity. Ivan's punishment serves as a cautionary tale, showing that greed and deception not only fail to bring lasting fulfillment, but ultimately result in misery. Tolstoy's lesson is clear. Authentic goodness and generosity lead to a life of true wealth and joy, while greed and selfishness are empty pursuits that bring only suffering. Story 19: The Coffee House of Surat. The Coffee House of Surat is a philosophical tale by Leo Tolstoy that unfolds as a conversation in a bustling coffee house in the Indian city of Surat. The story begins with a diverse group of travelers from various parts of the world who have gathered in the coffee house, each representing a different religion, culture, and perspective on life. Among them are a Christian, a Muslim, a Hindu, a Jew, a Parsi, and a Confucianist. As they sit together, their conversation turns to a heated debate about which religion is the true one and which path leads to salvation. Each man passionately defends his faith, claiming it to be the only legitimate way to God. The Muslim speaks of the wisdom of the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad, while the Christian insists on the divinity of Christ and the truth of the Bible. The Hindu extols the ancient scriptures of India and the path of enlightenment, while the Confucianist emphasizes moral philosophy and harmony. The Jew speaks of the Torah and the covenant between God and his chosen people, and the Parsi praises the teachings of Zoroaster and the battle between good and evil. As their debate escalates, they become more entrenched in their viewpoints, each man growing more certain that he alone possesses the ultimate truth. Their arguments grow louder, and the atmosphere in the coffee house becomes tense. Suddenly, a wise old man who has been quietly listening to their conversation interrupts them. He tells them a parable of blind men and an elephant. In the parable, a group of blind men come across an elephant for the first time. Each blind man touches a different part of the elephant and describes what he feels. One touches the trunk and says the elephant is like a snake. Another feels the leg and says it is like a tree. A third touches the ear and claims it is like a fan, while another, feeling the tail, insists it is like a rope. Each man is convinced of his own perception, yet none of them can see the entire elephant. The wise man explains that their arguments are like those of the blind men. They are each grasping only a part of the truth, but none can see the whole. The travelers fall silent, reflecting on the wisdom of the old man's words. They realize that their heated arguments have stemmed from pride and the inability to recognize the validity of other perspectives. The wise man reminds them that God, like the elephant, is beyond complete human understanding, and no single religion can claim to encompass the entirety of divine truth. He urges them to seek humility and to respect the paths of others, for all religions are attempts to approach the same ultimate reality. As the story ends, the travelers leave the coffee house, their hearts softened, and their minds opened to the idea that truth is vast and multifaceted, and that it is only through mutual respect and understanding that people can hope to grasp even a glimpse of the divine. Tolstoy's The Coffee House of Surat carries a profound moral about the dangers of religious dogmatism and the importance of tolerance. The story suggests that no single religion has a monopoly on truth, and that all faiths, despite their differences, are united in their search for meaning and connection to the divine. The theme of the story revolves around unity, humility, and the limitations of human perception. Tolstoy challenges readers to rise above sectarianism and to embrace the idea that truth is infinite and cannot be fully captured by any one belief system. The coffee house, with its diverse patrons and their lively debate, serves as a microcosm of the world, highlighting both the richness of human culture and the discord that arises from rigid exclusivity. The parable of the blind men and the elephant is a masterstroke, encapsulating the essence of the story in a simple but profound metaphor that resonates across time and cultures. In The Coffee House of Surat, Tolstoy invites readers to reflect on their own beliefs and to approach others with empathy and respect, reminding us that the search for truth is a shared human endeavor, not a competition. Story 20. Two Deer. Two Deer is a satirical tale by Leo Tolstoy that humorously critiques the absurdities of bureaucracy, the cost of justice, and the value of human life. The story is set in a small, peaceful European principality that prides itself on its simplicity and efficiency. The principality is so tiny that it hardly has any crime, its treasury is modest, and its government minimal. The ruler, a good-hearted prince, oversees everything with a light touch, and life runs smoothly. One day, however, something extraordinary happens. A man commits murder, This is an unprecedented event in the principality, and the authorities are thrown into disarray about how to handle it. The murderer is quickly apprehended, and there is no doubt about his guilt. But this leads to a larger problem. What should they do with him? The principality, being small and peaceful, has no facilities for dealing with serious crimes. It has no prison, no executioner, and no experience with capital punishment. The prince and his ministers decide that justice must be served, but they are unsure how to proceed. They first consider hiring an executioner from a neighboring country. However, when they calculate the costs of bringing in an executioner, setting up the equipment, and carrying out the execution, they find it to be outrageously expensive. The expense is so great that it exceeds their small treasury's capacity. The prince, wanting to save money, decides that it would be cheaper to sentence the man to life imprisonment instead. But this decision leads to another problem. The principality doesn't have a prison. Constructing a prison and hiring guards would also be prohibitively expensive. To solve this, they decide to rent a small house where the murderer can be kept under guard. A guard is hired to watch over him, and the man is given food and basic provisions. At first, this seems like a reasonable solution, but as the years go by, the costs of maintaining the prisoner begin to add up. The man lives comfortably in his rented house, doing nothing while the principality continues to spend money on his upkeep. The prince and his ministers, increasingly frustrated by the growing expenses, begin to regret their decision. Finally, in desperation, the prince decides to take an unconventional approach. He summons the prisoner and offers him a deal. If the man agrees to leave the principality and never return, he will be set free. The man, who has grown accustomed to his comfortable life at the government's expense, initially refuses. However, when the authorities make it clear that they are serious and will no longer support him, he reluctantly agrees. The principality gives him a small sum of money as travel expenses, and the man leaves, disappearing into the world. The principality, relieved to be rid of him, returns to its peaceful and frugal way of life. Tolstoy's Two Deer is a sharp and witty commentary on the inefficiencies and absurdities of government systems, particularly when they prioritize procedures and costs over common sense. The story highlights the ways in which bureaucracy can become entangled in its own rules, leading to decisions that are both impractical and wasteful. At the same time, the story raises deeper questions about justice, mercy, and the value of human life. The theme revolves around the tension between morality and pragmatism, as well as the often ridiculous lengths to which governments go to maintain order and control. Through the humor and irony of the tale, Tolstoy critiques the idea that justice should be determined solely by systems and costs, suggesting instead that human compassion and practicality should play a greater role. In Two Deer, Tolstoy masterfully blends satire with moral insight, creating a story that is both entertaining and thought-provoking, inviting readers to reflect on the absurdities of modern institutions and the true meaning of justice. Story 21. Esarhaddon, King of Assyria. Esarhaddon, King of Assyria, is a short allegorical tale by Leo Tolstoy that explores themes of power, repentance, and the transformative potential of mercy and humility. The story is set in ancient Assyria and centers on Esarhaddon, a mighty and feared king who rules with absolute authority. Esarhaddon is a man of great pride and ambition, driven by a desire to expand his empire and assert his dominance over all peoples. One day he sets out on a campaign to conquer a neighboring kingdom, leading his vast army to destroy the land and enslave its people. His soldiers burn villages, kill without remorse, and carry off the spoils of war in triumph. Esarhaddon revels in his power, convinced that his might is unassailable and his reign divinely ordained. As Esarhaddon's army marches through the conquered territory, they come across a ruined village where the destruction is complete. Amid the smoldering ruins, Esarhaddon notices an old man sitting quietly on the ground, surrounded by the bodies of his family. The man has lost everything: his home, his loved ones, and his livelihood. Yet, instead of cursing or lamenting, the old man sits in silent grief. Intrigued and somewhat unnerved by the man's calm demeanor, Esarhaddon orders his soldiers to bring the man to him. When the old man is brought before the king, Esarhaddon, in his arrogance, mocks the man and asks why he does not bow down or plead for mercy. The old man looks directly at the king and with quiet dignity tells him that he has nothing left to fear. He explains that no matter how powerful Esarhaddon may be, the king too will one day face death and judgment, just as every man must. The old man's words strike a chord in Esarhaddon, and for the first time he feels a pang of doubt about the righteousness of his actions. That night, Esarhaddon has a vivid and terrifying dream. In the dream, he stands before the throne of God, who accuses him of his crimes, the slaughter of innocents, the destruction of lives, and his unbridled pride. God tells Esarhaddon that his power on earth is meaningless in the face of divine justice, and that he will be judged for his deeds. Esarhaddon pleads for mercy, but his cries go unanswered, and he awakens in a cold sweat, shaken to his core. The dream leaves him deeply troubled, and he begins to question the path he has taken as a ruler. The next day, Esarhaddon orders his army to halt its campaign. He gathers his generals and declares that he will no longer wage war for conquest or glory. Instead, he decides to return to his capital and dedicate his reign to acts of justice and mercy. His soldiers and advisers are stunned by this sudden change, but Esarhaddon is resolute. He visits the old man once more and apologizes for the suffering he has caused. Though the old man does not forgive him outright, his quiet acceptance of Esarhaddon's repentance serves as a small measure of solace to the king. The story ends with Esarhaddon returning to his kingdom a changed man. He begins to rule with kindness and fairness, seeking to undo some of the harm he has caused. However, the memory of his dream and the old man's words remain with him, serving as a constant reminder of the weight of his past actions and the judgment he will one day face. While Esarhaddon cannot undo the suffering he has caused, his transformation suggests that even the most prideful and cruel among us can find redemption through humility and a sincere desire to change. Tolstoy's Esarhaddon, King of Assyria, is a profound meditation on the corrupting influence of power and the possibility of repentance. The story's moral lies in the idea that no one, no matter how powerful, is beyond the reach of divine justice or the need for humility. Tolstoy contrasts the fleeting nature of earthly power with the eternal consequences of one's actions, emphasizing that true greatness lies not in conquest, but in the ability to recognize one's mistakes and seek to make amends. The theme of the story revolves around the tension between pride and humility, justice and mercy, and the transformative power of self-reflection and repentance. Through Esarhaddon's journey, Tolstoy invites readers to consider the weight of their own actions and the importance of living a life guided by compassion and a sense of accountability to a higher moral order. The allegorical nature of the tale, with its vivid imagery and moral clarity, makes it both timeless and universal, resonating with readers across cultures and eras. Story 22. Work, Death, and Sickness. The story is a parable that explains why God introduced work, death, and sickness into human life. In the beginning, people lived free from hardship, but this ease led to pride, cruelty, and a lack of compassion. To counter this moral decay, God introduced work to foster interdependence among people, ensuring they would rely on one another and build community. Death was introduced to remind humanity of their mortality and inherent equality, curbing their pride and self-importance. Sickness was sent to teach people compassion and care by forcing them to confront vulnerability and rely on the kindness of others. Through these challenges, humanity began to develop morally, spiritually, and emotionally, transforming their relationships with one another. The story conveys a profound moral message that what humans often perceive as hardships, work, death, and sickness, are in fact divine tools for spiritual growth and unity. Tolstoy illustrates that suffering is not a punishment, but a means to an end, designed to teach humility, compassion, and the value of human connection. The introduction of work encourages cooperation and dependency. Death reminds people of their shared mortality, and sickness fosters empathy and care. Together, these challenges serve as blessings in disguise, forging deeper bonds between individuals and helping humanity grow in kindness and moral character. Religious and philosophical themes permeate the story, including the wisdom of divine providence, the purpose of suffering, and the necessity of human interdependence. Tolstoy emphasizes that pride and self-sufficiency lead to moral corruption, while shared hardships encourage humility, equality, and compassion. The narrative explores the idea that life's difficulties are not random or meaningless, but are instead essential for developing a sense of unity and shared humanity. Through this parable, Tolstoy offers a profound lesson. The struggles we face in life, work, death, and sickness, are divine gifts meant to help us grow morally and spiritually. They teach us that true human fulfillment comes not from ease and independence, but from connection, care, and the shared experience of overcoming life's challenges together. Far from being curses, these hardships are blessings that encourage unity, compassion, and the development of a richer, more meaningful life. Story 23. 3 Questions. 3 Questions is one of Tolstoy's most profound and allegorical tales, offering a simple, yet deeply philosophical exploration of life's meaning and the essence of wisdom. The story begins with a king who is preoccupied with the idea of how to rule wisely and ensure success in all his endeavors. He believes that if he could only find the answers to 3 questions, he would never fail in anything he undertakes. The 3 questions are: what is the right time to act? Who are the most important people to engage with? And what is the most important thing to do? Convinced that these answers hold the key to an enlightened and effective life, the king announces a reward for anyone who can answer his questions. The king is soon visited by scholars, priests, and wise men from across the land, each offering their own interpretations. Some argue that the right time to act depends on careful planning. Others say it requires foreknowledge of future events, and still others insist it depends on the urgency of the moment. Similarly, there is disagreement over who the most important people are. Some say it is the king's counselors, others suggest priests or warriors, and still others claim it is the people themselves. As for the most important thing to do, the answers vary widely, from pursuing wisdom to strengthening the kingdom or following divine law. None of these answers satisfies the king, who finds them too abstract, contradictory, or impractical. Frustrated, he decides to seek the advice of a hermit, renowned for his wisdom and simplicity, who lives in the wilderness. The king travels alone to the hermit's remote hut, leaving behind his guards and royal entourage to show humility. The hermit, an old man frail with age, is busy digging in his garden when the king arrives. The king asks his 3 questions, but the hermit does not reply. Instead, he continues digging, laboring visibly under the strain of his task. Seeing this, the king offers to help and begins digging the soil on the hermit's behalf. Hours pass, and the king grows tired, but the hermit still does not answer. As evening falls, the king repeats his questions, but before the hermit can respond, a wounded man stumbles into the clearing, bleeding heavily from a stomach wound. The king immediately springs into action, tending to the man's injuries and bandaging his wound. He stays with the man through the night, ensuring he is cared for and comfortable. By morning, the wounded man has recovered enough to speak. To the king's surprise, the man confesses that he is an enemy who had planned to assassinate the king, but was wounded by the king's guards while lying in wait. Now, having been saved by the king, the man is filled with gratitude and pledges his loyalty to him. After the man leaves, the king again asks the hermit for answers to his 3 questions. This time the hermit smiles and explains that the king has already received the answers, though he does not yet realize it. The hermit explains, "The most important time to act is always now, because the present moment is the only time we truly have control over. The most important person is the one you are with at any given moment, because human relationships and interactions are what truly matter. And the most important thing to do is to do good for the person you are with, because acts of kindness and service are the ultimate purpose of life." The king, struck by the simplicity and wisdom of the hermit's words, understands that his obsession with abstract answers had blinded him to the truth that wisdom is found in action, compassion, and presence. Tolstoy's Three Questions is a masterful parable that conveys profound truths about how to live a meaningful and fulfilling life. The moral of the story is that wisdom is not found in intellectual debates or future planning, but in being fully present, prioritizing the people around us, and acting with kindness and purpose in the moment. The theme revolves around the interconnectedness of time, relationships, and moral action, emphasizing that the key to a good life lies in simplicity and mindfulness. Tolstoy challenges readers to reconsider their priorities, urging them to focus less on abstract goals and more on the opportunities for goodness and connection that exist in the here and now. Through its elegant storytelling and universal message, Three Questions resonates across cultures and generations, reminding us that the answers to life's biggest questions are often right in front of us, waiting to be discovered through humility, service, and love. Conclusion. Tolstoy's short stories provide profound insights into the nature of human existence and moral values, exploring themes such as human nature, the value of time, and the journey of self-discovery. He portrays human nature as a duality, encompassing both selfishness and altruism. While individuals often act in their own self-interest, they also possess a natural instinct to understand and help others. This complexity reflects the richness of life and conveys the message that true happiness is found in meaningful relationships with others. Another central theme in Tolstoy's stories is the value of time. He emphasizes the fleeting nature of life and the importance of living each moment with purpose. Through his characters and narratives, Tolstoy shows that the meaning of life is not rooted in material possessions or social status, but in the acts of loving, learning, and growing. His stories challenge readers to reflect on how they spend their time and to focus on what truly matters. Self-discovery and personal growth are also recurring themes in Tolstoy's work. Many of his characters face internal struggles that ultimately lead to moments of profound realization and transformation. These journeys of self-reflection remind readers of the importance of looking inward, understanding their true selves, and striving for personal growth. Overall, Tolstoy's short stories delve into the complexity of human existence, emphasizing the importance of moral choices and the pursuit of meaningful relationships. They teach that true happiness and the essence of life are found not in external achievements, but in how we connect with others, use our time, and grow as individuals. Through his timeless narratives, Tolstoy offers readers a guide to living a fulfilling and morally grounded life,